い全国大会目指して頑張ってみたいかあの若い頃の気持ちを取り戻せたら良いのにもしよろしければ行きましょうか願いが叶う街にその時間楽しい年に行くもしかして知ってるのやのととつながり出会うやなものって答えそうかもしれない知りて素晴らしいものそれは救いの神道だ我々の忘れおいでこれは愛の告白願って忘れましょう成長の苦悩世界を恋になり風の合う顔を叫んで気合い入れよう恋の願うの今日の今日のベケーション今日
Hello and welcome to Japanimation Station's Kyoto Vacation, an anime podcast brought to you by Sean Chapman.
And Jonathan Lack.
We are here to kick back, relax, and talk about some anime this week on the show. A momentous occasion, Jonathan, because we are now at the beginning of the end of our very, very, very long Kyoto Vacation, because we are today beginning our last fully featured part. We'll have some extra epilogue type stuff we will do, but we are now in part 7. Through Rain or Shine, the life and times of Violet Evergarden, because we are going to be talking about in this part all of the Violet Evergarden stuff, the TV show. We'll be doing an episode also on the first movie, Violet Evergarden Guide and Eternity of the Auto Memory Doll, and then our last episode will be on the second and confusingly titled Violet Evergarden, the movie. This series is part of the inspiration of doing not just the Kyoto Animation podcast, but Japanimation Station in the first place, because this was around the time I moved to Texas and we were wrapping up Weekly Suit Gundam. I was watching Violet Evergarden, the movie, when that had just come out, and I was like, man, sure it'd be good to do a podcast on this show. It also would sure be good to do a podcast on the Heaven's Feel movies. And then, you know, several years later, we started a podcast. Like a year or two after that, we started a Kyoto Animation section, and then a year after that, we are finally now here. Long awaited. It's time to talk about Violet Evergarden.
Because you talked about this show on the Weekly Stuff podcast back when it, first came to Netflix back in 2018. Yes. And so I've wanted to see it since then. And honestly, I've owned the Blu-ray for the show for a while. And I've just put off watching it because I knew it was going to be coming up on Japanimation Station. And I wanted to do it the right way. And I'm glad I did. I don't think there's going to be any disagreement on this episode, Sean. I think we are pro Violet Evergarden here at Japanimation Station.
Yeah, if you came on here as like, I actually don't think Violet Evergarden is very good, this would be somehow, even though we are states apart, this would still come to blows. I would find a way to punch you through the camera because I love this show. I've seen it. This is my third time watching it now. This show is just incredible. I think it is absolutely, for me, it is in that S tier, top of the shelf KyoAni stuff alongside some of the other greats like Haruhi, Clannad, KyoAni, right? Some of the all-time best ones. This is right there along with those.
I would agree. It's great. And actually, this being sort of the final big phase of this season feels very fitting because I do think tonally this is the closest to the key animation shows that we started with.
Yeah.
Air, Kanon, Clannad. This feels very full circle, but also in a way where most of the artists responsible at this point were in more minor positions when you were on those shows, or like they were episode directors at most. And now, Ishidate Taichi has risen to the level of director. We hadn't met Yoshida Reiko yet. Now she's the writer. And there's a lot of people empowered, who had not worked at KyoAni at all at that time, who are directing some of the best episodes of this thing. So it's also really cool to see how the team has grown and evolved in the, 10, 15 years or so since they started with the key animation shows, which I do think this is very much in the tonal. It's a tonal kind of cousin to those in a lot of ways.
And yeah, and it's in this, those are kinds of the only shows that in terms of content and style that this shares in common with in terms of KyoAni's shows that they made themselves. Like, and that's something I always knew, obviously, because I've seen the show before, but watching it in this context at the end of going through almost every single thing they made from Air on, it like really is stark how different Violet Evergarden is aesthetically, how different it is tonally than most of their stuff. Like Clannad After Story in particular is the only other thing I think quite has a similar tone. And just in terms of like the setting and the style of narrative, everything about this show is so different, and yet there is that KyoAni je ne sais quoi at the core of it, just being used to tackle a very different kind of series. And I think that's one of the things that makes it feel so special is you've got a lot of people who are either new or newer who have not been at this level of sort of production at KyoAni before. And that's true not just of like the director, but lots of the episode directors. Is true of the person who's in charge of the character designs. Is true of like the color coordinator is the first time they've been at this level. All like people kind of up and down, like the director of photography for this one. This was the first time they were director of photography. So
new musician, very notably for this one.
Yes, yes, a new composer. And so there's all this kind of fresh blood. They're all looking at this kind of different kind of series and producing something so amazing. But it is interesting how even though it's so different in so many ways, there is something at the heart of it that still feels so essentially Kyoto Animation. And that's one thing that was very cool about my watch through of it this time with all that additional context going into it.
Because we've definitely been in a phase where like, I do think there's been a little bit of KyoAni settling into kind of a sameness, not in a necessarily a bad way, but you know, when they hit Haruhi, they move a little bit more towards humor. When they hit K-On!, you know, slice of lifey stuff becomes more of their bread and butter. You know, high school stuff becomes more of their bread and butter. They try to branch out a little bit in the Splendid Isolation period that we covered, where they start doing the light novel competition, and that has mixed results. There's shows that are very good but weren't hits, and there's shows that were bad that, you know, I mean, the director of this show was responsible for Beyond the Boundary. And it is kind of, and you know, Sound Euphonium is different in some ways. It's not a particularly funny show. It is still in the space of it's a high school club show. And then you get to Violet Evergarden, it's like, oh, right, they're capable of anything. This is a very different show for them, and I like seeing that again. And that's not me saying I would get rid of any of those other shows we've talked about, just that it's nice to see them branching out again, which is very neat.
Yeah, because Violet Evergarden is not just like very unique for KyoAni, it's just a very different show. That it's kind of hard to classify. Like is it really a fantasy show? Because it's got kind of a very light fantasy element. It's not really steampunk, but it's got sort of a steampunk-ish vibe.
It's a show that feels like the world of Violet Evergarden could be the world of Full Metal Alchemist, and Edward Elric could be off doing crazy alchemist shit on the side, and we would just never know because that's not Violet's place in the world. I mean, she's basically got automail arms, you know,
yes,
but we're not focusing on that. And that's one of the weird things about it. Like, I, throughout this show, Sean, liked to play the game in my head of, like, if KyoAni didn't have the independence that they have, imagine trying to pitch this to a network. Like, okay, it's 13 episodes. It's about a girl. She was a child soldier. Both of her arms blown off. We're going to show it on screen. She's, you know, in love with her major, or at least has, you know, a very, you know, passionate relationship with him. He's dead. She's not going to know for 7 episodes. Oh, when she finds out, things are going to blow up. Every episode is very episodic. Everyone's sad. And she goes around and she writes letters, but she's not so much writing letters, she's really being a therapist. But while being a therapist to these people, she learns about her own humanity. Like, I can imagine, like, studio heads, like, going back into the shrubbery like Homer Simpson in that gif. Like, no thank you, but it's KyoAni and they can make it work.
Yes, yeah, it is such a weird, particular show. Like, it is a show that, you know, it is, at the end of the day, it is about writing letters, which is such a kind of, like, mundane thing to be the premise, especially for a series that's made in 2018, you know, where writing letters is truly a thing of the past.
Wait a second, Sean.
Yeah.
I have a story I want to tell here before we continue on Violet Evergarden. This is just a little slice of lifey thing, and I wanted to bring it in because it heavily involves the history of this podcast, both Japanimation Station and Weekly Suit Gundam, and it involves writing letters. And so I just wanted to tell a quick personal story. I got an email a couple weeks ago from one of my students, Elsa, who was in my film club class a few years ago at the university, that if you're a longtime follower, you'll know this was my giant robots on screen class that was very inspired by Weekly Suit Gundam. I showed the 3 Gundam movies, the original 3 Tomino movies. I showed stuff like Gunbuster. I showed all sorts of cool mecha stuff. We watched King Kong Escapes, the Toei or Toho, crazy King Kong movie, all sorts of fun things. And I get comments from students pretty often still about that class. It's probably, in some ways, the thing I'm proudest of, even though it was the silliest class I've ever taught. But I got an email from this student who has graduated and works at Random House. And she emailed me because at her office at Random House, they were, I guess they just have a lot of books around there at Random House. And they were cleaning off the shelves, and basically all the books on that floor were going to go in the trash unless any employees wanted to claim them, they could claim them. And she found a stack of Robotech books. Now, Robotech is the Americanization of Macross, and I showed them the movie Macross Do You Remember Love? It was a big hit, because Macross Do You Remember Love is one of the craziest movies ever made. And so she emailed me saying, I have this, it's like all the Robotech novels, because Robotech had this novel spin-off series that I looked it up and is actually pretty well regarded. And I was like, she was like, well, would you like these? And I was like, well, I'm not going to say no. That's amazing. Yeah. That's like, if for no other reason than to say, where did you get that stack of Robotech books? Well, a student from the class called Giant Robots on Screen that I taught was working at Random House and wanted to send these over. So she sent them over, and she did write a handwritten letter. And I got this the day I watched episode 9 of Violet Evergarden.
Oh, wow.
Which is the Takamoto Yasuhiro episode, which is the one that really cues in. Like, letter writing is obviously a major motif in this series. That's where it becomes textually themified, and Violet starts consciously thinking about what is writing a letter about, right? And it moved me so much, because here's what she wrote. And I hope she's okay with me sharing this, but it's so sweet. I just had to. It said, hello, my packing skills leave something to be desired, but I got the job done. It was very well packaged. I have no complaints. Also, they were free old Robotech books. It's all good. My floor is being renovated, so they're clearing the storage rooms, and I am circling the take shelves like a shark. No one else claimed these, so they're all yours. Anyway, your class was super cool, and I got into Gundam because of it, and also you sent me a file of Shin Godzilla. What she means there is, after we watched, I don't remember which movie, somehow talked to her about Shin Godzilla, she asked where it was streaming. It wasn't at the time streaming anywhere, so I just ripped my copy of the DVD and put it on Google Drive for her, and that's great. I just remembering years later, that's awesome. She said, so these books are repaying the metaphorical blood debt. You know how it is. Hope you enjoy, Elsa. And I was so touched by that. I will treasure this letter for the rest of my life, and I just thought that would be fun to bring up, because Violet Evergarden, it's not incidental. It's not a plot device. It is about, and it's episode 9 and 13 in particular, which are the 2 finales the show has, because this show has a weird structure, but a great structure, are about letter writing, and about how it is powerful, and how it connects us, and how it is meaningful. And it is a thing that the protagonist of this show learns to believe in so much that she jumps out of a plane into a warfield to do it.
Yes.
And this show is wonderful, and I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, because it is, I think the thing I love about Violet Evergarden is, like, the letter writing stuff has a metaphorical quality to it as well, obviously. Like, you can read it as just, like, it's not just like writing letters, it's about communication, it's about language, it's about, like, writing and what it is to pass feelings through time and to other people and all those kinds of things. It's about, like, the existential reality of how do you communicate your honest feelings, and how do you understand the honest feelings of another person, which, is like the kind of existential malaise in which we all exist. It is all of those things, but it is also specifically about letters. Like, it is about that. Like, it does care about that specific form, as archaic as it feels now. But there is something that is special about it. There is something, it's why, really nice people give you actual cards that are handwritten with an actual message. That's not necessarily just, hey, I wrote, like, congratulations, and then pass it around to everybody else in the office or whatever. But, like, that actual action of, I'm going to get a physical thing, I'm going to go through the process of writing down by hand and use, like, the analog physical process of my labor to imprint this piece of paper or card or whatever it is, and then give this to you. There is something about that holds a particular meaning that is very different than sending a text message or sending an email or even just having a conversation with someone in person. And it's cool to have a show that celebrates that. And something we'll get into when we get into the history is that kind of part of the thing with Violet Evergarden and the way I look at the show is that this show is to me like, this is actually like a thing you can qualify numerically, and we'll talk about it particularly when we get to the movies, is that this is the next big KyoAni success story. Like, this show is beloved, and it is also very financially successful for them, to the extent that it stands next to a Haruhi, a K-On!, those kinds of shows. It is in that league. 100%.
And a big international breakthrough because of the streaming.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think there are many reasons for that. And I think there's like a lot of like, you can look at kind of what they did with Haruhi, and it feels like Violet Evergarden is kind of a modern version of that. And I think part of it is this sort of weird, like vague genre that you can't really define the genre, the pseudo-historical kind of setting that's, nostalgic and kind of pastoral. It's this kind of ahistorical, fantasy historical setting where there's no electricity in this clearly World War I era society and stuff like that. That all of that feels like it's the perfect show for the moment it comes out in. We'll talk about when we get to Violet Evergarden, the movie, that came out in the midst of the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, which I'm excited to put all that research. That'll be the biggest research section. I'll break down everything. No, but it's part of, the story of this series. And there's just something about, it's like the exact right thing at the right time. And I think there's something about having a series about letter writing in our modern society in kind of, exploring the value of that through this kind of weird, hazy, fairy tale-like nostalgic lens that the series has. And then the very kind of hard-hitting, emotional, but very insightful stories that you explore along the way with this character, Violet, who is this different kind of heroic character. All of that just feels like it's the perfect show for the perfect moment. And I think that's one of the reasons why Violet Evergarden is so special, and why it feels like it kind of is the first time in a while we've had a show we can put next to Haruhi and K-On!, and then Silent Voice, if you're putting the movies in, Silent Voice I think does the same thing, as this like, oh, these are the breakout hits. These are the KyoAni things that aren't just good, but they hit a nerve in the culture, and they kind of change the direction of certain things about the history of anime, or maybe not change the direction. They are riding that wave of where things are going, and Violet Evergarden is one of those shows. It's been a while since we had one.
Yeah, absolutely. Sound Euphonium, we had mixed responses to different parts of it, although we both loved parts of it, but that is more of a niche show, right? Even though it's had a lot of episodes, clearly the people within the studio love it to death, or else they wouldn't keep doing it. This had a different valence of breakout, and I think there's a clear reason why. There's something beautiful and universal about this, and, going back to the letter writing and the handcrafted thing, it should also not be lost that this is a show about the value of that is also one of the most exquisitely beautiful pieces of handcrafted animation in the history of the medium. Every episode looks like a fucking movie. Easily. Yes. It's incredible.
Yeah, this is the best looking KyoAni show. Like, I feel like I can say that very definitively because
it's this or Hyoka, I would say.
Yes, it's this or Hyoka for sure. But I took screenshots of every episode of Violet Evergarden, and there was no episode that I took less than 100 screenshots. Because
you're a maniac. Because
it's you can't not, like, every fucking frame you look at and it's like, well, why wouldn't I screenshot this frame, right? It's a show that is so absolutely gorgeous, and yes, and we'll get into all that. But let's go ahead. Let's get into the history so we can kind of dive in, do the deep dive proper. So to get to the history section, we got to turn back the clock a little bit and think about where we are in the history for KyoAni, because we are turning back the clock to 2014, back to when we were doing Kyoto Animation's Splendid Isolation. So remember where we were with that, because that's where this all kind of starts, is in the midst of that era of KyoAni. So a year after Myriad Colors' Phantom World, the book, received the Encouragement Award for the 4th Kyoto Animation Competition. Remember, this is the competition they held, where people write in their light novels and manga and stuff like that and submit, and then if it's good enough, KyoAni will potentially adapt it. Right, so we're right there, and we're at the 4th one of those, which is when Myriad Colors' Phantom World receives the award. So a Hokkaido native, Akatsuki Kana, or at least that's her pseudonym as an author, she submitted her first novel, Violet Evergarden, for the 5th Kyoto Animation Competition. Violet Evergarden became the first and to date only novel to win the actual grand prize from the Kyoto Animation competition. I mentioned this when we did the Splendid Isolation section, but just remember that the way that this competition and lots of competitions in Japan work, it's hard when you're American and you're all like, no, there always has to be a winner and there's always a first place. America has a very competitive attitude towards this, but lots of Japanese awards are kind of like, well, here's our top award, and we're only going to give something the top award if something like rises to the point where it deserves it. Otherwise, you get like, it's not a participation prize, but you get this sort of encouragement award is how I've seen it translated other places. So that's what I've used here. And so that's how it always had been set up. Violet Evergarden was the first thing they got that they're like, oh my God, okay, this novel's not just good, this is great. We're going to give it the grand prize. So the first Violet Evergarden novel was published by Kei Esma Bunko, the KyoAni in-house publishing house, on Christmas 2015. This is very nice. I like the Christmas feels like an appropriate time to release Violet Evergarden. With the second novel published 1 year after. And the novels, like essentially the first two novels are the core of what the Violet Evergarden story is. They are labeled as basically Violet Evergarden, sort of Johin and Kohen. So they have like, this is a common way you label things in Japanese if it's got a limited number of parts. So it's like, it's not part one, part two. It's like the beginning and then the end is kind of how it's labeled. And so it's really a 2-novel structure. She does go on to publish 2 additional volumes. One is Violet Evergarden Gaiden. That serves as some of the inspiration for the first Violet Evergarden movie. And then the last novel, Violet Evergarden Ever After, which none of that material, I believe, is actually adapted. That comes out around the time of the second movie, but the second movie is an original story. And we'll go over some of that stuff more when we get to the movie episodes. As of November 24th, 2022, the series overall has sold 700,000 copies, which is a lot more than any of the other KyoAni published light novels. Like, this one is very successful. You have to keep in mind that that's 700,000 copies, and this is still a book because it's published by Kei Esma Bunko. You can't get on like digital, like Bookwalker or on Kindle or anything like that. So that's like 700,000. Like, those are copies. Those are actual, like, physical copies sold appropriately enough for Violet Evergarden. Because as far as I can tell, you cannot get these books digitally.
And they are all physically typed on a typewriter in the fake alphabet from the show. It takes a lot of deciphering to read.
Yes, yes. It comes with a little postcard with a cipher. Yes. It's a whole. I wish they could have translated that to the show, but it would have been a little hard. We are obviously joking in case people can't tell. So let's talk a little bit about the author, Akatsuki Kana, because I read some interviews with her, and she seems like an absolute nutball in the best way possible. Her interviews, she just comes across so odd in her interviews, and I love it. So a couple of facts here. So in an interview with KyoAni, she said that the reason she applied to the competition was because of her love for Clannad specifically, which that makes sense. Tonally, that there's a lot of connection there. But I love that she submitted Violet Evergarden to KyoAni, because if you think about the content of this series, absolutely nothing about it. It seems like there's no Japanese high school, there's no club. It's so dissimilar to every other KyoAni thing. The only thing that's similar is the tone to Clannad, and I love that. So I saw in several interviews she talked about her influences, and in particular, she's very passionate about movies, and she talks about movies in a lot of them. And there's one in particular that I love, where they ask her, like, what are some specific movies? And she named 3 movies, and it's the fucking most hilarious 3 movies you could have possibly said, where she specifically called out as not just inspirations, just like movies she really liked, were Magnolia, Being John Malkovich, and The Virgin Suicides, which are all movies that also came out in 1999. And I don't know if she knew that and did that intentionally, but it's fucking hilarious. And this is also where I learned that the Japanese title for Being John Malkovich, if you translate it literally, is just Malkovich's Hole, which is a bit better title for that movie. If you've seen Being John Malkovich, you know it's a movie about Malkovich's hole in more than ways than one. So, yeah.
Okay, that's the best thing we're going to learn today. That's amazing. That is a wonderful, hilarious set of movies. I saw Magnolia for the first time earlier this year, and it's not my favorite Paul Thomas Anderson, but I will say that makes so much sense. I can, if you want to draw the line between Magnolia and Violet Evergarden, you can absolutely do that. There is a certain combination of earnestness and insanity that I think animates those. Magnolia, I think, goes more to the insane edge, and Violet Evergarden more to the earnest edge, but they are both on that spectrum. And yeah, 1999, good year for movies.
Yeah, I don't know how you can try to cross the bridge between being John Malkovich and Violet Evergarden. I mean, there's a big sequence with a puppet in that movie. I don't know. It's fucking, people have not seen that movie. It is properly weird. And the other thing you need to keep in mind, this is like a 20-something-year-old Japanese woman, right?
Yes.
This is not like a Western film student person or something. Like, I love that the movie she fucking pitches, like, I can't even imagine watching being John Malkovich. I wonder if she saw it with like the Japanese voiceover, which would be, I have to know if that existed, who plays John Malkovich and has to say Malkovich over and over in Japanese. Or if she watched it with subtitles. But either way, like, it's such a weird set of movies that I kept on like being like, am I translating the titles wrong or like finding the wrong thing? Because there's no way that she's talking about Magnolia being John Malkovich and the Virgin Suicide. She's just pulling that out of nowhere in the middle of this interview. It's incredible.
Yes, Sean, it's a great list of movies. Virgin Suicides, I also can draw that line pretty directly. That one makes sense to me.
So, one weird, interesting fact, in 2020, she wrote a new scenario for the game Sword Art Online Alicization Lyriris, I'm going to say is how you're supposed to pronounce that, which was added in a free update to that game. And through that, she built a connection with Kadokawa, which is going to come up in a second, the publishing house, because they publish Sword Art Online. And she would do the same for the 2023 game Sword Art Online Last Recollection, which I'm going to assume is probably not going to be the actual last Sword Art Online game, so they should have probably gone with a different title.
Well, it's the last time they're going to recollect anything. They can have new memories,
okay.
But yeah.
Fair enough. So one thing that sets her apart, and this is kind of connected to that, is that one thing that sets her apart from the other authors in the KyoAni competitions, because in general, everybody in the KyoAni competition has either that thing is the only thing they've published, or we know the Myriad Colors Phantom World guy used an alias and he has written other light novels under a different pseudonym. But she has, Akatsuki Kana has written a lot of other stuff, including the scenarios for Sword Art Online. That was the first thing she did other than Violet Evergarden, because that was in the midst of her writing the fourth volume there. And she has an ongoing 7-volume series published by Kadokawa called Agents of the Four Seasons, which when I was looking it up is very highly acclaimed. I would not be surprised if that eventually gets like a big popular anime adaptation or something like that. And she's written a whole bunch of short stories and anthologies, various things in the world of Violet Evergarden. Basically, for every new release of a Violet Evergarden connected thing, there's some new Violet Evergarden short story. It's obviously a series that sort of lends itself to short stories, as the original novels were constructed. She also has, like, it's an insane list of all the short stories she's written in the world of Agents of the Four Seasons. So she's just a much, much prolific author than any of the other KyoAni competition winners.
I also wanted to note Agents of the Four Season has started getting an English translation officially. The first 2 are out right now, and the third is coming out in July, actually, the same month this podcast is coming out. So they are working on those, so that's nice to see those.
Yeah, and everything I've read of like reviews of the novels for Violet Evergarden hold them in very high regard. So like I wish that they were available digitally, so it would be easier to get them in Japanese, because that's how I'd want to read them. But maybe someday I'll fork out the extra cash to just get some shipped over here, used or something like that.
Luckily, it's a short series, so you don't have to get like 20 books.
Although, but in some ways, whenever you're paying for all the shipping,
That's
you kind of almost want there to be more books, because then you're not having to ship multiple. That's the whole thing. But yeah, so it just like compared to what I've seen of like Love, Chinibi, and Other Delusions, the novels, or Myriad Colors Phantom World, which that one just is fucking insane when you read what those novels are. This seems much more like, okay, these books are really good. The KyoAni adaptation seems far more faithful. This is not the thing that they did with most of those other books, where they kind of took the characters and a basic premise and then just made their own series. Obviously, they've made changes in the adaptation, but it seems much, much closer to the books. So it's just this kind of, I think that KyoAni basically lucked out that this sort of promising young author happened to submit this to their competition, because it's just a big hit. One other interesting little side note here is she wrote the script for a music and one-woman stage show put on by Ishikawa Yui, the voice actress that also plays Violet Evergarden, for her stage show called Ishikawa Yui's Utakata Volume 1, Minstrel of the Dawn, and I believe she's working on a Volume 2 of that. The album version of that is available. I don't know if there's anywhere where you can see the actual like stage performance somewhere. But that's just there's a lot of weird connections of like people that have worked together in different ways around the edges of Violet Evergarden. That's one that I thought was pretty cool.
There is a CD plus DVD pack out there, and I am looking it up to see because I want to watch this now. I'm so curious.
Yeah, so that's some of my fun facts about Akatsuki Kana. Again, her interviews, she just seems like has such a weird personality. There's like a whole section in one of the interviews where she just kept on going on about how cold it is in Hokkaido, and the interviewers seem to be getting a little bit annoyed because every question's like, yeah, but what about this thing? It's like, but you know, that I look out the window and I stare at the snow, and I'm under my under my blanket and all this stuff, and it's just like she's kind of an oddball. So Violet Evergarden's animation adaptation was announced with a promotional video on May 27th, 2016, which was directed by Ishidate Taichi, with character design and animation direction by Takase Akiko, who is the person who's responsible for that for the full anime. She is also the person that KyoAni tapped to do the illustrations of the light novel. She was an animator who worked at KyoAni for several years at that point. So she did the illustrations for the light novel. So they're like, hey, why don't you do the character design animation direction for this very gorgeous promotional video? The video was also accompanied by the song Violet Snow, which was performed by Ira Yuki. And the video had like a huge buzz. I remember when this came out because KyoAni does a lot of like commercials. They usually do like at least one commercial a year. You can see most of them on their YouTube channel, and they're very, very gorgeous, like 30-second things. And this was one kind of promoting the novels, but it also said, hey, and we're working on an anime adaptation. And if people have not watched it, you should go see it. It is absolutely gorgeous. It looks so good. And it's clearly like the kind of their design Bible for what the show would look like. And it was so popular that KyoAni felt almost kind of like pressure that they had to include that song Violet Snow in the show. So it plays over the ending in episode 13 as an insert song that plays when all the letters are dropping, which is what the Violet Snow is. It kind of contextualizes that in a very beautiful way in the show. But yeah, it's an interesting thing where like that promotional video just took on such a life on its own that they're like, well, we got to pull that stuff into the show because people kind of associate it so much when usually you wouldn't necessarily do that. Like there's similar things for some of the other ones like Love, Chiniba and Other Delusions, but it was not that same level of association. So this is kind of how Violet Evergarden began life, just as this sort of cool little 30-second thing. Then the first episode of the anime for Violet Evergarden premiered in front of a live audience at Anime Expo 2017 in Los Angeles on July 2nd to 2017. So we are now, this helps contextualize it as we are really fully in the era of anime as like an international phenomena. The fact that the first episode was screened in LA at a big anime expo, which I had not heard of until I did this research. And that's pretty cool. This was then followed up by special screenings of the first 3 episodes in select theaters in Japan on December 10th, 2017, similar to what some other series like Kimetsu no Yaiba have done. Violet Evergarden aired 13 episodes from January 11th to April 5th, 2018, with an OVA that takes place between episodes 4 and 5 being included in the 4th and final Blu-ray set. To be clear, that OVA was made at the end, so like even though it very clearly and necessarily fits in between 4 and 5. It is kind of weird if you watch the OVA outside that context. This is not like the Hyoko one, which was similar, but that actually premiered online at the same date where it would fit in if you're watching along real time. This one, they just kind of fit it in afterwards. It's kind of weird.
And I wish they had the Hyoko Blu-ray from Funimation puts it in the right spot.
Yes.
The Violet Evergarden Blu-ray, also from Funimation, called Crunchyroll now, but same thing, has it just tacks it on the end on the second disc, so you do have to get up and change discs, and it is annoying, and I don't quite know why they did it that way.
Yeah, because it's like, the OVA is amazing. It's maybe the best episode in the show, or it's like certainly one of the best episodes, and it is so much richer watching it in context, and it helps bridge a pretty big gap in Violet's development. So it's very weird if you watch it outside of that context. Though I did have a little pang of nostalgia that hit me when I was like, oh, I got to go change the discs and put this disc in and watch this episode and change it back. Yeah, and I was like, it's just like watching the Melancholy of Suzumiya Haruhi. It's taken me all the way back to like a year ago when we watched that series.
We've been on vacation so long, Sean. How are we going to do when we finally get home?
I don't know. It's going to be hard to readjust this to proper working society. One other thing that's big for Violet Evergarden, I think this is a big thing that contributed to its broader popularity, is that the series was day and date streaming on Netflix in Japan, and then the series releasing as a batch in other territories internationally on Netflix, like in the US. So most people who have watched Violet Evergarden obviously would have watched it on Netflix. Like, and it is like a proper partnership, right? The Netflix's logo is in the credits. It's not just a, like, we kind of came in and sort of internationally we sort of branded it as a Netflix show, but they really had nothing to do with it. It was early on in the production. That was part of the plan with the series. And it's, relatively earlier in the life of Netflix, quote unquote, original series kind of thing. And so that's one of those where I think it just kind of really buoyed the popularity of Violet Evergarden, especially internationally, that it was so widely available and easy to watch. To be clear, in Japan, it did also air on TV. So it is not exclusively a streaming show. It had like a regular broadcast and all that kind of stuff. It just also, each episode also came up on Netflix.
And just to be clear, like, when we say like they were involved in it, what that means is the way anime are made in Japan, and this is also how movies in Japan are made, is there's the production committee.
Yes.
You'll see it on the copyright card of every episode of anime. It will be like the Violet Evergarden production committee, because every individual anime, and really every individual season of an anime, has a basically new corporate entity overseeing it that is everyone who's funding the show putting in a little bit of money. The way anime is made is that it's a sort of low risk but also slightly lower reward system where a lot of people put in a little bit of money and then can make a little back, instead of like, if you're making a big show here, it's like HBO puts in all the money for one thing, right? And so it'll be a mix of the sponsors, and it'll be the network, and it'll be the studio, and it'll maybe be, if it was like Shueisha published the book, they'll put in some money. In this case, and this is a common thing now, Netflix is just part of the production committee, puts in a little bit of money, and then what they get out of that is the streaming rights. Just as, the network that put it in gets the TV rights. And so everyone gets a little something out of it. It's actually a very smart business model. If you're wondering why anime survives, it's because if it goes well, everyone gets a little bit. If it doesn't go well, no one's lost that much. It's a very smart way to do it. And you've seen Netflix also do this with like the last season of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. They did this as well. So...
yeah, and it's one of the reasons why even if your show only sells like 4,000 limited edition Blu-rays or whatever, it's not a big deal, because they monetize it in so many different places, and then it's spread out amongst all these different people. That helps like kind of soften those blows, even if the show's not a big hit. But Violet Evergarden was a big hit, but in a way that's very interesting if you look at the numbers. So in the first week, the first Blu-ray volume sold only 5,578 copies. I say only, that's still like a bit more than what most of the shows from the Split Isolation era sold. Most of those were 2,000 to 4,000.
And it's streaming day and date. That's also a difference, yeah.
Yeah, but really unusually for this kind of release, it sold a lot for the following week. So it was actually very competitive in the weekly rankings for several weeks after its original release, which usually it's kind of like what video games used to be like, where it's like 80% of all the sales are just in that first week, particularly for these limited edition kind of releases, because that's part of the whole thing. But this one over several weeks accumulated nearly 30,000 sales for the first volume, and it's been a long time since we saw numbers like that for a Blu-ray release of a TV show. Each subsequent volume followed that exact same pattern, getting about 5,000 copies on the first week, and then eventually getting up to somewhere around 30,000 copies, with a slightly shorter tail, ending up with 27,000 copies for volume 4. But it's like, that is really good. And it's just very interesting that it has this different kind of sales pattern that I suspect the Netflix stuff is probably a part of why it's like that. But it's very fascinating.
Absolutely. One other thing on the Netflix side of it, Sean, I wanted to note. I did pull up an episode on Netflix at one point because my back was hurting and I wanted to lie in bed, and I was like, I'll just pull it up on my iPad here. And then it looked like garbage because Netflix streaming quality has gone down the shitter. And I was like, no, I'll go sit on the couch and my back will hurt and it'll look good. But I noticed the edit on Netflix is different. It doesn't have the theme song in every episode. I don't know if everyone is the same, but the one I was looking at was episode 10, which is the one with the little girl whose mother is dying. And on the Blu-ray, and I presume the original broadcast version, that has the theme song, True, or whatever it's called. And on Netflix... Sincerely by True, sorry. So the original version has that. The Netflix version doesn't have the theme song and just runs the credits over the first scene of the episode. And I don't know if that's true for all of them, but I thought that was interesting.
That is interesting. The original way I watched it was on Netflix, but that was forever ago, so I don't remember if there were other differences.
Because it's actually kind of weird, because you would expect that more in the other direction, because the reason why you roll credits over the first scene of an episode is to save time, because on a broadcast, you only have so much time because they have to put in the commercials. On Netflix, they can run as long as they want. So you would expect them to have the theme song in every one. I wonder if it's a licensing issue or that maybe it's changed over the years. I wonder if the edit is different now than it was when it came out. I'm curious.
It's possible. I mean, changes are made for Blu-ray versions. Like, that's very common. Like, animation is cleaned up. Like, cuts might be slightly different. So that could be a big part of it.
Yeah, but I just thought that was weird.
I was not aware of that. Cool. So a couple of other quick notes on the production that I gleaned from various interviews. So the decision was made early on in the production of the show to make the series very episodic, with most episodes telling a complete story on their own, with little connective tissue between them. Obviously, you have your kind of two-part episodes that are a bit different than that are more the kind of like main story episodes. But in general, most of the episodes very much stand on their own. This reflected what they call the omnibus style of the novel, where the novel is kind of told in this fragmentary way where you have different kind of narrators looking at Violet and interacting with her and kind of telling their story. One key difference, though, is that in the novel version, those stories are all told outside of chronological order. So you're kind of like piecing together a little bit of like what the story is and who this character is. Whereas Ishidate Taichi, the director, chose to arrange everything chronologically in the anime because he wanted to really emphasize Violet's growth and development over the course of the series. I thought that was interesting because they basically did a reverse Haruhi, right? In Haruhi, they took a series that was told chronologically and said, well, what if we just jumbled it all up? Here, they took a series that was all jumbled up, and they're like, well, but what if we told it chronologically? And in both cases, I think they made the right choice on how to change it, because I think it's important for the way that the anime tells its story that you have that sense of Violet's development and see the contrast from episode to episode.
I agree. I do have a question. Do you know where the books split? Because it sure feels to me like wherever episode 9 is in the book, that must be the end of volume 1. And episode 13 must be the end of volume 2, because episode 9 is so much a series finale, 9 episodes into a 13-episode show.
I'm not really sure.
Curious.
I suspect that that's probably the case, but I don't know. Like I said, the novels are not available in Japanese online, so I'm not sure.
It just would make sense, especially because while that sounds lopsided, if the other stories are told out of order, you could presume that some of the ones that are in those first 9 were in volume 2 and they just put it back in order. But I agree with you that they made the right call, because I think when you're doing it, especially something this episodic, being chronological and letting you, because every episode also has essentially a different POV character until you get to some of the Violet-centric ones in the middle. In each one, you as the viewer, what you are tracing is not so much a plot connection between them, but where Violet's head is at. And so I think doing it chronologically on an episodic basis makes it work really beautifully.
Yes. This is also, though, why watching the OVA outside of its context is tremendously confusing, because you're like, why is Violet having a hard time writing this letter?
Yes.
Like, this should be fucking easy for her. Then you're like, okay, this is way earlier in the series.
To be fair, the clients in that episode, and in most of the episodes, are awful ghostwriting clients. They give her nothing. They're just like, do this, and she's like, what do you want me to do? And they're like, we're going to give you absolutely no details, and you're going to have to solve a mystery to write the letter. This is not a problem with the show, but I do feel bad for Violet often. She is not hired to be a therapist or a mystery solver, but that's what all her clients want her to be.
Well, I assume probably, 99% of her clients are just people that sit down and it's like, well, I want to write a letter to my wife and say, hey, wife, how you doing? And she goes, it's like, here you go, sir. And that's what it probably usually is like. And they just want to zoom in on they should have had one episode that was just her writing incredibly dull letters. It's like, can you write a letter to my brother, ask him to fucking send me that money he owes me? It's like, okay, fine. They didn't want to focus on that so much.
Okay, but now I want to see the shakedown episode where Violet has to write a really threatening letter, and they're like, she doesn't want to do it because she's not violent anymore, but they're having to kind of coax her into it. Yeah,
there's a lot of directions they could do. They should come back and do some more Violet Evergarden. There's still more meat on that bone. Some other notes here. So the primary focus of the production was how to depict Violet's character and her growth. One aspect they focused on was looking at Violet as a prism through which the other characters in the episodes kind of see something and discover something about themselves. So most episodes have that structure where at the beginning there's a little piece of narration of them looking at Violet and narrating about the day I met that woman and what I thought of her. And then at the end they have their little kind of, you come back to that narration and that leads into the title of the episode. That's sort of part of exploring this kind of prism-like aspect of the character. One other thing, and I thought this was interesting, so I translated this quote from Ishidate. He talked about sort of looking at Violet like she's an infant, particularly early in the story. So this is me translating a quote from one of the interviews. Right from the beginning, when reading the novel, I talked to the KyoAni staff about her being like an infant. I wanted this to be a project where the audience could, through Violet, call up these experiences from infancy that absolutely everyone has experienced. Beyond expressing that, I took extra care during the production too, while exploring her growth as a character, not completely paint over that innocence which hasn't been colored in by anything, which serves as the foundation of her character. And there was a lot of discussion I saw in different interviews with him and also with Fujita Haruka, the kind of quote-unquote assistant director, on like trying to be very careful to never portray Violet as being robotic, because she's not robotic. She is infant-like. She doesn't understand herself in the world around her in any real way because she's closed herself off. That's also something like in all the interviews with Ishikawa Yui, the voice actress I read, it was all the kind of the same stuff of like trying to find this very fine line where like the reason she is sort of flat emotionally for so much of the series is not because she's a robot-like character. It's because she is very infant-like in this way. I mean, not just infant-like, kind of like tabula rasa, almost like if you've read the book version of Frankenstein, like early Frankenstein's monster in that novel has a similar kind of quality. And that's very much what they're going for with the character. I think it's one of the things that makes her very kind of interesting and unique as a protagonist.
I will say, though, speaking on the robot point, I told you this off the air, Sean.
Yes.
When I started watching this series, I have, for years in my mind, I just thought this was a show about a robot girl. Because what I had seen is a girl with metallic arms, and she seemed to speak kind of robotically, and she's voiced by the girl who plays 2B in Nier Automata, and she's called an auto-memory doll. I thought she was a robot, and then we get to episode 1, and I'm like, wait, because she talks a little robotically, is she? And then it's like, oh, no. That arm blew off with blood. She's a human girl. And it was very funny for me because it had just, I'm sure everyone has had this with like something that you've wanted to watch for a long time, haven't watched, and then you realize you made up a different show in your head. And I had a different idea of what this, I thought she was going to be, like Aigis from Persona 3. And there's certainly, you can compare them. There's similarities, obviously. But no, she's a human woman with flesh and blood.
Yes. I had a similar thing with Sound Euphonia, maybe not to as extreme degree, but I had like invented
you thought Kumiko was a robot?
Character. No, well, I thought that she was like a happy-go-lucky, like, I'm so passionate about everything. I'm going to go through it, the kind of protagonist. And then I watched the first episode, like, oh, she's like this really sarcastic, kind of bitter person. It's like, this is not what I pictured at all. So yeah, it's funny how you can kind of invent through a couple of details an entire TV show in your head, and then you actually watch the show, and you're like, oh, right, no, there's an actual TV show, but I haven't actually watched it yet. So that's some of the production details. Let's talk about our crew here, because we've got a lot of cool people. So we've got Ishidate Taichi back in the director's chair for taking another swing. He couldn't leave it at Beyond the Boundary because that was not a sort of a home run. He was like, I got to get up, back at back, coach, because I know I got it in me. And fucking hell yeah, he did, because this is a hell of a TV show and a fascinating follow-up to Beyond the Boundary, because we talked a lot with that show about it feeling very messy in the direction in terms of like the overall tone of the show just felt really all over the place and weird. And Violet Evergarden is the exact opposite of that. Like, this show has such a confidence in its direction. There is such a clear style, clear tone, clear story being communicated. There's just such a firm hand, it feels, on this, that every single episode falls in line. All the episodes are so kind of similar in overall level of quality. You don't have big like dips and big like peaks. You have some episodes I like more than others, but there's a consistency to the show that is really incredible. And it's wild to think that this is his second show that he directed.
But I think it's interesting because that's very true. You can also see a lot of his fingerprints on here, though, right?
Yes.
I do think that sense of kineticism we've noted in his episodic work from the beginning of this show. He's the only one at KyoAni who I think could do it the way he does with how it depicts violence and action in some of those scenes. That is very Ishidate Taichi. The way hair is animated, that is very Ishidate Taichi. That is, if one thing that Beyond the Boundary did particularly well, hair in the breeze. Boy, even for Kyoto Animation, looked particularly good, looks particularly good here. There's a lot of those fingerprints, but then I do think it's tone. The biggest problem with Beyond the Boundary was tonal confusion. It was every episode seemed to vacillate between either this wants to be sillier or this wants to be more serious, and in all those cases, the silliness killed the seriousness, and the seriousness killed the silliness, and there's only one episode that works, and it's the one that is a complete farce with no seriousness in it whatsoever, right? And that's the one that works. And this show is very confident of its tone, and in fact, to the degree that, like, this is sort of the only KyoAni show we've watched since Air that doesn't really have humor in it. This is not a show with laughs, other than, like, there's at the very end of episode 13, the characters start, like, joking around a little bit. And that's, like, it. That's, like, the first time where I'm like, oh, this show is trying to make me laugh. And it is just, and I don't mean that in, like, it's a humorless, inhuman show. But it just, like, Violet doesn't come from that kind of world. She's not a character who is or probably understands comedy or humor. And so this show just has a very tender, serious, straightforward, earnest style. And it feels like it is clear-eyed. And that is the big difference. And it's so cool to see him get that chance, because there's no doubt from all the episodes we've watched with Ichidate Taichi from the beginning of this season that he is a great director, and this feels like a great payoff to that arc.
Yeah, and one thing I'll push back a little bit on is I do think there is comedy in the series, but there aren't gags, because you do have there is a humor to looking at Violet in the sort of strange ways she moves through the world, particularly in some of the early episodes. Episode 4 is the one in particular that I think is quite funny. That's the Iris one, where she goes with Iris back to her hometown, and just the ways that Violet interacts are so kind of odd, that there's a humor to it, but it's not a comedy, and they're not gags. It's more about, like, the gap between what you expect a person to be and the way that Violet actually acts is very sort of strange. They're, like, you know, playing with her face to make expressions and stuff like that. She's fucking the Terminator in Terminator 2. There's a little bit of that, but it shows the, like, confidence of the tone that the show can move in and do a thing that is a little bit of a joke, but it fits in the overall structure and what the story they're telling with Violet is, because it's always based in her character, in her development as a person, and it's centered there, rather than having, pervert main character dude having a glasses fetish, but also making you kind of try to be on his side, but he's also an idiot jerk, and you just can't figure out, is this supposed to be a funny thing? Is this like an actual serious mental illness this dude has with the glasses shit, because it goes way too far? You can't figure it out. Like, here, all that stuff feels centered and focused and in line with everything else around it, and that's, like, one of those things that the director needs to be able to do, and that's what Ishidate did for this series. So some other people on the production, we have Yoshida Reiko. Again, this is the first time we've seen her on something that is not a Yamada Naoko production, which is interesting. She's the series composition, so she's the overall writer. And she wrote the screenplays for episodes 1, 2, 4, 7 through 10, and 13. But this is the first time in fucking forever that we have had a show that has had more than one writer on it. Almost every KyoAni show, you know, going all the way back to Fumihiko Shimo and his 1,000 episodes he wrote on all the key shows, we just kind of have one person doing all the screenplays. You know, Haruhi was a little bit different, where Haruhi had a bunch of different people, but most of these series it's just been the one main person. Here you've got two other writers, Suzuki Takaaki, he wrote the screenplays for episodes 5 and 12, and Urahata Tatsuhiko, he wrote the screenplays for episodes 3, 6, 11, and the OVA, and those two also are responsible for the first movie. Yoshida Reiko writes the second movie. So you do have some other kind of voices here writing some of the episodes, which I think makes sense for a show like Violet Evergarden. When you have this very episodic series, each episode is very much its own story. I think it works well having some other writers in the room writing some of these other episodes and kind of helping construct this bigger story.
Yes, and it is beautifully written. It totally makes sense also that Yoshida Reiko did take the 7 to 10 stretch for herself, because that is the climax of the show, effectively. You know, 10 is then the beginning of kind of this epilogue period. The show does have a really interesting structure, but that is like the key sort of turning point of the show, and it is a tremendous set of episodes. To me, like 9, 10, 11 are the peak of the show. That's just holy crap.
Yeah. In our mysterious series Enshitsu credit, we've got Fujita Haruka, who, of course, we've talked about before as being kind of the protege for Ishidate Taichi, going all the way back to the Beyond the Boundary series in the movie, in which she was one of the unit directors on that movie. And then, of course, we know her very well as our director of episode 8 of Sound Euphonium season 1, the episode of that show. And, you know, being able to lift this sort of younger person up into this position, and her fingerprints, I think, are so clear on this series. And then, of course, she also will be the director for the first of the 2 Violet Evergarden movies. But if you're looking at, and we talked about this with Sound Euphonium, if you're looking at episode 8 from season 1, you're looking at episode 9, the Ishidate Taichi one from season 2, you basically see the blueprint of the tone and style of Violet Evergarden just imprinted onto a more traditional KyoAni series.
I agree with that completely, and I think, just as you can feel Yamada Naoko on Sound Euphonium in that credit, you can feel Fujita Haruka here. I'm very excited to see the Gaiden movie because I just want to see what she does with a full feature. That sounds awesome. I'm so glad that she gets that opportunity. And yeah, I like that Ishidate Taichi and her have a similar relationship, it seems, to what Tatsuya Ishihara has with Naoko Yamada, because that's just a cool thing to see happen, and ensures that there's a bright future for anime within and without KyoAni when these people are coming up through the ranks.
Absolutely. So character design and chief animation director, I mentioned this briefly with the promotional video, but we have a different person in this role, Takase Akiko. This is the only series she's has this role on in KyoAni, but she started as an animator in KyoAni in 2012, working on Beyond the Boundary, which is a good full connection there. She did animation on most of KyoAni's projects throughout the 2010s. In 2015, she was then brought in to do the illustrations for the light novel Violet Evergarden. After that was submitted to the competition and won the grand prize. In 2016, she did the character design and chief animation director work on that promotional video. And then 2017, she was the animation director on 2 episodes of Sound Euphonium, which is the first time she was that for an actual episode. And then also an episode for Kobayashi-san's Maid Dragon. And then as far as I can tell, I believe she has left KyoAni after the Violet Evergarden series wrapped up, because her most recent credits are on a couple of other things. But one thing I thought was very interesting is she's the animation director for a bunch of episodes of Freerun, Beyond Journey's End. And knowing that there is someone who is the animation director on Violet Evergarden also did that similar kind of work on Freerun is oh, that makes perfect sense. that there's a lot of DNA there in common. And yeah, just having a different person in this role is one of those things that helps really make the series feel very different. The characters feel so different, and that's not a coincidence, right? They have a different artist kind of behind them in creating that vision for the show. And it's nice to just have a different person in this capacity, because it's been a long time since we've seen a different person in this that was not one of the Ikedas or was not Nishio Futoshi. And it kind of just gives the whole show a very different visual quality.
And it's for one, this is their first time doing this for a show. That's insane. But also, they do a really good job threading the needle of, it looks like a KyoAni show. They have, I think, found a way to make this look like the house style, but it also pushes the boundaries of the house style. KyoAni doesn't quite go into the sort of Ghibli-esque, Toei, World Masterpiece Theater-esque sort of pastoral style as much with these Western influences. And I think this show does a really interesting job of bridging. There is definitely some of that in its DNA. It is definitely looking at some of those, I think, shows of the past that we've talked about when we reviewed other shows inspired by that, like Turn A Gundam or something. But it also has that, I think, very Japanese aesthetic that is there in all of KyoAni's work. It does all of the eyes in this show look so detailed. The fucking gem that Violet wears around her neck is the most exquisitely drawn piece of jewelry in the history of animation. There's so many cool things to it, but it does have this very distinct aesthetic while feeling KyoAni-esque, and I think that's awesome.
Yeah, speaking of the gem, I didn't put this in my notes, but just to shout these people out. So you do have a credit here called Accessory Setting, or Accessory Set Day, which that is 2 people. One is Takashi Hiroyuki, who we've talked about a lot with Sound Euphonium because he was the musical instrument animation director. And then you have Ota Minoru, who I believe was the person who took over that role in Sound Euphonium 3. Both of them on Accessory Setting, which, as far as I can tell, that is primarily... It's the gem on her brooch, and then there's also her robotic arms, and then obviously you've got things like the pin. You've got a lot of weird little kind of accessories and things on the characters like that. But I know for sure Takashi Hiroyuki was responsible for most of the stuff involving the arms. I'm not sure which of the 2 of them did the gem stuff, but there's such a clear attention to detail to those physical things in the world, particularly all the kind of accoutrement that Violet has. And having 2 different people having that specific credit is interesting because it is so important for the visual identity of the character that you get that stuff right.
Oh, 100%. And with the arms, it's it's a preview of like, what if KyoAni did Full Metal Alchemist? What if they had done the Full Metal Alchemist show? Like, because you get a little preview of that in episode 13 when she rips her arm off getting the bomb off the track, and I'm like, that's what the scene where Scar blows off Ed's arm would look like if animated by KyoAni. And the Full Metal Alchemist shows look good. They don't look like this, and it is it's kind of amazing to see those little. It's like we always get those hints once in a while of like, what if they did a Dragon Ball show? Well, Nichijou has a lot of moments for you like that. What if they did a big Ghibli-esque fantasy? Nichijou also has those moments on the airship. Nichijou has a lot of these, but this one definitely has that there. And the other thing to mention, this is a word we don't throw around a lot in animation because it really is just what the character designer does, but it is a distinct thing. The costume design. The costume design on this show is fucking incredible. It's like maybe the best in the KyoAni body of work in terms of the clothing people wear, what it says about them, how much that informs Violet's identity, that she has this very iconic ensemble that, honestly, this is kind of the highest praise you can give it. It feels like she's a character who stepped out of decades of fiction, like Mary Poppins or something. Like, it feels like if you told me there was a multi-book series Violet Evergarden children's book that was a hit in Japan in the 1930s, I would believe you because it's that kind of character design.
Yeah, 100%. I'm going to put a pin in that idea because we're going to come back to that because you're hitting on some things that I think are to kind of break down that character. But let's also go through some of the other credits here because we do have to also talk about someone who is at this point a relative newcomer to anime. He's been in a couple of big things since then, but someone who's like so vital to making Violet Evergarden what it is, which is the musical composer Evan Call. Evan Call is a graduate of the Berklee College of Music. So he is one of us, Jonathan. He is a white ass nerd who's way into anime shit. But he is also way into music. Obviously that's like a big school. And then he went to Japan in 2012 after graduating from Berklee. Not sure what he wanted to do with a career. Like, obviously he wanted to be in music, but like, where do you go with that? He ended up being introduced to the music production company Elements Garden, which is a Japanese production company, by a friend while he was in Japan, and he was ultimately hired by Elements Garden. One of the first songs he composed at Elements Garden was the song Never Ending Dream, which was on one of the voice actress Chihara Minori's album, Neo Fantasia. She's, of course, the actress who played Nagata Yuki in Haruhi. She's been in like 5 different or more KyoAni productions at this point. She's also the glasses girl in one of the other dolls in Violet Evergarden. And that is also the album, Neo Fantasia, which had the ending theme to Kyokai no Kanata, or Beyond the Boundary. So there's like an interesting, like, he kind of gets this little like into that world there. In 2016, he left Elements Garden, and then he joined the different music production company Miracle Bus, which I just have to say, musical production companies in Japan have great fucking names. Elements Garden, Miracle Bus, they're all good. There he started doing more work composing full soundtracks for series. And one of the first things he did there was doing the soundtrack for Violet Evergarden. He's, of course, gone on to do several other soundtracks for different series and films, including some live action stuff. Like, he did one of the big taiga historical dramas in Japan, which are these very big, popular year-long live action dramas that are usually historically set, and they're like big things in Japan. He did one of those, which is very cool. And then most recently, people would know him from doing the music for Free Run Beyond Journey's End, which there's a clear musical lineage connection between that and Violet Evergarden. Also very interesting, this is super recent, this is just like a couple months ago, Evan Call also partnered again with KyoAni on a really interesting project that also involves Ishidate Taichi, who's credited as the director, quote-unquote, of this project, and it's a storybook/album called Hagare Boshi no Uta. That's like this beautiful looking like picture book, and in an album that goes along with it, then the music tells the story of the picture book. It seems very cool. The album, as far as I can tell, is not available anywhere yet, or at least last time I looked it up, it was not. And the book is obviously only available in Japan. This is like a super recent thing. I actually learned about it because it just popped up on my YouTube recommendations feed, because I've been looking at so much KyoAni shit that just popped up where there was an interview with him, and I was like, what the hell is this? So it's very cool. Evan Call, though, I mean, just an amazing composer. Everything he's done that I've seen is just incredible, and the soundtrack for Violet Evergarden is no exception to that. This is the first time in a while, I guess, other than Sound Euphonium, but Sound Euphonium is a slightly different thing with its relationship to music. It's been a while since we saw a show like this from KyoAni that felt like the music was so essential to what the show was. Like, lots of KyoAni shows have very good music, but you'd have to go back to again, either something like Sound Euphonium and K-On, which are very music-centric, so it makes sense for those shows. But you'd really have to go to the key shows, I think, and Clannad in particular, for another show that has, like, the music is so central in a show that is not about music, but is also kind of about music because of how good the soundtrack is. And also here, the soundtrack is so necessary to help tell this story because the story is so fragmentary. You don't have this like clear serialized ABCD kind of structure to the episodes. You're jumping around in time and location. Episodes take place over long periods of time. And there are all these kind of gaps in the story. So you need the music to help kind of fill in those gaps and fill in the world and fill in the characters and what they're saying, because you need to make a big impression every single episode because each episode is telling its own story. Similar when we, on our other podcast, do like Doctor Who. Murray Gold's work on Doctor Who, I think, is similarly important because you have to tell so much story in a tight package, and it's a beginning, middle, and end, and then you're done. You're moving on to a different place with different supporting cast. The music does so much work to help communicate all of that, as well as, of course, all the sort of central ideas and themes around Violet herself as a character. This music is just so important to the show, and I love the soundtrack to death.
It's a tremendous soundtrack. I agree it's one of the best. I would say there's been a couple, like I think A Silent Voice, the soundtrack is every bit as important to it.
Yes, I was thinking of the TV shows.
Sure. And I think for the TV shows, I would also throw Haruhi in there. There's a couple others. But like, I think one difference in recent years as we're looking, like the two other soundtracks for the recent KyoAni stuff we've watched that I would say is on this level is A Silent Voice and Liz and the Bluebird, same composer. A difference though is those are extremely modernist soundtracks that aren't quite as fun to listen to on their own. You know, they're not melodic necessarily. They are more challenging. They're a little bit more like tightly wound with the images, and they're a little more experimental. This is a full-throated, like classical orchestral soundtrack, the kind of thing that honestly, in a lot of places in the world, less so in anime, but definitely in Hollywood, you just don't get much of anymore. Like, this is kind of a style of composing that has sadly gone by the wayside in a lot of movies and TV. And there's, a couple who I think still kind of hold the torch for it, like a Ramin Djawadi here in the US on stuff like, Game of Thrones or whatever. But, like, this is on another level. It is completely beautiful. It is, I think it coming from, and I think this is probably why Evan Call is as popular as he is in Japan, both because of his talent, but also he brings a slightly different valence. He is American, right? And so he brings a slightly different musical tradition. It has a very Western sound to it, but it also has a sound where, like, you can't quite pin it down. Like, I think if you put this soundtrack over, like, a literal period piece about, like, 1800s Britain, it wouldn't sound right. But I think it is just tuned to, like, Violet Evergarden being, it is like a kind of 18th, 19th century sort of European Germanic setting, but it isn't that. It is a little off. It is a little fantasy-esque. And I think it has all of those elements. And it is incredibly emotional. It is incredibly evocative. It has so many melodies that get stuck in your head. You make such beautiful use of the piano, I think, but also all the instruments of the orchestra. It is an example of this kind of big-throated, symphonic, classical kind of score that, like I said, we just don't get enough of these days, and this is as good as it gets. Makes me even more excited to watch Frieren when we get back from this long vacation we've been on, Sean, and I have time to watch other anime.
Yes. And then, of course, also he does the music for the movies as well, so we get a lot of more music for those movies. It's the use of, like, leitmotifs is so skillful here. One thing I think that it shares in common with the soundtrack for Frieren is that Evan Call likes to pull in some, like, slightly more exotic instruments, right? And kind of pulling in some more traditional European instruments here and there. For several tracks, there's use of the typewriter as a percussion instrument, which I know is not the first time that's been done in a symphonic orchestra setting, but it's still so cool and so kind of skillfully laid in here. And the soundtrack is gorgeous, and it's worth just listening to on its own. It's almost 2 hours worth of music, just the soundtrack for the show. It's a lot of music for a 13-episode show. 14
you can tell that it is scored to the episode. Like, a lot of anime, even for KyoAni, like Haruhi is basically this way. There's a ton of music written, but then someone else is selecting basically where in the episode it goes. That is how anime is traditionally done. A little less so now because we have shorter episode counts, but this is very clearly scored like a movie, just episode to episode. Like it is scored to the time of the movements of the episode, and it's beautifully done.
Yeah, absolutely. So now, like, episode directors here, this is good. This is very confused. So this is, and I think you can tell watching the show, this is a very complicated show. So you have a lot more, here's like multiple people directing an episode, or here's someone directing and not doing the storyboards. But here's kind of generally how it breaks down. So you have Ishidate Taichi, of course. He's responsible for episodes 1, 13, and the OVA in terms of direction. And then we'll talk about, when we get to those episodes, we'll break down storyboards more specifically. This is a lot. You have Fujita Haruka. She is credited as a director or co-director on episodes 1, 2, 5, 13, and the OVA, which that is a lot. Then you also have Sawa Shinpei, who he is credited as a director or co-director on 1, 4, 5, 8, and 12. And so again, you've had a lot of sort of co-directed episodes for this one. And that all gets kind of jumbled. You do have Yamada Naoko for storyboarding on episode 5. She did not direct any of the episodes. That is the episode with the princess in the letters. And this is her last TV episode that she did storyboards for at KyoAni, was episode 5 of Violet Evergarden.
Two notes. Very obvious that's a Yamada Naoko storyboard, and I love it.
Yes.
Great episode. 2, Sawa Shinpei is still pretty new, right? Like, that's a huge workload for someone, and they do a great job, obviously, but like clearly that person had some talent was spotted, and they are being groomed for, you know, even bigger and brighter roles in the future at KyoAni, given that workload.
Yeah. So then you have Kitano Hara Noriyuki did 2 episodes for this one. He did episodes 3 and episode 11. We have Kigami Yoshiji directing and storyboarding his last episode, sadly, before he was killed in the arson attack. But he did episode 6, the Leon one at the observatory. Then we have Yamamura Takiya. He did episodes 7 and 12. And then Takimoto Yasuhiro did storyboards and direction on episode 9, and he did the storyboards on episode 4. And these are, chronologically speaking, the last episodes that Takimoto directed and did storyboards for stuff that we're covering. Though we're going to do Miss Kobayashi's Maid Dragon in our epilogue, so we will talk more about Takimoto there. But in terms of, if you're looking at chronological time, this is like most of the last stuff he did. And then you have Ogawa Taichi here, and he did episode 10, and then he co-directed the OVA. What I think of in my head is episode 4.5, because that's where it exists. So you've got a more episode directors here than normal, because you've got a lot of people doing sort of doubling up on episodes, because this is a very visually complicated show. Partially because you're also not just sort of drawing the same club room every single time, you know, you're not just going to the same school. You're having to do different locations, different supporting characters. There's so much more work into this than your average KyoAni show. Although I say that, I mean, your average KyoAni show usually has something else crazy going on, like Sound Euphonium has all the music shit, which is obviously insane. So every KyoAni show has a special thing. This special
I don't know what counts
as
your average show for a studio this wildly ambitious that likes to challenge itself every time at bat. I take your point, though. I think in the setting is a big thing. And I think when you're thinking about splitting the roles of directing and storyboards, you know, storyboards focus a lot on composition and editing and like the flow of the episode, but they don't necessarily get into like the setting. That's something that is a little bit more left abstracted and is up to other people. And the director has to be very clear about like, you know, what does this episode have to overall look like, and work with the animation director on that, and work with the background artists. And like, you can see how in some of these episodes, like, Kigami Yoshiji did both roles on episode 6, but that's an example of a pretty extreme different location that we're in, because we're up in the mountains and we have the lift to get up there and all that. But most episodes are throwing at you entirely new settings, different parts of the world, different seasons. Sometimes people are in very different costumes, you know, when you get near the end, and she's in the plane, and so you have to figure out, how do we draw Violet Evergarden? What does she look like when she's got the hat on? How does she look when she's doing action in her auto memory doll uniform? It's just, when you think of the number of challenges thrown in there, I don't know if it's greater or less than something like Sound Euphonium. I would not feel confident saying that, but it is a big challenge all the same.
And it's a different kind of challenge than KyoAni typically encounters, because so many of their shows are set in the same basic spot, and maybe they have their one episode where they go take a vacation in Kyoto, which happens like every other KyoAni show. Obviously, that's not a thing that Violet Evergarden can go do. This also, notably, this is, as far as I know, the first KyoAni show we have watched that has not had like heavy location scouting. As far as my research indicates, they did not go to Europe for this show. They did for the first movie, for sure. And they did go to Germany to do location scouting for the first movie, and they went to a castle and all this kind of stuff. And I'm curious to rewatch that movie and see if you could have like how that looks different, because I imagine you'll be able to spot a difference. But I think that contributes to some of the kind of fairy tale and abstract sense of the world of Violet Evergarden in some ways, is that it's not actually based specifically in a place that they went to. They don't have like, here's a weird statue that's in this actual real world location that we can think of how we frame it and everything. And that I think lends a different quality to things. But I think that's one of the other things that makes some of the episodes more complicated, is you're having to invent so much from abstract reference materials as opposed to we went to a place, or in Euphonium, we walked 10 minutes out our door and we drew the train station. There's a different kind of production load and like kind of concerns for a show like Violet Evergarden that, like, because of how similar the settings are for KyoAni productions, the studio has not really done in a long time.
I mean, and the thing is, I was thinking about this while watching. It's not hard to imagine a longer version of Violet Evergarden because it is such an episodic show. You could tell dozens of stories in this world. Just pick different interesting people who Violet has to go write letters for. I can imagine the 1970s version of Violet Evergarden that is 50 episodes and aired over a full year and probably killed several people on the staff because it took so much work to put, to draw, or that like this feels like something like Takahata Isao could have done in the 1970s with World Masterpiece Theater or something. I do think one difference is that you wouldn't have the sheer degree of bespoke originality to every episode, obviously, that this has, where they really do treat every episode of this like a movie, where it just feels like the production values and the amount of effort put into figuring out the setting and the staging and everything. I definitely get to the end of this and I would watch more if it was there, but those 13 are picked, I think, very specifically to tell as many stories as they can to the fullest extent that they can tell them. It is less televisual than it is cinematic.
Yeah, absolutely. And like part of that we'll talk about with the first movie is that first movie started life as just, let's do some more OVA episodes. And then eventually that it became so complicated that they just evolved it into a movie. But yeah,
that
Violet
seems like a
Evergarden
pattern for KyoAni.
Yes. But Violet Evergarden just has that quality. And there are like multiple stories from the books, from what I understand, that they just didn't adapt because there's only so much that they could adapt. But yeah, like it has that sense to it. And I think there is like you said about like each episode is treated like it's a movie, because that is very much what the experience feels like.
Yeah.
All right, let's also go through our songs here. So we've got our opening theme, which is the song Sincerely, performed by True, who we've heard a lot because she also does basically all the songs for Sound Euphonium. This song was composed by Kimu of the band Penguin Research, who also did the ending theme to Myriad Colors Phantom World. But I'll take every opportunity I can to just say the words Penguin Research.
Didn't they do something on Gundam Build Divers Re-Rise?
Yes, they did the big, really good opening for Re-Rise. I forget the name of that song, but yes, they did the really good one there. Yes.
Yeah. This song is great. You had said this when we watched Sound Euphonium, that and I think you and I were in the same position with the opening themes on Sound Euphonium of like, we like them, don't love them, would prefer something like, that's a concert band piece. But you had said, just wait until we get to Violet Evergarden, because that one, and I agree, I think the opening thing, Sincerely, this is the best True song I've heard, and I think it's great. The one slightly awkward thing is that we actually saw this a little bit on Beyond the Boundary. Ishidate Taichi is more willing than the other KyoAni directors to ditch the opening theme if he feels like he wants more time in the episode. And Violet Evergarden only uses the opening theme in about half the episodes, even on the Blu-ray version. Like the first 2 episodes fully don't have it, and then it is very variable, basically based on the week. When it's there, I really love it, and I do think it often when you can have the cold open, introducing our POV character, give us that song as a tone setter, and then go into the episode. I love that rhythm. And I love this song, and I love that opening. I think the ending is the real masterpiece here, and we'll talk about that in a second. But it is a slight awkwardness, and this happens in so many anime today, because I think there is a younger generation of animation directors who are not as tied to the structure of that and are more willing to ditch the opening or ending if they need the time, whereas someone like Ishihara Tatsuya will throw out the opening or ending when you pry it from his cold dead hands. Like every episode of his shows, it will come in at the 22 minutes needed to have the opening and the ending play in full, and he will always do it that way. I think Ishidate Taichi comes in a slightly different valence on that.
Yeah, and some of those also come in on, like, you have a slightly different thing here where you have 2 instances of what are effectively 2-part episodes.
Yes.
Because you have episodes 8 and 9 are effectively a 2-part episode because episode 8 has no title. And then you were saying the same thing for 12 and 13. Episode 12 has no title. And so for some of those, I believe they, because for the second part for both of those, they do not show the opening, because I think they're, even though obviously it's aired weekly on TV and all that kind of stuff, they feel narratively like it's like a bigger, 45-minute thing split in the middle. And each episode tends to have its own kind of a little story that it is telling, but they are kind of two-part episodes. So yeah, there's like a slightly different structure, and that does mean that the opening gets cut a lot more than we usually see here. But I do love the song. I do think this just like this kind of slower song just like fits True's vocal style a lot better than like the big fast J-pop stuff we've heard mostly from her on Sound Euphonium. I also love that the opening animation for it is like very simple. There's not like a lot of big fast cuts and really complicated shots. It's a lot of landscape stuff. For me, the most striking shot in the opening is you have that one shot of Violet's kind of like leaning forward, and then it zooms in on her mechanical hand, and you just see the light play across her hand. It's just a very simple kind of animation going along with a song that, in terms of tempo and kind of style, could be the ending theme for a show, because it's not so up-tempo, right? Like the chorus gets a little bit dynamically loud, more so than your ending theme usually goes for, but this could be more of an ending theme kind of song. I think that just fits Evergarden and True. Speaking of True, she also is the person who does the singing for the OVA. So you have two insert songs there. You have the songstress aria, which is the kind of opera-style song that she sings, that's composed by Evan Call. And you also have the full insert song Letter, which is the lyrics that Violet writes for that character. That song is also composed by Evan Call, and the voice of the singing is True there. And also there, I think it's like that style fits her voice. She's got such a powerful voice that it just kind of feels like it's a shame when it gets fit into a more kind of standard J-pop package, because it just doesn't fit, to me, the vocal quality of the singer.
I agree. And it's beautiful. And I do love when you get the songs written by Evan Call that have those vocals, because they just feel like they emanate from the soundtrack so naturally. And it's awesome when you can have a composer that can do all of those things.
Yeah. But then you have our ending theme, which is the song Michishirube by Chihara Minori. Michishirube meaning like guidepost or signpost by the road kind of thing. This is a song composed by Kikita Daisuke, who works for Elements Garden, the company that Evan Call used to work for, because he is also the guy who did Chihara's songs for the Beyond the Boundary show. So there's a lot of, again, like cross-pollination here going on with Evan Call and Chihara Minori, Elements Garden, Kikita Daisuke. But this song, Michishirube, I just adore this song. I think it's such a different sounding kind of ending, where it almost has a slight lullaby kind of quality to it. It's very simple. The lyrics of it are incredibly simple. And Chihara Minori has just such a very distinctive singing quality to her voice. It's like slightly more nasal than you usually get, and I think that just fits the overall sound and quality of the song. And then it's accompanied with this very beautiful animation of the ending. You get the shot that they also use in the show, because it connects to a time-lapse effect, which we'll talk about, that they use in almost every episode. But the shot of the time-lapse of the stars that create streaks across the night sky, and then Violet kind of walking through the darkness, and like kind of changing color and stuff. It's such a cool visual ending with such a beautiful song that to me communicates so much of the tone and style and feeling of what Violet Evergarden is.
Oh, I agree completely. I think this song it's haunting and it's beautiful, and it just did not leave my head for the entire, week plus I spent watching these episodes. It still has not left my head. It is catchy, but it is catchy in the way a lullaby is. It is like it kind of seeps into your dreams a little bit. I love the piano bass of it. I know it is not literally written by Evan Call, but when you talk about that cross-pollination, it is clearly in the style that, like, the show's soundtrack is cut from, and so it feels like it fits in there. And then those vocals, you're right, it is more nasally. It sounds like a child singing. It sounds like someone kind of wrapping their mouth around the words in a slightly awkward way, but in a way that is extremely endearing and emotive. It's hard to explain. It is an ethereal piece of music, and I love it. And I know when we recently did our episodes 499 and 500 of the Weekly Stuff podcast, which was also the series finale of the Weekly Stuff podcast, for those who don't follow the news on our other show, you said this would have been on your top 10 endings list, but you didn't want to talk about it yet because we were about to do the Violet Evergarden episode and you didn't want to spoil anything. And I can understand why. It is phenomenal.
Yeah, it just it so speaks to the core of the show. And you have that last shot at the end of the line Namai no nai hana wa shizaka ni nemuru yo, like the flower without a name quietly sleeps, and it's Violet under a tree falling asleep. Yeah, there's just something of like, it's like you're watching on, there's almost like a sort of motherly quality to it of you watching on Violet as she's going on this journey. Because it's like she is being guided, right? It's the first line, Anata no koe ga michishirube, like your voice is like the thing that's guiding my path. And it's interesting because it's like you're looking at Violet, and her thing is obviously it's the Major's voice, but in many ways she herself becomes the guide for everybody else. She's guiding, her voice is guiding everybody else in their path as they're making their way through life, because she's helping them gain insight into their own feelings and their own emotions. There's just like a lot of meaning packed into the song. Yeah, and it's very, very good. And we might talk about it again because it might not be done showing up in the series. We've got some movies, and movies like to play the songs too. So.
Oh, I'm excited to see that then. It will probably wreck my shit, I am guessing. So
I'll just say spoilers. It wrecked my shit when I watched it.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then just real quick, we do have two other insert songs here, which I kind of briefly mentioned earlier because it connects to that promotional video. You have two songs voiced by Ida Yuki. You have Violet Snow, which was the song from the promotional video. That song was composed by a different composer, Kawasaki Satomi, because Evan Call was not brought in at that point. Violet Snow. Then you also, for episode 9, you have an insert song that plays at the end of that episode when Violet goes back to Hodgins' office to talk to him at the end of that episode. You have the song Believe In, which is a lyric version of Violet Evergarden's theme from the show.
Yes.
So it's composed by Evan Call. It just has lyrics and vocals to it now.
And I love how it plays in episode 9, which is, we'll get back to it, it feels so much like a series finale, even though there's 4 episodes left. And part of that is that you have a piece of the score that suddenly has singing on top of it, and it feels so full circle, like something, is fully expressed out of the music that wasn't before. And it's absolutely lovely.
Japanimation Station.
Thanks for listening to Japanimation Station. If you're enjoying the show, please remember to like and subscribe, leave a review on Apple Podcasts or Spotify, and tell your friends.
You can support the show directly on Ko-fi at the link in the description, and remember to check out the Weekly Stuff podcast, our long-running series on movies and video games and everything else on all platforms.
And now, back to the show. So that's all the background, that's all the cast and crew. The crew. We haven't talked about the cast yet. There's a lot to talk about with Violet Evergarden. Yes. But where do you want to go from here, Jonathan? How do you want to kind of go through the show?
Well, I think we're going to have to jump through. I don't think we can do a full deep dive on all 14 episodes because we would be here forever. But I think we can at least touch on all of them. Before we get into those, do you want to say anything about the sort of main group of characters or Violet herself before, or kind of broader thoughts on the overall structure of the season before we do some of the episode by episode breakdowns?
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Violet herself, because this is because to me I think Violet Evergarden is more important to the show with her name than like the characters of KyoAni show usually are, partially because of that episodic nature of it. Because there is just something of where she is the core, she's the foundation, she's like the load-bearing pillar of everything in Violet Evergarden because it's so hyper-focused on her. You do have a supporting cast of other characters around her that show up in multiple episodes, but she is like the thing at the center of the show.
Honestly, the word episodic, I actually think, might not be right for what this show is doing, because every KyoAni show is episodic, like, to a degree.
Yeah.
Like, even ones that are more quote-unquote serialized have a very, like, classical anime, we're going to finish a story in the course of this episode.
Yeah.
What I would say is it's anthological, right? It's like an anthology. In fact, this has, like, if you're thinking like American TV, this almost has more in common with something like Quantum Leap, where, Scott Bakula jumps into someone else's body every week, and it is just Scott Bakula as your main character, but then we have a guest cast every time. Or if you want to go the mystery route, like Columbo, where Peter Falk is there every week, but someone else is around him all the time. This isn't quite like that. You do have a small supporting cast that is there and shows up and includes some of our KyoAni favorites on the voices, but the only constant is Yui Ishikawa as Violet Evergarden, and some episodes are very extreme on the we're just Violet and a new guest cast, like episode 10 is very much like that. And so that is different than anything we've really seen from KyoAni so far.
Yeah, and I think there's just something about Violet that, to me, she is so special as a character. And this is something you were talking about earlier, Jonathan, that I put a pin in, which was this sense of that she is like a character out of a rich, like, literary tradition, that it feels like if you, as you had said, like, if you learned that there was like a 20 plus children's books that had been written in the 19th century about Violet Evergarden that this was kind of rooted in, it would not be surprising, because she has this very kind of classic feel to her, and she has such a weight and gravity as a character. And kind of a big thing I tried to pay attention to on this watch through was like, what is it about Violet as a character that does that? And I think there are just some like very specific things that both obviously Akatsuki, the writer of the light novels, and then also KyoAni is doing their adaptation, that just gives her this very kind of traditional, almost kind of mythological quality to her. Like, she shares really a lot in common with a lot of mythological hero type characters from various cultures. Greek is like the thing that I know best because that's what we study the most in America, obviously. But if you look at her and compare her to characters like in Odysseus from the Odyssey, or like Hercules from the Hercules myths, she has a lot in common with them. And just to like lay some of that out, like, and this is not just Greek characters. There are lots of Japanese characters like Susanoo that have similar things. But so often these mythological characters are like demigod type characters, that they are not fully human. They are like part human. They are part something extra. And Violet has that. It's just, instead of being a part god, she is part machine, right? Which is, you can make a lot of, if you want to do a big, more elaborate read of like machines and technology being like a god in the Industrial Revolution and stuff like that. But right, she is something more than human. She's something beyond human. But she also is a character that has to kind of redeem herself. She is on a path of redemption and has to go through various different kinds of trials or labors to complete in order to make up for sins or failings she has committed, right? So that's what you slowly throughout the series, she kind of starts to have to reckon with the fact that she has taken all these lives and has to sort of reconcile the contradiction of her hands being used to both take lives and then now being used to try to enrich them and help them and connect people, which is, of course, what Gil's brother kind of accuses her of at the end of episode 5. You have that stinger that kind of changes the direction of the character a little bit. And that's very similar to Odysseus, has a similar kind of quality, right? He's kind of wandering on his way home and ends up, kind of effing around with a lot of different women while his wife is trying to defend her purity back in Ithaca. Hercules' whole thing is that he's trying to complete all these different labors because he murdered his wife and children in god-induced rage. And so there's a lot of similarities there. There's the accoutrement of the character, our accessory setting, right? But the sense of she's taking up and building up like this mantle of different items related to her kind of path, becoming the hero that she is, which is, she goes throughout all the episodes, she's being given items by people. She's given the little dog thing. Obviously, she's originally given the brooch. She's given her gloves in episode 1 by Madame Evergarden. She's given her overall like outfit by Claudia Hodgins. She is then given like her typewriter by Kat Leah. She is given obviously the umbrella by the father, the playwright, right? So she's given all these different things as she goes through. That kind of is the iconography of her as a character. She's given her little emblem also that identifies her as being a good doll, right? Like a good auto-memory doll. And these are all the kind of the things, the iconography of Violet Evergarden. She's a wanderer character. Heroes are almost always wanderer characters, and she's wandering from place to place and encountering people and helping them and then moving on. Hero characters have episodic style stories because that's how myths typically work. And so there's all that. And then also there's the way in which a lot of those things, her accoutrement as a hero, are stripped from her in her moment of crisis at the end of the show. And she's sort of stripped down to nothing and has to sort of save the day and reconcile that without having all of her abilities and her kind of godhood in some ways taken from her when her arms are removed. And all these things, they're like, you know, I don't want to get too Joseph Campbell on it, but there is a sense of the like fundamental building blocks that reach back to so much of like the oral storytelling tradition of human cultures, that you build up these kinds of mythologies around these heroic characters that represent certain ideas and values of your culture and dramatize them in different ways. And I think there's something about how all of that is put onto this character who has all of that, but she's so different than what you think of those characters being. She's very feminine in so many different ways. Like, her appearance is so incredibly feminine. These characters are typically very masculinized characters. Though, of course, like, Violet has this sort of slightly more masculinized edge that you would normally associate with this character like this, where she's also a soldier and has killed lots of people. But people don't usually see that in her. And then also, though, her mission is not to bring war. It's not to win a war. It's not to slaughter a household of suitors to protect his wife. It's none of those things. Her mission is to connect people and help people and build those connections so they can understand themselves better. And there's just something to me about all of that that builds this character that feels so essential for the time in which she is created, which is our time, right? In the 21st century and in the late 2010s. An era where it feels like we are so removed from everyone else around us, whether that's through the apparatus of technology or through the cynicism of the modern era, or whatever you want to look at it through. But that feeling of that need to bridge gaps between people, that there are these like intense divides that cannot be overcome. And she is this character that you so desperately need, this guide in the darkness with her umbrella and her Victorian dress and her arms of steel that can grab your hand and take you through the darkness. And that's the essential quality of Violet Evergarden as a character. And I think it just, everything about the character and how she's constructed, and then also how Ishikawa Yui plays her, how she is animated, all of those things, it just is like the ultimate character to me. It is, she has such a life beyond the show. She like is, you know, it's that kind of like she lives rent-free in my head kind of thing, where I end up thinking about Violet Evergarden or things connected to Violet Evergarden a lot, in a way that the only other KyoAni show that quite has a character like that is honestly Haruhi from Suzumiya Haruhi, who's another character that is like a lightning bolt character, like a miracle character that feels like exists in a life beyond what we normally think fictional characters, the boxes that they usually fit into, and is like a truly great character with a life outside and extending beyond those things. And that to me is like, if I had to boil down what makes Violet Evergarden so good as a show, it is how well constructed a character Violet herself is.
So you're saying you think she's better than the guy who wanted to fuck his little sister in Beyond the Boundary?
I think it's a close competition. But yeah, I think she wins out in the end, yeah.
I agree with everything you're saying, and I like the valence you're bringing to it. I was very much thinking in the kind of tradition of a Mary Poppins, or even like the Doctor from Doctor Who. These kind of characters who are, they are so rich on their own, but they also bring a little bit of mystery with them. And you can drop them into kind of any story because they are so iconic on their own, and they can animate kind of and move through a story around them. Or like in the tradition of certain like children's book characters, which Mary Poppins is, but then I also think of like Americans' children books like, you know, The Magic School Bus or something, and like Miss Frizzle. Obviously, tonally, very different, but I think you know what I mean overall, right? Of like that kind of figure who brings their own sort of iconography with them. You know, honestly, my favorite episode of Violet Evergarden was episode 10, which is the one with the little girl whose mom is dying. And part of why I love that one so much is I think it is the most dedicated to the idea of sticking to the point of view of the person who is looking at Violet.
Yes.
Like a lot, and all the episodes do that to an extent with like the person narrating at the beginning and end, but a lot of them fudge it a little bit more to be more from Violet's POV at times because it is also, you know, her story. But I really like that one, particularly in its placement, where it comes after episode 9, which is kind of the not false, but it is kind of your faux series finale of the first 9. And then we kind of come into 10, and the episode until the very end doesn't reference anything that happened in the rest of the show, but you as the viewer know what Violet is carrying with her, but you see it through the lens of this little girl, and you realize oh, we've been watching the making of this kind of character, right?
Yes.
And that's what's interesting, because when you get a character like, Mary Poppins or something, we don't know Mary Poppins' backstory. We don't know why she is the way she is. We don't know what makes her fly around on her, umbrella and do slightly scary things with the children that ultimately teach them positive life lessons, right? But they are someone magical who brings out the best in people that they come to contact with. The Doctor in Doctor Who is like that. Various periods explore the Doctor's history more than others, but she is always a little mysterious. One thing that makes Violet Evergarden unique is that we do fully explicate her. We do know her backstory. We do know why she is the way she is. We do get into her head and her heart. And so it kind of straddles both sides of that line. And I think it is really interesting that the character can stand up to both sides of that. I think it speaks to Ishikawa Yui's performance and to the animation that you can have her in an episode like episode 10, where she is not the main character of that episode. We are seeing her through the eyes of this little girl who it is her story that we are watching, but through that we learn more about Violet. But then you can have something like episodes 8 and 9, which is fully Violet's story, and your heart breaks for her. And I think that's a really cool trick it is playing, that it can be kind of both the kind of big, iconic, children's book character come to life, and the human being, and then the myth, as you're talking about, is kind of straddling that line as well. Absolutely, she's an impossibly rich character to build a show around, and is why you can imagine the 50-episode version of this so easily, at least for me, from like the 70s or something, because I can imagine Violet Evergarden walking into all sorts of different kinds of stories.
Yes.
And honestly, if they ever wanted to do a second season that was just 13 standalone Violet Evergarden stories, go for it. I would watch the hell out of that. I don't think it would need to have any kind of narrative hook on the rest of it. You could do it, unless she dies in the movie, but I kind of doubt that happens. That'd be really sad. But you could see so much more of her, and that speaks to how rich she is.
Yeah, and it's why you can have it's why you can have the weird situation where you have two Violet Evergarden movies, but only one of them is called Violet Evergarden, the movie, because you get to have your Gaiden, right, your side story, because you can tell however many stories you want in this world with this character. And yeah, and I do think it is kind of a fusion of these two different kinds of literary traditions. It's a fusion of this kind of myth-like wandering hero character, and also the wandering hero character who has to repent for some sort of thing. And then also your Mary Poppins children's literature fantasy character that is like this sort of undissectable, sort of weird, enigma kind of character that, is very popular, becomes very popular in the kind of early 20th century, which is obviously, of course, the time period vaguely that this is sort of evoking. I was going to say the time period in which it's set. I realize that that's not really accurate, because who knows what time period it's quote-unquote set in, but certainly evoking a kind of Edwardian kind of era Europe period.
Yes, absolutely. And again, you can't praise Ishikawa Yui enough. She has been in many wonderful things. You have listed here 2B in Nier Automata, which is in some ways the most similar because she is literally a robot, right? But also Mikasa in Attack on Titan, and that's a character who I think is a better performance than the character actually is. I think the character can be frustrating at times. I think Mikasa, as a performance, there's a lot of similarities with what she does as Violet. And she's a tremendous voice actor, but this is the best thing I've heard her do. She owns this role so completely.
Yeah, although I think the other character she's played that's most similar to Violet is, of course, China from Gundam Build Fighters. Say's little, sort of is she or is she not girlfriend character. There's just a lot of, deep war-style trauma that she carries. It's buried so deep you never actually get to explore it in the show. But it's there. You can see it in the eyes.
Sean, here's my pitch. Violet Evergarden Season 2, there's an episode. Inexplicably, it is set in the world of Gundam Build Fighters, and Sheena asks for an auto-memory doll, and Violet Evergarden comes in, and Sheena needs to write a letter being like, my pseudo-boyfriend won't stop playing with his fucking robot toys, and I just want to go on a date. Can you help me write a letter? And Violet does her best, but is ultimately very befuddled by the idea of Gunpla.
Yes. I'm glad you've discovered the joy of fan fiction, Jonathan. Let's start writing it.
Yes. I just want to hear Yui Ishikawa have to voice against herself for the entire 20 minutes.
Yes, with two complete opposite kinds of Yui Ishikawa style characters.
Yes.
So let's go through and let's kind of break down some of these episodes. So one thing we've been talking about is there's an interesting structure to the show, which I think the structure of the show also changes in a very notable way if you insert the OVA where it chronologically happens.
Sure.
Where, to me, if you put the OVA where it belongs between episodes 4 and 5, you kind of have 3 phases of the show with 3 different kinds of finales, because the OVA is a sort of finale. The OVA is a kind of finale of the first 4 episodes, which are about Violet becoming an auto memory doll, and like not just becoming an auto memory doll, but like the auto memory doll. And the OVA is the episode in which she writes the impossible quote unquote letter, right? The thing that no other doll would be able to do this. She somehow manages to do it. This is her like hero making kind of moment. And that episode has like a montage with a series of flashbacks looking at all the things that happened in episodes 1 through 4. You then
it's like Hercules killing the Hydra in your metaphor.
Exactly.
And then I only know Hercules from the Disney movie, but in the Disney movie, that's where he becomes famous and gets all the brand deals.
Yes, and then episode 5 is like when he sells sneakers, only selling sneakers in this is like writing a letter for a princess. But then you have your second phase, which is episodes 5 through 9, where episode 9, the episode Violet Evergarden, is the one that you've been referring to as sort of like this almost pseudo finale, where it is about Violet kind of coming to terms to a certain extent with what's happened to the Major, but also kind of realizing what the impact that she has had on the world, and that creates a sort of finale. That also ends with a montage that shows scenes that have happened from the previous episodes. And then you've got the last phase, episodes 10, 11, 12, and 13, where you have a couple of other kind of anthology-style episodes, and then you've got your full finale, The Auto Memory Doll and I Love You, that also ends with a scene of her having a montage reflecting on all the things that happened in the previous episodes. So there's like a 3-part kind of triptych structure in some ways of these 3 different phases here, that again, it's technically there if you don't have the OVA, but it's not as obvious because you're kind of missing this initial sort of finale kind of episode to that first arc, because there's a big gap between episode 4 and 5 if you don't watch the OVA. It's the only like notable... Well, I maybe have 2 notable complaints for the series. One of them is that if you watch it without the OVA, there is a weird gap between episode 4 and 5 where Violet feels like she has grown a weird amount between those 2 episodes that the OVA fixes completely. I have kind of an issue with like the bad guy in the last 2 episodes. He's a little bit cartoonish for Violet Evergarden for me. But other than that, it's kind of a perfect show. But it is like interesting when you insert the OVA, there's a much clearer, I think, shape to the overall show, but it is a weird shape because it does have these kinds of 3 different finales going through it. And then, of course, we also will have a movie that serves as an ultimate finale for the series that goes kind of a step beyond where the end of this show goes.
It's a weird shape, but it's a great shape. And
yes.
You know, and it needs a weird shape because it's a weird fucking show. Like, again, I did the joke earlier about if you were to pitch this to the network boss, you can't give anyone the 1-sentence description of what Violet Evergarden is or is doing. It's very hard to assign a genre to this show. It is very hard to give a quick, pithy way of thinking about what it's doing because it is doing so many things. It honestly takes a little bit more shoe leather to get going than other KyoAni shows. Like, I would say, like, you fully kind of lock into what it's doing for me in episode 3, which is the first Kitanohara Noriyuki episode, which I love, and it's where she first kind of has a breakthrough of how do I write a letter. But you have a lot of kind of onboarding to get there, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just that this is a big idea that we're exploring, and a lot that we have to do with the character. And I think that's right. And I think the OVA, it also being an OVA, it is longer. It's a 35-minute episode, so it has some extra time to breathe. It has a little bit more of that OVA spit and polish. Although every episode of this show looks so good, I'm not sure that is a meaningful difference because it is Violet Evergarden and it all looks amazing. But the OVA has the OVA victory lap quality a little bit, right? Of like, we made 13 great episodes, and that's enough that we get to make a 14th one that's even better. And I think them choosing to kind of play that card on, let's fix the missing piece in the basic show and make another finale. So you have, as you say, these sort of 3 finales, the OVA, episode 9, episode 13. And I think they all have that quality of being like a full expression of what it is. You could cut this show into sort of 3 movies if you wanted to do that, combining these episodes. And it has that kind of triptych trilogy quality to it.
Yeah, and it just creates, like, there's such a good ebb and flow and pace to the overall show because of that. And then, as you say, there's, like, a lot more kind of setup. There's a lot more to go through. Like, it makes sense to me that in the novel that this stuff is broken up in non-chronological order, because I think, like, I haven't read the book, but I have to imagine that, you're kind of splitting out some of this stuff that is in the first 2 episodes. That is a lot of sort of what is technically kind of exposition style material. It's just delivered in a way that's so compelling and so artful that it never feels slow to me. But it does mean that, like, you've got this kind of very gradual pace early on as you're setting up lots of big ideas and then also lots of small ideas. Because I'm just looking through my screenshots for the first episode, I Love You and Auto Memory Dolls, where it's like setting up so many things that are revisited throughout almost every single episode of the show. You, of course, have your opening flashback to her getting the brooch with, like, the emerald colored gem that's the same color as the Major's eyes. But then you have all this kind of stuff. You get some of the doll imagery where there's the scene where Hodgins, you first meet him. He comes into the army hospital and sees a doll on a table and looks over and has a vision of it bleeding and sees Violet from when she was in the training grounds. But then you have all these other little things, like you've got her getting the dog that is a recurring image, the little stuffed animal dog, which is a great little moment of him giving her the 3 choices, and she picks the dog because she then tells him that, well, everyone always said that I was like the Major's dog, and then Hodgins has to sort of smile awkwardly, like, I'm just not going to touch on that. You have the first instance of the running gag of her in the first few episodes constantly saluting at people, and she slowly learns not to do that. And then episode 5 is the last time where she almost salutes a guard and she stops herself. But you get this where she salutes Madame Evergarden. You get the first very dramatic reveal of her robotic hand, which every single episode has. Every single episode, if you're counting the 2 parts as one episode. For those 2, everyone has she takes off the gloves and everyone looks at her hands and are shocked by them or intrigued by them. Everyone has kind of slightly different reaction. And of course, this is when she gets the gloves. But you have all these kind of little recurring images and things that are set up in this first episode that you revisit throughout everything. And then, of course, you have the big idea that is introduced at the end of the episode, which is when Hodgins tells her that she is burning. Right, and you have this beautiful scene on the street lit by the gas lamps of the city, where he tells her, you are burning, you're covered in burns, and she keeps telling him, no, I'm not burning, no, I'm not burning, and he insists, and he says, as you grow and as you learn things, you will come to learn that you are covered in burns, and it maybe would be easier or better for you in some ways to be ignorant of all this, but this is something you're going to have to go through. And that's obviously an idea in a scene that is revisited multiple times throughout the series. This idea that she, and then Hodgins later contextualizes as like everybody has been burned by this war in one way or another. Everyone is covered in these invisible scars, and everyone has to find some way to deal with them. And this is like the first time that idea is expressed at the beginning of the show.
That's a really good description. And, when I said earlier it took me a couple episodes to, like, settle into it, I don't mean that as a criticism at all with this one. I mean it more as it's an ambitious, weird show. It obviously takes a couple episodes for it to figure out not for it to figure out, I think for you as a viewer to figure out what it's going to do, because it has a lot to lay out. And that first episode, you're so right, Sean, looking at the images. And I imagine it's more powerful on a second viewing because of this. But that first episode is an overture almost, right? Like, it is laying out it is a visual overture because it is laying out all these visual motifs that we will revisit over and over again, including the scene in the market where they buy the brooch, all of the hand imagery, the hand on the heart imagery that is probably the most, like, omnipresent visual motif in the show is her putting her hand to her heart where the brooch is, because the brooch is symbolically her heart. All sorts of images like that. At the end of the episode is where you get the first little flashback to the moment when the Major is dying and says, I love you. And she has, both of her arms blown off, but we don't hear him say, I love you yet. We don't get that until later in the show. And so it is, laying out all these visual motifs. And, if you want a good example of what is series direction versus episodic direction, Ishidate Taichi on this show giving you a masterclass in that, because it's that kind of stuff of taking, like, and he is obviously an episodic director on this one, although along with 2 other people because it's a really complicated episode, but laying out all these visual motifs and then consistently working them into the show over the course of it to where you get to the end and, like, you don't need to watch it a second time to feel like it has built those images, because it is so frequently revisiting them. Either literally we go back to the same moment and we see it from a new context, or it, obliquely recalls these images just in a different setting. And I think this show is really, really tremendously well done on that level of feeling like, obviously you feel the individual artistic accomplishments of each episode. You can feel that episodes 3 and 11 are Kitanohara Noriyuki. You can tell Kigami Yoshiji did that one in episode 6, especially for certain moments in it. But you also feel this overall hand of Ishidate Taichi as the director, as the leader on this overall project, guiding you aesthetically through the whole thing like it's a big piece of music with multiple movements that's going to come back to these ideas and grow them over and over again.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's like a couple of things as we're just looking at episode 1, just like thinking about some specific aesthetic details and choices they make in the show that I think are so striking and important for the visual quality of the series. And there's a couple of moments in episode 1 that just like really jump out with it, which is the lighting. Like the way that Violet Evergarden conceptualizes light in its world is so striking and gives it such a different visual quality than like any other anime I've seen. And a big part of it is that there are no electric lights. There is only light by the sun or there's light by fire. And they take that very, very seriously in terms of how that affects the aesthetic. And what that means is a couple of things. One thing is that when things are visually dark in Violet Evergarden, it's really dark. Like, it's dark in a way that anime typically does not look visually dark. Like, that when you have the scene of her and the Major in the, like, catacombs or whatever of this big fortress, and her arms have been blown off and he's bleeding out on the stairs, there's no light there other than, like, moonlight maybe coming in through these little, like, windows on the stairs. But it's so visually dark in a way that's very visually, like, rich as a viewer. It's not, you know, it's... Maybe if it's that kind of thing where if you're watching it with a poorly calibrated TV in a very well lit room, it might be kind of hard to see. But if you're watching it on like Blu-ray and like you're in a good format, it has such a rich visual quality to it. But you get this feeling of there's very little light there. And that then makes the scenes where things have the fire lamps so dramatic because there's this big contrast where fire only will spread light out so far in a way that feels substantive, right? Compared to electric lights that like will throw photons in a much like, you know, I mean, they're just much brighter. So the sense of like these flittering little flames in these lamps that are changing, right? Like the lighting is always changing just slightly because the flames are sputtering, and it's very like orangish red, and that like only lights out so far that you get these like really striking contrasts, this very beautiful color palette at night with the oranges of the fire and like the very dark blacks of the night, that you get it really accentuated in that scene on the street with Hajins and Violet, but it's throughout the entire show. It has this look, and there's just no other anime I've ever seen that looks like that. Like the city at night is like a little tiny fires all over the place in these windows. It's not the bright aesthetic of the electric lights that you associate with so much anime that's going to be set in the modern day, nor does it have the kind of like storybook kind of like fake artsy lighting that you would normally expect a show like this to have, where it's like, well, things can be lit however the fuck you want it to be lit. It's animation. And in a movie, you can be lit however the fuck you want it to be lit because you can put lights wherever you want. It doesn't have to look, quote unquote, realistic. But here it feels like they're thinking of light existing in this world in a very physicalized way that I think lends it such a different quality visually.
I agree completely. And when you get to the time-lapse sequences, which are a major motif throughout this show, the primary way they signify that is through light. It's the same basic underlying, background drawing, and they will color and light it differently and then maybe move the clouds at the top. But otherwise, it is basically how does light impact the surroundings that we're looking at. There's a very good example in episode 1 of the basic city that they are in, the port town from on high. And, what it really is differences in color, tone, and shading, because, of course, it's a drawing. You can't actually light it. You have to just color everything right, which makes it very difficult, but very worth doing. And, of course, the backgrounds in this show are, it's this or Hyoka are the best backgrounds in a KyoAni show. Certainly, these are the most detailed ones, this or Hyoka. And it is that level of the coloring and the lighting that is stunning. And it is so ambitious that I actually thought it was one area where we both have the Blu-ray from Funimation, and I did think the encoding was a little off on the darkest sequences, I have to say. I thought it was a little, you could tell, like, it felt like it was, like, over-brightened a little bit, or, like, they didn't, like, quite put enough bitrate into those. And I wonder if that's partially just because Funimation doesn't get a lot of anime that look like this, and this is a tough one to do. And I'm curious if the Blu-ray masters from like Japan look the same. The screenshots I'm looking through that you have, Sean, here look a little better tightened in that regard to me, but it probably depends on your TV setup as well. But it's just a hard image to resolve. And I think, like, if you've only seen this on Netflix, find a better master, because boy, Netflix streaming quality sucks, and I can't imagine how bad those scenes would look with like bad compression.
Yeah, it's just like, it's got such a rich and very unique aesthetic. And then, yeah, like, I also want to, as we're talking about it, touch on the time-lapse thing, because it's a thing that I think is very easy to kind of take for granted, because it's just, it happens and it kind of passes by. But it's such a wild effect to think about, like, in terms of representing that in animation. I mean, obviously, time-lapse is also, in some ways, hard to do in live action, just because it's like, it's time-consuming to do. You have to film something taking place over a long period of time. But the animation, it's like all the little details, because, yeah, most of them are, you're just looking at kind of like a background shot of the city or something like that, and the sun's moving and the clouds are moving and the lighting changes, and, you know, with like how they draw color and shadows and stuff. But they also will have shots with like, oh, you're having little people move around and they're like turning off the lamps and all that kind of stuff. Like if you go through and you put it up on a computer and you go through frame by frame, which I did just out of curiosity on some of the time lapses, like there's so much detail that they have put into and thought about how this changes. And it's a thing that passes by in like 2 seconds on screen, but you feel it. And it feels to me like it's such a important statement of time as a motif in Violet Evergarden. Like the passage of time is so important. Episodes take place over the course of multiple days, but also, of course, like Violet's life and her like time in this world after losing the major is so potent in the sense of like moving through the world and how time relates to that. There's a lot of motifs of various shots of clocks, and like one of my favorites is at the end of episode 1 where she's in Hajin's office and you have this shot of a clock that's in his office, and on the like kind of glass surface of the clock is reflected Violet, whose head is like where the middle, where all the hands meet, is at, and she almost looks like she's like a fourth hand on the clock in some way. But there's this sense of time and the passage of time, and experiencing and feeling the passage of time with Violet is very important for the overall show. And the time lapses are such a unique effect in animation. Like it's possible I've seen a thing that's done it before and just never took notice, but nothing in my head jumps out as like, oh yes, an anime that has a fucking time lapse in it. It's such a weird thing to even occur to you to do in animation. It's so cool, and it's omnipresent. It's in most episodes have at least one. Most episodes have more than one time lapse.
The opening theme to the Swordsmith Village arc of Kimetsu no Yaiba has a time lapse. But that is the opening theme. Like, I do think there are opening themes where you'll see it because you have a lot of time and money to put into those 90 seconds of animation that you're going to reuse every week. That's where you'll see a photographic effect like that. I think you're right in terms of the body of an anime where it is just a part of the visual language of the show week to week. This is unique. And yeah, like, with it is not necessarily an easy thing to achieve in photography, certainly not to achieve and make it look good, but we know how to do it. Like, cameras today have settings for it also. Like, there is a procedure. If you want to know how to do a time lapse in real photography, you can go read a million guides on it and you can do it, and people have figured this out. With animation, it's just a harder thing. You just have to draw it. You can't time lapse. I guess you could time lapse someone drawing something, but that's just an actual photographic time lapse. In terms of making it look like that in the diegetic world of the anime, you've got a lot of things to figure out, and they do it very, very beautifully here. And I agree. I mean, the theme of time is huge. They are, this is part of why this first episode, I think, is so beautifully directed, is all of those little signifiers to get you thinking, even subconsciously, subliminally, start thinking about time, because they're never going to tell you exactly how much time passes in the show, but a lot of time passes. She is living day by day. One of the, I think, master strokes of episode 13 is that it ends on her going back to work, and we just end with like the grind begins again. And not grind is the wrong word. She loves her job. But like, we don't end on the moment of catharsis with her and her friends. We end on back to work. I'm Violet Evergarden at your service, because that idea of kind of repetition and time and living daily life, because what is it that the major told her to do? What are the words she holds so dear? It is the, live. That is your order, is to continue living and continue living. And that means managing time. And part of her experience as a child soldier was living in a sort of timelessness, because she was living in this liminal space where life and death had very little meaning, and in that case, time has very little meaning. And I think that is part of the thing that is her rehabilitation, is just living in and amongst time itself. And so it's a very major theme of the show aesthetically.
Yeah, and it connects to the most striking use of time-lapse, which is used in the ending theme. You get it in episode 1 as well. You get it in a couple of other places, which is time-lapse of stars in the night sky, which is such a cool effect, which, like, I don't know if I've encountered that in, like, a movie or something, because I think Violet Evergarden is the first time I'd seen it, and I looked it up. It's like, oh, yeah, that is what happens. But it makes sense if you time-lapse a star in the night sky, because the stars appear to move so slowly. Of course, the appearance of movement of stars is really the movement of the Earth, is what you're actually observing. But it appears to move so slowly across the night sky that if you create a time lapse, it just creates a line, because it's moving so gradually, bit by bit. And it's such a great visualization of what time is, right? That, like, each thing, it looks like it's just a single spot in space, but in a 4-dimensional way of looking at it, the 4th dimension being time, is that it's creating a line across the sky. And it's such a cool way of looking at time and seeing time from a different perspective. And it's visually saying all the things you were just saying, Jonathan, about, like, she has to live in time. She has to have a continuity of experience now, where her life is not just a single point in space, a tool of war that is ordered by a man to go kill people. That's just a single thing. It is a whole range of complicated experiences that build off of one another bit by bit, day over day, and each point doesn't feel like it's significant. But boy, when you look at the course of the line, Violet Evergarden in episode 1 and Violet Evergarden in episode 13 are practically different people, because you have seen how there's a lot of time has passed and a lot of travel has happened between point 1 and point 13 there. And by watching the show, you have seen that line get drawn and that connection bit by bit through experience. And that's what those time lapses are helping to communicate, by making the passage of time physicalized in the visual presentation of the show, rather than just a thing that you take for granted. That's a thing that happens because this is how stories are portrayed, making you feel the passage of time is so important. And it's just such a fucking cool effect, that every time it happens, I'm like, hell yeah, give me more time lapses in animation. It is hella cool.
Absolutely. Episode 2 is where we get the kind of blink and you miss it exposition of what the auto memory doll term even means and where it comes from, which is that there's this whole backstory that there was, an inventor who made a literal auto memory doll that, like, was the inspiration for what they do now and all that stuff. And I love that there's little details like that in this world, where there's a different show going on the fringes of Violet Evergarden, right? Like, this world has fantasy in it. It has steampunk in it. It has, like, weird things, like, going on. Like, there's a different show where, with a different main character who has these, like, auto male limbs, who would be in a much more of an existential crisis about having auto male limbs or something, right? Like Edward Elric in Full Metal Alchemist, right? Like, if you told me there's a shonen anime going off on the side of here where someone with their auto male limbs is trying to figure out the secrets of the first auto memory doll, and, like, the inventor who made this incredible thing that we can't make anymore, I would believe that. But that's just not the show we're in. And I think that's a really good example of suggesting a world and then focusing in on, well, Violet doesn't really care about any of that. Violet wants to be the memory doll for the moment because she is attracted to this idea, even when early on she cannot name why she is attracted to it, because she wants to learn the meaning of I love you. But also, I think it is a connection with a lost humanity that, even if she can't name it, she is seeking out. And I think that is so interesting that there's lore that you could get bogged down in here. They don't. It doesn't matter. We don't care about that.
Yeah, it's nice because, it gives you a sense of, like, there is a history to this world, and it has, like, it's divergent from what we think of as early 20th century Europe and this kind of vaguely World War I-ish setting that they're in. But it's not that important to delve into it. It is about, like, giving us the meaning of, like, what is this job? And of course, episode 2 is also where you get a little bit more of Erica, because you have that episode and you have episode 4 kind of are themed around our 2 other dolls. Erica, of course, is our Chiyoda Minori character, going all the way back to Nagata Yuki. She's been in, like, 5 or so KyoAni productions at this point. Not a huge character in this, but a nice character and a good performance. And I do like those little moments in the show or the episode and near the end where she tells Violet, like, hey, you're not very good. Like, you're not suited for this job. And then she overhears Claudia and Benny talking about, like, oh, should we, is she just going to work out? Like, we're going to have to fire her. And then Erica runs into the room and is like, no, you can't fire her. Like, she still can get better. Like, it's not like she can improve from this because she made that one mistake earlier in the episode. And then Violet just looks at her and is like, what are you doing? Like, that's a contradiction. Like, what do you mean? Why would you say that I'm bad at this, but then also say that I shouldn't be fired? And it's that instance of like weird infant, like curiosity from Violet of her trying to sort of figure out that people lie, that their feelings are not consistent, that they contradict, they fold back in on themselves. You have this hilarious letter she writes for that weird rich lady where her letter's like, if you want to date with me, you must, provide me a requisition of various jewelry and goods. I'm a very complicated and smart woman. And it's all this shit. And she kind of can't figure out the complicated nature of human relationships. And that's kind of through the lens of Erica. Episode 2 also has a shot that I didn't notice when I watched the episode, but then when I went to do the screenshots, you kind of can't not notice it, which it has the most vaginal-looking first shot of any anime ever, which is this shot from these, like, spiral stairs, but it is so... It just looks like a vagina. And of course, the opening scene is the first time you see the flashback of Gil's meeting Violet and Dietfried having like her in the like blanket or whatever. So of course it is like metaphorically, it is her birth as a character. It's the first time she sees his eyes. It's the first time you get that moment expressed on film. But it's very funny just how it is very in your face about what the visual metaphor is with the first shot of that episode.
It also looks like an eye in the sense that there's like it is both. You are absolutely correct, and it is not an accident. But it is also, it is connecting the eye to the birth canal because of the eye of Gilbert is this birth moment that we see multiple times. So there is very clear visual echoes going on there. Absolutely.
Episode 2 is where we meet my favorite character in the whole show, my Oshi. He's my boy. I love him. Roland. The Tom Bombadil of the postal office. He's the fucking best. I love this dude. And you have this great little interaction between him and Benny, where Benny's trying to hit on every girl to have like fried yakisoba with him or something. It just isn't working. And then Roland just is eating a sandwich. He looks at him, he's like, well, I'll eat yakisoba with you. And then there's this shot of them just sitting on the couch slurping their fucking noodles. Yes. And I love Roland. He's the best.
I want the Roland spinoff. He is just walking around town delivering his letters. And he is good at it. I mean, honestly, he delivers one of the most powerful emotional blows of the whole show in episode 9 when he brings Violet around to help her deliver the letters, or have her help him, but she help her realize, like, the meaning of what a letter is and why he values it. Because this show is also a love letter to the whole idea of post offices and postal workers and, like, what a cool institution that is we build as people, because it is something that doesn't necessarily bring anyone profit, but it connects us all. It's one of the things I think we should actually be proud of as Americans. That's written into our fucking Constitution, and we have it. And there's other advanced democracies that don't, and it is a cool thing that we have, and it's something that this show is also, I think, very invested in the idea of.
Yes, and he just has that sense of that guy who's been working in this place for seems like 100 years, and he knows everything, and he's just like Santa Claus. Both of the schools I've worked at have had a teacher that just felt like that, or like that. Actually, one of them wasn't even like a teacher; it was a hall monitor. But he had just been working in various schools in that district forever. And it's just like, this is like some weird, like, mystical saint guy who's just like, he's like impossibly kind. It's like, those people really exist. If you find them in your workplace, hold on to them because they're beautiful and amazing, and everybody needs a Roland in their life.
Absolutely. Episode 3 is the one, unsurprisingly, because it's a Kitanohara Noriyuki, and y'all know me, Yep. This is where I fell in love with the show. And not just because of it is an exemplary Kitanohara Noriyuki episode, but also it is the first, kind of the format of Violet Evergarden to some degree, because it is really her taking ownership and writing a letter. Even though the letter winds up being extremely simple, it is also extremely powerful. This is also the one where we have her going to auto memory doll school, basically, right? And she is going, and I love that also because it's so easy, like, to imagine in the 50 episode or more version of this show, that would be a whole arc. She'd be at that school for 15 episodes. There would be whole rivalries. There would be the mean girl at the auto memory doll school who writes letters, but, you know, like passive aggressively, and we'd have to deal with that. Maybe it's good that is one episode here. But it's so sweet. And you have the main character that she works with here, Luchulia, whose parents were killed. Her brother returned from the front, but he is all messed up and he's drunk and he's kind of abusive. And Luchulia is trying to struggle to express those ideas. And this is where we learn why Violet is good at what she does. It is the basic task of an auto memory doll is to take the feelings and put them into a good letter. And Violet is able in this episode to cut through all of that and express the idea in the most simple, powerful way possible, which is to write and deliver the letter that says, I'm happy that you are alive. Thank you. It's not grammatically or linguistically complex, but boy, hard to have a dry eyes when you get to that part of the episode for the characters or the people watching, to a degree that I don't think Violet, even at this point in her life and career, understands the power of. And it is partially because she is so tabula rasa that she's able to get this thing that the other characters can't quite move themselves to say. But of course, that is the reason that the instructor of the school graduates Violet and tells her that she's going to be a good doll, because she did the impossible here on a very small micro scale, and we'll start to see her do it on more of a macro scale.
Yeah, it's an amazing episode because, it's sort of teaching you what a normal episode of Violet Evergarden is going to be, and it has the letter. You've got, I think this is the first, no, actually, no, episode 2, you have Erica has some narration when she sees Violet. That's the first time you have the character narrate, but you have this one, you also have Luculia looking at Violet at the school and her narrating, like, the first time I saw this girl, I thought she was a doll or whatever, or like a ningyo. This is one where, like, the translation gets very complicated because you have the English word doll that they use, and then you also have the word ningyo, which is the Japanese word for doll, and the English subtitles obviously just use them interchangeably, and so they have to, like, capitalize it sometimes and shit.
Yes.
It's a whole thing. But yeah, you just get that whole format of an episode of Violet Evergarden here kind of laid out for you. Luculia, I think, is a great character. She pops up a couple of times in small ways. She's voiced by Tadakoto Azasa, who's in a bunch of KyoAni stuff around this time, because she's Lulu in Myriad Colors Fandom World. She is also the one girl in Sound Euphonium that's in the marching band. She's Kabe Senpai in the Sound Euphonium movie. So, you get her a lot. And then you also have her brother, Spencer, is voiced by a cool voice actor, Subaru Kimura, who he is, if you watch Doraemon, he's the modern version of Guyan, like the big bully dude from Doraemon. He's also in a bunch of stuff. He's Aoi Todo, everybody's favorite brother in Jujutsu Kaisen, the guy with the boogie powers. He's a character named Sekitoba Kung Fu from Paripi Kome, or Ya Boy Kung Ming, the anime about Shokatsu Kome, or Kong Ming from the Three Kingdoms period of China in modern day Shibuya as a rapper. It's a great show, and it's a fun character, and Sekitoba Kung Fu is about the best character name you can get. He's also Alan Adams in Gundam Build Fighters, who's the blonde guy who is Meijin Kawaguchi's kind of buddy, who brings him back in and turns him into the Meijin. So we've seen him in a couple things. He's in a bunch of stuff. He's a great voice actor. It's a small role here, but it's a thing you get in the voice casting for this show, is that KyoAni is going for a lot more established voice actors for one-off kind of guest roles. You get a lot less of the, like, newbies, where most KyoAni shows, they cast a lot of, like, people who are not in a lot of stuff, partially because the characters for most shows skew very young, so it makes sense to have younger actors. But this show, most episodes have a pretty notable guest star, or maybe two or more, that they're pulling from bigger names, even if it's a character that doesn't have a lot of lines like Spencer here. Because this dude had been Guyan in Doraemon for like 10 years or something at this point. He's like a pretty notable voice actor for a pretty small role.
That's a crucial role, though. I mean, especially when they come back later to kind of deliver the idea in the show that her actions with the letter writing have had so much impact on people. I think he has some really impactful stuff later on for that. Another moment to mention from this episode, when you were talking about lighting, and this show conjuring natural lighting, the scene where Luculia takes Violet to the top of the clock tower, and they're under the bell, and they're looking over the city as sunset is breaking through, which also ties to this flashback Violet has of a similar sunset scene, but in a battlefield. Holy shit, that is some of the best drawing of, like, orange sunset lighting I have ever seen.
Yeah, it's so gorgeous, and the big clock tower is amazing. We revisit that in the last episode as well, like the similar shot. And then you get that near the end of the episode where you have the flashback to Luculia being a adorable little girl with her little straw hat that gets blown off in the wind. It's a great episode. This also has one of my favorite shots, which is like such a quintessentially Violet Evergarden shot, which is near the end when she goes to deliver the letter, and it's the shot of Spencer's collapsed at the bottom of the stairs, and she's leaning down with the lantern in the way that they're kind of lit, almost like the lantern's like a spotlight on them in the darkness. It's such I so associate Violet Evergarden with the image of her carrying a lantern around in like the dark. And I think this is one of like the first times you see that image. It's also in the Michishirube ending, but it's so potent and so powerful.
Absolutely. Episode 4 is the one that we mentioned earlier, is storyboarded by Takamoto Yasuhiro, but directed by Sawa Shinpei. And it's a good one. It's one of the more comedic ones, although still very sweet, because we have Iris going home because Iris's mother used a pseudonym to trick them to come out as auto memory dolls. It was supposed to just be Iris. Iris like hurts her arm, so Violet helps her out. Iris is probably the most like anime-esque character of the main like group, because she has this like kind of contentious kid, energy relationship with her parents. And of course the episode is about Violet helping to bridge that. And it's a very sweet episode. I don't know if it's as substantial as like the ones on either side of it, but it's another really good one, especially to like make Violet feel like part of the team, that I think it's very crucial at.
Yeah, and it's nice just to have a little bit more of a fun episode. Like, it's got, because the stakes of this one are so light, because it's mostly around Iris's dream of being an auto memory doll. She has this whole unrequited love back home. That's one of the reasons why she left, and the mom's like trying to get her to be married. So it's like, it's a much lower stakes kind of thing, and that makes it a little bit more fun. Iris is voiced by Tomatsu Haruka, who's in a whole bunch of stuff. She's Asuna in Sword Art Online. She's Haru in Persona 5. She is the elf in Isekai Oji-san, which is a very funny show, and I only mentioned that because I had forgotten that character is given an actual name in show that's not just elf, and it's Suzala Guerreres Zaganelv Zagila Ragna Zelga Elga.
It sounds like you are having a stroke. Are you okay?
That's what it is. I mean, if you want to hear Haruka Tomatsu actually say that name very fast, she does it in the show. It's a funny show. If you like Sega, you should watch that show. It's got a bunch of Sega jokes. But she's a great voice actress. Again, this is another one where it's like she had been in so much stuff by this point. It's another good example of them not going for just like who are some like unknowns and up and comers, and going for their whole strategy. I think for casting the show was generally, let's get some very experienced people, even for relatively minor roles. But yeah, this episode's fun. It's got some good gags. It's got the thing where after Violet shows up, the mom tells them like, oh no, that's like a pseudonym. It was your great grandmother's name. And then Violet just says, oh, well, it is against the policies of our company for you to use a pseudonym.
Yes.
Goodbye. And then she just walks back into the train station, which is very funny. And then probably the funniest thing in the whole show is after all of this like big dramatic fight with the mom and all this stuff happens, and all of the arguments at the end, they're having this little conversation at the train station, and then Violet says, like, yes, I'll send you an invoice later. And our starts is like, wait, you're going to charge me for this? It's like, yes, this is my job. Of course I'm going to charge you, which is fucking amazing.
Well, that's the thing about humor when we do get it on this show, is it's not really gags, because Violet is never aware she's funny, right?
No.
It is that Violet is put in situations that make no sense. Like her also refusing to lie or like omit things for her, so she just keeps revealing things to the parents that she did not want revealed, or invites the guy to the party that didn't want to be invited, and all of this stuff. And like Violet hasn't really gotten to the end of the episode and learned why any of that didn't work out, but she's kind of felt her way through it, and that's why you get that moment of like, it's, of course I'm going to charge you, that's my job, what are you talking about?
Yeah, there's a very funny moment where Iris and the mom are arguing at the door, and Violet just like, she just like walks right in between them without like she has no sense of like, normally you would see this and you kind of walk away and let this argument happen, and she just walks between them into the room with her food and like puts it on the table.
Yes.
And everyone's like, what is this girl doing? But you do have this very sweet and important moment at the end of the episode where the dad gives Iris a bouquet of irises, and she tells on the train ride home to Violet that's where her name comes from. And then the train comes out and you see this big field of irises. And this, of course, triggers Violet to remember where she got her name from, which is the Major seeing this one little violet flower growing underneath this tree in this sort of like rugged battleground, like kind of training area they're in. And he turns to her and says, Violet, like, that's going to be your name. You're not going to be a tool of war. You're going to be someone for whom that name will fit, which is the name of the episode, basically.
Yes, and a beautiful moment. And of course, the little violet flower, which is also there in the theme song, which we have used in our theme song. That's where the Japanimation Station's Kyoto Vacation title comes up, because it is such a lovely image. And of course, that whole idea of the flower and the name trying to express sort of the person underneath is a theme that comes back in the show again, and it's very lovely.
Yes. So that leads us to our OVA, or episode 4.5, which is directed by Ishidate Taichi, Fujita Haruka, and Ogawa Taichi, with Ishidate and Fujita doing the storyboards. I think that is the most people on one episode, sort of tag teaming it, because of course this OVA is a little bit longer than normal. Here we also have talking about notable guest stars. Hikasuyoko Mio herself is Irma, the opera singer. She also was in episode 3 because she is the young Spencer in the flashback. I have to imagine that was more, she was cast to be this character in the OVA, and they're like, we'll have you be, because there's like, I think the character literally says one line in the flashback, but it is technically her.
It's a, while you're in the booth, let's get this one so we don't have to call anyone else. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, the OVA is just, what a fucking episode this episode is. When this is like the first time you really see the, like, them being really kind of outside the box with the plot, where the plot's not really just writing a letter, it's writing lyrics, which are for a letter on the stage, which Irma is like frustratingly not upfront about.
That's the thing. Irma says fucking, let's just say this. I feel for Violet Evergarden in this one.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter that Violet is like a former soldier who's like traumatized and stuff. Anyone would be confused by this because Irma's an awful client. She lies about what she wants. She gives absolutely no guidance on the love letter to begin with, let alone that it's actually lyrics for a song, which means that not any old love letter is going to do. I felt stressed out on Violet's behalf. This is the worst kind of ghostwriting client. They're not even telling you what they actually want, and they're giving you no guidance. Fuck off.
Wow, that's the very passionate. I mean, yeah, so obviously, you know, the character is like traumatized from losing her lover in the war and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, she's very sort of standoffish. It's the first time that Violet's encountered a client that who's asking for a letter, but clearly does not want a letter, right? Like Irma's like, I think Irma doesn't know what it is that she actually wants. And so she's just kind of putting this poor auto memory doll through these paces because she's just can't process her own feelings on what's happened. I do like, this is the most detail you ever see in terms of like Violet's process. There's a whole montage of her like going to the library and trying out different versions of the letter. And this is part of where you get that sense of how it connects episodes 4 and 5. You get to see, right, Violet's like not just has like this sort of like very innocent, earnest insight into things. She also is very diligent and dedicated and studied. It's, you know, in the episode 3 with the school, you learned that she like got perfect grades on grammar and all those kinds of things. And so you see that like the reason she's a good doll and a good letter writer is not just because of that insight she has, is that she really is practicing and trying to figure out what is the form of this letter, like what are the historical like references I can use and all that kind of stuff. And I really like seeing her go through that process and trying to figure out how to write this letter, which leads to the most adorable moment in the history of Violet Evergarden, where she's at the office and she's going through their books and she just stops and sighs and goes and stands in the fucking corner, which is like the most like little like dog that's been scolded kind of thing. But I love the shot of her just sort of over in the corner, just standing there. And like, I don't know what the fuck to do. And then all the other dolls come up and like, what's going on? And she's like, well, she's asking me to write a letter that will make every woman fall in love and every man swoon. And they're like, okay. Like, that's maybe a little bit of a complicated ask, is to write like the most amazing letter in the history of letters.
Again, this is a terrible client.
Yeah.
And I think it speaks to why does Violet become the rock star of the auto memory doll world at the end of this, because she did a seemingly impossible task. And I mean, that is what the episode is about, is as kind of the finale to this first third of the season, what are the qualities Violet has, including that diligence that you're talking about, Sean? Because I think anyone else would have would have done basically not the karate chop thing, but would have been like, no, you lied about what you wanted. We're going home. Here's your money back, right? Like that would have been like, this is an impossible task. We are not lyric writers. This is stupid. And Violet just kind of sticks with it and also has this incredible empathy that I think is like suppressed or it's a muscle that like hasn't been exercised lately in her because of all the like soldier aspects of her life, but you see it come to the fore that she can read people, she can see people. Her tabula rasa-ness allows her to kind of cut through the bullshit, the walls that people erect around themselves, and so she can observe these things. And the letter that she writes, the lyrics that she writes are, as you I think would kind of expect the story to go, are things that she pulls out of the lives of these people that she sees, in the way that like the general structure of a Violet Evergarden episode is that she is both the letter writer and a little bit of a therapist. She is pulling things out that these people don't want to say, and that all goes into the lyrics at the end, where she really is writing the right lyrics for Irma, for this woman, and I think also why it is she becomes a phenomenon is that they are emotions for the moment of a society that has been traumatized by this massive war, which is what Irma is trying to do. It is about her trauma, but also everyone in the audience will have shared this at least a little bit. And this is very true of like post-World War I writing. If you go look at, that era, it touched everyone in certain parts of the world. And so that is the kind of thing that it is tapping into, and that is why this is such a culmination point for Violet, and why everyone else is so amazed. And I think it is in part because the other characters who are more sort of consciously engaged with all of these things wouldn't quite be able to cut through that slightly more dense, difficult to put into words human core that everyone else in this episode is kind of seeking for, and Violet is able to ultimately put together, which leads to her being so in demand in the next part of the series.
Absolutely. And of course, to help her do all that and kind of cut through to the heart of things, she needs a little help from everybody's favorite character, Roland, who brings her to that little warehouse. It's the most heartbreaking warehouse in the world, because it is a little warehouse full of letters that have lost to both the person they're supposed to go to and also the person that sent them. So they're dead letters. They have nowhere to go. And they're all, he has that amazing moment where he says, or she like looks at them and says, all these letters are filled with the love of like the people who wrote them. And he like looks at her and says like, yes, they are. And he also, there's an interesting thing when you think about that technically this episode became available after the end of the show. He mentions the idea of like, if we had an air show, we could maybe drop these letters. And of course, that's the thing that happens to an extent in episode 13, which is kind of fun. But yeah, it's an amazing episode. That scene is incredible.
Yeah. I was just going to say, it also, with that moment, it is not just Violet diagnosing Irma. It's her diagnosing this society, right? It is her trying to tap into like, what is the cultural, historical trauma afflicting this place, which also then in the next phase of the series, the next step for her is figuring out her place in that, because she inflicted some of it, right? She was in the war. She did bad things. They are not, strictly speaking, her fault, obviously, but she did them. Her hands that she no longer has, but metaphorically did them. And so I think that linking element too, because this is where she is also becoming socially conscious in a different way. Her breakthrough in the episode is seeing the letters fall down when she tries to pull one out, and there's so many on that shelf that they come tumbling down, and this becomes an obvious source for lyrics.
Yeah, and just like the meaning of the lyrics is so potent, where you have that chorus line saying like "love is always," right? Aiwa itsumo. It's like love is always in a sunny, sun-filled place, even if you can't see it, even if you can't touch it, it's always right next to you. And this is where like also the Japanese having this sort of like being able to read it in multiple ways is very important, because it's both saying love, like capital L, love is this thing, and also my love, you, like this person is this thing. For everyone has that person who is someone they love and is not there with them anymore. And it's like love itself is always in a sunny place, and you can't see love, you can't touch it, but it's always there with you. And that's exactly what these people who you have lost are exactly like. And then you also have that you have that one line that's like all these letters, like not mail letters, but like language letters, all these letters that I've written down for you have flown away like feathers on a bird's wing. You have a line that's about love is always like transparent water. Even if you try to grab it, you can never have it. It always flows away, just like you do. It's very beautiful writing and very simple. The lyrics, like they're very straightforward kind of sentences, but the way that they're written, there's so much meaning poured into it of the love, and these people that we have lost are the same thing. They're invisible. You cannot touch them. You cannot have them. You cannot hold them, and yet they're always there with you. And of course, that's a theme that Violet is writing here, and I think she has not yet, as with many things she does at this point in the series, has not really sort of incorporated into her own understanding of herself, and she slowly has to learn how to do that over the course of the next set of episodes.
Yeah, but it's definitely, as I said, it's a little bit of a victory lap of a production episode, because you're doing big things like, let's do a giant musical number on stage, and let's have a lot of elaborate settings, and let's, it's definitely an OVA in that sense, even more so than a lot of KyoAni OVAs, because it is also longer. I don't think we've seen KyoAni do that, except maybe the Lucky Star OVA is a little longer, but that's also one that is doing a bunch of different mini segments. But this one is just properly, a very special episode in that sense. And it is beautifully done. The other image that you get in this one is the train station, where there are all the missing people notices, and everyone's sort of gathering and praying or blessing the people who are lost, and that becomes an image. Yeah, no, it's a great episode. It's not like my personal favorite, but that is only because there's a lot of other ones I also really love. So that's not like it just comes down to, man, which one hit you the hardest? And there's no wrong answer.
Yeah, it's great. So that leads us into episode 5, which is directed by Fujita Haruka and Sawa Shinpei, but storyboarded by Yamada Naoka, who was also working on Liz and the Bluebird at the same time. So understandable that she did not direct this episode. There's a lot of stuff to do.
Yeah, let's just, while I'm making a fucking masterpiece movie that I storyboarded in its entirety, let me throw off a storyboard for an episode of Violet Evergarden.
Yep.
These people at KyoAni are crazy.
Yeah, it's absolutely nuts. This is a great episode. This is such a classic Violet Evergarden episode that just does so many interesting things with the letter writing. Because, of course, it's the episode about the princess who's going to be married to this other kingdom as a way to kind of help move past the war and build a new alliance. And so they have these public letter readings of love, and they're each written by dolls. And so Violet visits the palace, and it's just such a complete feeling story. Like, it feels like you got like at the end of this episode, this is maybe the biggest episode that feels like it's just a movie. Like, it's shocking that it's just only a TV episode length, because it so much feels like it happens. You feel this whole other world, because you've got the princess, and then you also have her caretaker. And both those characters are so sort of standout. So the caretaker, Alberta, is voiced by Koyama Mami, who we have talked about a lot. I mean, she goes all the way back to Cecilia Zabi in Mobile Suit Gundam. She's in a million things. The Princess Charlotte, is voiced by Nakajima Megami, who she's a pretty notable voice actress. Her biggest thing is she's Ranka, which is one of the main characters of Macross Frontier. She's also Tuli, the little sister in a show I really like called The Ascendance of a Bookworm. That's a lovely little character. And then the prince in this episode, Prince Damien, is voiced by Kenjiro Tsuda, who is, of course, Seto Kaiba in Yu-Gi-Oh!, Nanami in Jujutsu Kaisen, Goto Senpai in Sound Euphonium, Dane Slafe in Genshin Impact. So lots of great voice actors.
That's
here.
An all-star cast right there. Wow.
Yeah, it's a big, sort of triple threat here in this episode. And this little story of all these letters that Violet is writing, and getting these scenes of them being written for this adoring public, and them being all into these letters, but the princess being so dissatisfied with them. And that big point in the middle where the princess sits down with Violet in the field, and she says, Violet, why don't you sort of I'm going to stop being the princess for a second. You stop being a doll for a second and just listen to me as you are. This is such a big moment of Violet's development that she accepts that and sort of takes off the mantle of Violet Evergarden for a second. And she explains her whole history, and this little detail of the past between the princess and the prince that I love, of where, yes, this is going to be an arranged political marriage, but the way the princess sort of defines it as, but she's sort of done a lot of work to try to make it so that this is going to be the arranged marriage, right? Of all the different people that it could be, this one prince who's like a good guy who helped console her in the garden. You know, she talks about like after the war, she did all this work and did dinners with her parents and all this kind of stuff to try to push it in that direction. And I love that little detail that lends a lot more agency to the character than this kind of story about princesses usually does, while still being in the realm of believability for these kind of political marriages. And then this is, of course, where Violet decides, let's have you write the letters. I'm going to go communicate with the character we learn is Cat Leia, the other doll that is working with the prince, and we'll have you guys exchange authentic love letters, and by the end be able to actually build a true connection between you two, rather than it just be like political and for show. And what just like a beautiful little, you know, kind of classical fairy tale story about a princess, but one that is grounded in what feels like a political reality, is grounded in the world of Violet Evergarden, that sense of sort of despair the princess has about having to go live in a palace in a different kingdom with people she does not know. She can't bring Alberta with her because Alberta is a maiden of the palace or whatever. You know, she like works there. She belongs to the royal family of this kingdom, and she's going to become a member of a royal family of a different kingdom. And there's like the political reality and the terror of being a little girl in that situation in such a small episode. I feel like it communicates all those ideas so powerfully.
Absolutely. And I think it does two big things that start to shift the shape of the show a little bit, which is that this is the first one where we really are like hardcore from another character's POV on Violet, which we will mostly be in for 5, 6, 7, again in 10, a little bit in 11. And I really like all of those episodes. These are the ones that I think part of why you were saying like it feels like so this could be like a movie is it is that kind of big standalone story where this one is not so much Violet's story, although she does develop over the course of it, but it is about the characters in the story. And then the other thing is, I love that Violet's breakthrough in this one is, I just need to take a step back. I shouldn't be writing these letters. This is wrong. Like, because she's in this one, and I think this is probably where I would guess, if you didn't watch the OVA, this is where it feels like there's a jump, is she's really good at it by now. That they're able to, and this is where it just feels so precise that they put it between 4 and 5, because she's asked in 5 to write a love letter again. And after going through the fucking gauntlet that was the love letter, like, poem lyrics thing, well, that's old hat. She can write a million love letters, and she's very good at it, and the other auto memory dolls are good at it, so they can put on a show for the public, but it's not doing what the actual human beings need. And Violet is able to, again, because she is so without ego, I think is part of it, is just say, oh, well, this is dumb. You write the letters. I'm here to help if you need it. But basically, I'm not needed here. What I am needed for is to recognize that I'm not needed. And it is pulling herself out of it, pulling the other person out of it. And of course, that saves the day, to the degree that Violet shrinks a little bit out of this episode in its second half, which is something I like. And it really, Charlotte and Damien become our main characters in the second half of this episode. And I think that's so cool. But then it also uses this opportunity. It is very pointed that this is the episode with a post-credits scene, the only one, and it is where Violet runs into Gilbert's brother, Dietfried, who dismisses her, as you've written in your notes here, Sean, as a killer. It's even more brutal than that. He's saying, what a lie that these hands you say bring people together, but you are a killer, basically. And coming after this episode where we're kind of seeing Violet at the height of her powers, to recognize what the actual role of an auto memory doll is, which is more than writing the letter. Sometimes it's not writing and stepping back, makes this episode have a real gut punch to it as well.
Yeah, it's a great little stinger, and it's such a knife twist, the way they use the episode titles that come in with the little quote that a character says over a black screen. And for this one, it's you write letters that bring people together. And you would think that that's a positive thing, but then the way it's contextualized in the episode is it's such a sort of gut punch. One last note on this episode is there's, the big Yamada Naoko touch to it in terms of the storyboards is the continued symbolism of the flowers. So the kingdom that the princess is from has this white flower. The prince's kingdom is a rose. And so you have this red rose. And the way that is like used to kind of like communicate the passage of time, as you have the big montage of the letters that are then contextualized like a conversation between these two characters, and you have these more and more roses gather in this vase that the princess has, and all that kind of stuff. The way that's visualized is so beautiful, and it tells the story of this conversation happening between these two people over the course of a long period of time. And talking about time here, very important, is in Violet Evergarden, it's a letter or an episode where you really feel it. I love it's also visualized at near the end. You have a great little shot where you've got the two flags of the two kingdoms with the flowers on them, and then that then cuts to a shot of these two random background characters who are putting their glasses together and basically like a cheer. It's a man and a woman, and one of them has red wine and the other has white wine, and it's just such a good way of using the colors and the language of flowers and stuff. And obviously flowers are so big in so many Yamada Naoko stories that really works here so well. And then you have the big, tearjerker moment at the end where you've got Alberta, the caretaker, having to say goodbye to the princess who's in her wedding dress, and puts the flower on her head. Was just like the most delicate expression. The way that characters are written with the expressions on their face in the show are so gorgeous. And then, of course, the princess goes and kind of kneels to Alberta and puts her hand to her forehead in the show of love and respect and adoration. And this is where I talk about, like, it feels like a movie that it's such a short period of time we've had these two characters together, but that moment just hit so hard for me at the end of the episode. They've built that relationship in such an economical fashion that it has so much impact, seeing it come to this sort of culmination of this young girl having to grow up and leave home and go and do this thing, and Alberta having to say goodbye. It's so good.
Yeah, and it's not hard to imagine the 90-minute version of this. You could absolutely flesh this out, and we would see more of Charlotte and her backstory, and we would probably learn more about the two kingdoms, and we'd have a little bit more back and forth. And I think that would also be great, too. Being able to do it in 22 minutes is absurd. It's amazing,
Yeah.
I'm glad you called out that cut, by the way, of the two flags to the two glasses clinking, because that is one of the best cuts in this whole show. Yeah. And it's one of those moments where if you know anything about animation and storyboards, I look at that. I haven't seen the storyboards for that episode. I can imagine them in my head. I can imagine just a very simple sketch of two flags, two glasses, and I can imagine a very satisfied Naoko Yamada sitting there going, that's really good. And it's a super simple thing to sketch, right? And then obviously the animation is a little more florid, and it's got the background, and it's got like confetti raining down and all this stuff. But it's such a simple... It's one of the great things you can do with storyboarding is because you're really sketching it out with pencil. You can come up with very simple ideas that will be elaborated on, but you can see right there on the page, here to here. That's beautiful.
Yeah, and just like the use of juxtaposition and contrast and colors, it's like Yamada Naoko. She's an absolute fucking master at this stuff, and that episode is no exception. Talking about a master at this stuff, let's talk about episode 6.
Here's the thing. So we haven't talked about yet in this episode how much Violet Evergarden is touched by the arson attack on Kyoto Animation. And you mentioned this on an earlier episode, Sean, when we talked about the Sound Euphonium, well, the one called Sound Euphonium, the movie. Yes. And that one is also touched by it. But Violet Evergarden has this sort of unique thing in that it is one of their works that straddles it. The show was made before it. The first movie was made before it, but released after it, and then the last movie was, its production was delayed by the fire, and then it comes out fully after all of that in its aftermath. And it is a cruel, cruel irony that it's this show, because this show is about trauma, and it is about pain, and it is about loss, and it is about people being present even when they are absent. In some ways, it is also the perfect text to try to process the emotions around that. But it also means you get an episode like this. This is the last episode of television Kigami Yoshiji directed. Yep. And I had looked at your notes actually before I watched this episode, and I saw that you had just noted that in your notes, that this is the last thing he ever, the episode of television he ever directed, and he is one of the greatest to ever do this. And so this episode is brilliant in its own right. I love it. It is not the biggest episode of Violet Evergarden or the most ambitious, but it is a perfect, kind of Violet Evergarden adventure of the week. But it is also one that it's emotionally hard to get through. It's hard to talk about it on its own terms because it is the last thing that this absolute fucking genius did. And that genius is really apparent in here, including in little moments like I added a note to your notes and then you added a GIF in there because I think we were on the same page here. Mm-hmm. Like there's a little scene where our character, Leon, who is our guest character this episode, is talking to Violet about his frustrations, and he's holding this loaf of bread. And if you weren't aware this was a Kigami Yoshiji episode, you would be aware here where him squeezing and twisting this loaf of bread until it breaks is the most physically exquisite piece of animation you've ever seen. And it's like, this is this is the talent that was taken from us, and from the world and from his family and his friends, and it is so brutal and cruel.
Yeah, we'll talk about it with the next movie. We'll go through it in a little bit more detail, the arson attack stuff, because the next movie finished production the day before the arson attack happened. Effectively, it finished editing literally the day before it happened. So we'll talk about it there because it's much more direct in terms of the production of that film. But yeah, I mean, it's really, the loss is impossible to try to kind of comprehend and get your head around. And in some ways, Violet Evergarden is about that. That's true of all of these kinds of feelings, big and small. They're hard to get your head around, and you can't process them or just kind of like walk through it and just ignore it or whatever. And the Kigami Yoshiji one is particularly brutal because you just see his body of work and what he did and losing it, and losing all the things he could have made if it had not happened. And there's something that almost feels appropriate about his last episode being one that's a simple episode, because oftentimes he would be given like the big turning point episode in the middle of a show, but it felt like as things went on, you got less of, let's give him the penultimate episode of Air, the first one we ever talked about, directed by him, which was the first time I was like, oh, this is the guy that I read about in my reading up on the history of KyoAni, that everyone's like, oh, he's the genius animator who can draw anything, and he's the guy who taught all of the big KyoAni people how to draw, and then they, of course, go on and teach their proteges how to draw. But it all comes back to Kigami Yoshiji, and I had done all that research, and then we watched Air, and you get to that penultimate episode that's all about Misuzu's aunt, who's sort of her surrogate mother, taking care of her when Misuzu kind of can't take care of herself anymore. And it's just one of the most beautifully directed and storyboarded episodes of any show ever. Even now, going through everything else, it still stands out as one of the best things KyoAni has done, is that episode of Air. And it felt like Kigami sort of, as a guy who clearly never wanted to be in the limelight, he directed very little of his own in terms of big shows. I mean, he never did a whole show. He did some OVA stuff like Munto. He had multiple pseudonyms that sometimes make tracking down his credits a pain in the butt because he's got like 3 or 4 different ones. I've been able to read 3 different of his pseudonyms in kanji. I've learned how to read just by sight because they pop up so much. And it felt like over the years he kind of moved more to let me do like a normal episode, like let me do the Sunfest episode of Sound Euphonia, which is relatively normal for that show. Obviously,
it's technically, he would get into the mode of doing like, this is a really technically complex episode.
Yeah.
But narratively, it's not all that huge, right?
Yeah, it's not the finale. It's not the giant turning point in the show. And this is the most like, one of the most plain episodes of Violet Evergarden in terms of narrative content, because there's no huge character death. I mean, the characters, it's about his family is not here, his parents, but that's the thing that's happened so far in the past. It feels like by the time you get here that Leon's kind of cold to it. He is the most like Violet of any character we've met, and Violet identifies that in him, and that's why they build a different kind of connection than she builds with any other character in the show. But the stakes and everything of this episode feel so simple, especially coming from, we're putting on a giant opera production, or we're going and, we're uniting a treaty between 2 different nations that used to be at war in marriage. This is, I'm not even writing a letter. I'm just transcribing what this dude is saying. And I'm just up at this observatory for a week with this guy. And that's it. And it's just about her being up at that observatory, meeting Leon, their time together, and then her leaving at the end, and him being so changed by that experience that he chooses to go out into the world and be an explorer like his father was, rather than just stay here and just translate the text that people bring to him. He's going to go find the things in the world that he wants to translate and make academic discoveries and all of that. And it's such a simple little story. That, is the kind of thing that if you made the compilation movie of Violet Evergarden, you could cut it out entirely. It has so little sort of like direct bearing on the story. And yet Kigami Yoshiji infuses it with so much life and energy and personality and character in little moments and little ways. I mean, we were talking about the use of lighting in this show. This is like it, because it's up on this fucking observatory where the way the sun shines up here above the clouds is so different. And then the way that the night sky is visualized, the way that the light pours into these like interior locations and all of that is so different. But then you have those little moments of character like the bread one that you identified, which is the big one. But it's all throughout this episode and the big climax of them looking at the sort of Halley's Comet equivalent that's coming by. It is a episode that's very simple, but at the end it's so incredibly moving. And when near the end of the show you get your montage of, or I think this is maybe that montage in episode 9, you get the montage of the people she's affected, and you get the shot of Leon who's on a mountain with the night sky behind him. Even though this is not the most emotional episode, there's a lot more emotional episodes than this one. That's the image that hits me the most when I get to that montage, when you get all the different characters, is seeing Leon out there in the world and how Violet has touched him and affected his life. And I think it's because of how perfectly told this little kind of bottle story is up on this mountain.
I agree. I think this episode does, and Violet Evergarden is good at this in every episode. I think this episode is the best at this thing, which is the setting. And it is so good at creating this place, which is this observatory on this mountain, which is a kind of place that exists. There are places like this. It's fantastical to a certain degree because they're rare, but this kind of thing does exist. You know, we grew up in Colorado, Sean. I've been up to the mountains where you get to the top and the clouds are a little bit beneath the tip of the mountain, and you get to see things from a different vantage point, and it gets all of that. Somehow this episode just gives you a sense of like, it's cold up there, even though it's not like snowing. There's no like of the external signifiers of that, but it gets ideas like that. As you say, the way the lighting in this episode and color work looks totally different. The night sky looks totally different because they're up in this remote mountain and there's no light pollution. There's a big library, and that is very evocative. The setting is just stunning. And the final scene of the episode where she is on the tram going back down, it's like literally that tram like cuts into the cloud layer and she is leaving and he runs after her. Maybe the most stunning series of images in this show, and that is saying something. And then, if I were to want more episodes of Violet Evergarden, I would want more like this. I love, not that I feel like the show is missing. It has it. It's right here. So that's fine. But like, I love how low-key and casual it is, because like there is no letter writing in this one. It's just pure, they're transcribing together, and it's using her typography skills and his skills for like interpreting these old texts. And as an academic, I'm like, ooh, I'm very glad they're doing this. They've got all these old books and they would fall apart, so they're going to type them up. These are good academics right here. And I like all of that. But like, it is also kind of the closest that this show comes to telling a love story. Because obviously the word love is there with the major a lot. I don't personally interpret that as romantic. I think it's very father-daughter or something like that. And I don't think Violet at this point in her life, or at any point really in this show, would be ready for a romance with another human being. She's not that mature yet. But I like that this gives you a little preview of like, if she were, this is the kind of way it would go. This is the kind of person she can empathize with. They have a very compatible personality. I can totally imagine them spending their afternoons sitting in the library together reading or something and being very happy. And I like that they have this encounter, because I also think Leon isn't at that level of maturity yet, right?
Yeah.
But they intersect and they both become more mature out of it. And you can imagine what a Violet who is 10 years older might do if she were attracted to another person, or how that would go. Because it is, when they are watching the, like, basically the northern lights up in the sky at night and they're seeing all of that, it is very romantic in a certain sense. It is not like sexually charged or anything at this point in the show, but it is a very lovely exchange between these two people who have unexpectedly become friends. And I love that, and I love how low-key it is. I love how much you walk away from this one with a greater sense of Violet just as a person moving through the world and learning about herself. Leon, I think, is a really vivid character, in part because there's no gimmick with Leon, right? There's no bigger stakes to it. He's just a boy who works at this observatory, and he had parents who went out and did adventures, and even though they died, he realizes that's what he wants too. And it's beautiful. And, one of the things when we lost Kigami Yoshiji is the future of the idea that I agree with you. He was moving more into this zone of like, he was taking more low-key episodes. I would have loved to see more of this from him. I would have loved to see more of anything from him. But boy, as the one that wound up being his last one, you couldn't pick a much more perfect episode to show why he was so unbelievably special.
Absolutely. And there's like so much in this episode. One shot that I definitely wanted to shout out, that like, it's so just loaded with visual meaning. And shows like, it's a good example of where Violet Evergarden in these kinds of more bottle anthology style episodes, is still telling like a serialized story about Violet's development of the character, because this episode is about her in many ways coming to terms with, or it's her beginning to come to terms with, the contradiction in her life of the person who used to bring violence and other person connecting people together. And there's a conversation around the midpoint that her and Leon have at night, where they're talking about like her job and what it means to be a doll and all that kind of stuff. And she's like, it's this really amazing job where I kind of travel around the world and I meet these people and I sort of try to connect their feelings and what all these letters mean. And then she has this moment of doubt where she expresses briefly, like, but am I worthy of a job like that? And the shot where that happens is this shot where she is shoved to like the far right end of the frame. And they're talking like underneath this arch that has a wall on the left side with a big window in it. And so most of the frame is that wall, and the window is in the left third. And so the way that it sort of, the center of the frame is this just blank wall. The left-hand side has this like big gap into the night sky that your eye is kind of drawn to, but then on the right-hand side is where she is shoved into the corner with this like single vertical strip of the night sky behind her. It's such a striking composition that's so kind of strange, but like I think communicates so much of what she's feeling in this moment. And it strikes me as a very Kigami Yoshiji shot. He's this very geometric kind of storyboard artist in my mind, who like is so good at using geometry and shapes in like rigid kind of shapes to communicate feelings and ideas and emotions, using like the silhouettes in that way. That's one of those things that's so striking about his episode from Air, going all the way to back that one, is him using the location of that traditional Japanese house with like the big rectangle doors and all that kind of stuff so strategically. And you get some of that here just for this more kind of old European architecture. But it's just so bread and butter basics, but done to like the absolute level of mastery for this one little moment, expressing this really potent feeling of doubt that Violet has, that is a little seed in this episode, but is something that communicates so much about what our main character is like and where she's at this point in the show.
It's a great shot to pick, and Kigami Yoshiji, I just think, is one of those guys who just he thinks in storyboards. I think that's how he like visualizes his visual storytelling, is the geometric impact of these shots and their alternation. You're right about that one. While the final image is, beautifully crafted with really exquisite lighting in terms of that there's light coming from the other side of the arch, but we're on the dark side of it. It's another one like that one from the Naoko Yamada episode, where I can just imagine the very quickly sketched out version of it very easily, because it is like, it's basically two shapes and Violet, and in a sketch, you could do that very quickly, right? And then the artists come in and they fill it in and they make it beautiful. But like the basic idea of it, boom, you look at it right there, you get it. And there's so much loaded in it. In part because, you look at that image on its own and it looks like Violet is on the edge of a cliff. And of course, no, she's not. She's facing this other boy, Leon, and he's right there. And she could reach out and touch him, but she's not. And when we pull back and we see the full extent of the arch in a later shot, and you see there's like multiple windows, and they're in the middle of a big one that they are kind of sitting in together, a big archway, and the starry sky extends beyond them, and it feels like kind of the opposite of that last shot, where there's a real wholeness and a unity to it. That's great storyboarding, and that is that, sense of her feeling alone, but then her also having this person to bounce off of, and they are coming closer together, and it is told through the architecture of the scene. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just an incredible episode. One thing to shout out, we're talking about our guest stars, is that the voice actor that voices Leon is Uemura Yuto, he's the main character in a whole bunch of stuff. For me in particular, the big thing that I think he's just incredible in is he's Thorfinn, the main character in the Vinland Saga anime, which is just, that's a great show. It's a incredible protagonist, and it's a wild performance because you follow that character from being like a little kid to he's like an adult in the last section that the anime is adapted, and he's a really good voice actor. Just another example of it. He had been the main character in a bunch of stuff. He's the main dude in Bungo Stray Dogs as well, which is a very popular series. He had already been that character for like 2 seasons by this point, so another great little guest star for that episode.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, episode 7, directed by Yamamura Takuya, and doesn't have a title. Is this our first one that did the thing where they didn't give it a title?
I have a bone to pick with the English language Wikipedia page for Violet Evergarden, because it says that this episode has no title, and that is incorrect. The Japanese Wikipedia page does correctly display it as
Right.
the episode has a title. The title is just blank spaces because it does have a black title screen with quotes. They're brackets in Japanese, but that's what quotes are. Whereas episode 8 and 12, which actually have no title, those truly have no title. But
That's
the
correct.
English language Wikipedia page lists those as the same thing. There's a distinction between a thing that has a title, which is nothing, and a thing that has no title. Those are two different things.
Yeah, because episodes 8, 9, and then 12, 13 are essentially one title, part 1 and 2, you could almost interpret it as. No, you're right. This one, the title can be typographically rendered, and it is bracket, spacebar, 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 bracket.
Yes.
Yes. No, but this is directed by Yamamura Takuya, and this one is both another sort of standalone about another character, Oscar Webster, the famous playwright. Love the choice of that. Oscar Webster, great name. And he is an alcoholic who is, it seems like he's, maybe kind of a ne'er-do-well, and we learn, of course, he is very traumatized by the loss of his daughter, which he is a playwright, and this is the play he's writing about is about that. And Violet helps him finish the play, including an incredible piece of animation. We'll get back to all that in a second. And then this episode is also kind of kicking off and prologuing episode 8 and 9, which is going to be the big flashback two-parter that's going to reveal sort of Violet's origin and ultimately resolve this phase of the story. So this episode is actually doing quite a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely a very jam-packed episode. And yeah, it is also... it is very emotionally brutal. Like the story of this dad who's a writer who lives alone in this cabin that's just like completely trashed to shit, and then slowly learning that he had this daughter who he has lost to illness, kind of slowly over time, and he has not really processed it yet. And Violet helping him process it by writing this play that is a children's story that is clearly is the kind of story that we were referencing earlier, of this sort of like early 20th century children's fantasy story that's about some kid with like an umbrella that goes on an adventure. It almost seems like Wizard of Oz-esque, like with a Dorothy sort of character. And that, of course, like the big climax is that the way they find how she gets home is that she skips over the leaves fallen on the pond to get back to her father, and flies there with an umbrella and jumps on the leaves on the pond, which is the thing that his daughter said. But the whole construction of this episode of seeing Violet trying to find a way to get into this guy's heart, who he's so damaged, he's so hurt, he's pushing her away. He's treating her like a maid and not just a auto memory doll, and she kind of has to sort of navigate that and figure out how that works, because then she also starts hiding his alcohol from him. So they have this very different relationship. But you also see Violet starting to really engage with empathy actively, where she is like so enthralled by the story that she's transcribing for him and is so engaged with it and asking him questions like, how is she going to get home? But how do you do this? And she's almost become sort of like a co-author in some ways of the story by the end, because she helps come up with the resolution. And it's so cool to see Violet slowly experimenting with and learning empathy through fiction in this story, which of course is going to then like segue into her revelation at the end of the episode of just how deep the consequences of her violent life run.
Yeah, Sean, I agree with all of that. It's an absolutely wrenching episode, and we've got a couple of episodes here that I would not call sad, right? Like, there's ones that have some sadness in them, but overall, like, the OVA 5, 6, those all I think are on the more positive side for Violet Evergarden episodes. This one, obviously, the thing that he has gone through cannot be fixed in any way, right? Violet can't put the pieces back together, but she can help him start to figure out how to go through this, which also I think is why, even though I think if you're watching this for the first time, it feels a little sudden at the end that this is where she finally learns that the Major is dead or is missing in action. Because the episode doesn't necessarily feel on your first viewing that it's leading up to that. But of course, when you see this and then you see episodes 8 and 9, this is kind of a rehearsal for what she's going to go through, right?
Yeah.
Because she's about to have to truly encounter this loss, which everyone watching the show knows is coming. If Violet had more sort of forthright emotional intelligence, she could see it on the guy's Claudia's face, Hodgins' face. I think through the other episodes, because all of us in the audience can see in his face that he is hiding something, and that it is probably the death of the Major. But But I think connecting those two things in the same episode, when you look at the whole arc of the show, feels so perfect because Violet does help this guy through it. And it's not that he is okay at the end, but it's that he started to figure out kind of, I think, the emotional language to come to grips with it and be productive again and be a fuller human being again. And that's a journey, not a destination. But then Violet is confronted with this, now she has to do it, right? And she's going to have to confront these things. And of course, along the way, the episode is absolutely gorgeous. This is one of our most pastoral episodes where we are out in the country and this guy lives in this absolutely beautiful place, which of course just makes the loss feel all the more potent because this is a place that a child should be running through and should be loving and adoring. And it's where there should be a family. This is not somewhere a single guy should be living, right? Because it is so isolated and isolative. The difference, if you're talking about lighting, between the indoors, where he has this very poorly lit house, even by the standards of Violet Evergarden, where there's no electric lighting, he just doesn't, it's very closed off. He doesn't keep a lot of windows open. But then you go outside and it is so bright. It is an assaultive, it is the most colorful episode of the entire series. And then you do have this both whimsical and tragic moment. I think it is it is at least it could be the defining moment of Violet Evergarden, of her making the jump with the umbrella. It is obviously the most Mary Poppins-esque thing that she does. It is the most sort of whimsical, magical, fantasy-esque thing because she does get a couple of skips in before she falls into the water. That piece of animation is utterly fucking stunning. Oh my god, how did they do it? But this is also the moment, of course, where he starts to fully grieve the life with his daughter that he no longer has. It's stunning. It is this show at the height of its powers.
Yeah, it is specifically, it's like that whole sequence where you have the shot that's like the big money shot of you have this like 3D camera that starts rotating as she steps on the leaf. And it's such a good example of where, usually KyoAni doesn't go for these kinds of big 3D camera movements. Sometimes maybe like in the Sound Euphonium during a concert scene, they'll have it every once in a while. Like I think Beyond the Boundary did that a couple of times with some of the action stuff. But typically you don't go for these big elaborate kind of rotating 3D camera moves. And so doing it here in this moment of like fantasy of her stepping on this fallen dried leaf on this lake, and you have like obviously some like digital elements with the water and stuff. It's so otherworldly. It's such a sharp, smart technical choice because you also have just like kind of the slow motion effect of the leaves falling down while it's happening. It's such a crazy shot in the middle of this show. There's no other sequence in Violet Evergarden that looks anything like that. But it's so to the show's credit that it knew this is the exact moment to deploy this because it is like it's something out of a fantasy. It is where Violet kind of like breaks out of the more realistic confines in which most things in this show exist. And she does this a couple of times because she also is kind of like a crazy action hero. We'll talk about when we talk about episode 11, but that moment is just incredible. And then yes, it's accompanied with this beautiful montage flashback of the father flashing back through the life of his child and coming to tears over it, but being also to be able to live his life and kind of move forward with this play and everything afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. One visual motif we haven't talked about a lot yet, but we're going to come back to, especially in episode 13, is water and is liquid and like the globular kind of nature of it and how exquisitely it is drawn in some of these moments. Particularly the very end of episode 13 has this stunning set of images of a water drop. But I think you get that here also with like the way her high heel skims the edge of the lake and all of those things. Like there's something about kind of the shape of water itself and how it moves and how it comes out as tears or is there in the lake that I think fascinates this show and is something extremely accomplished in its animation.
This is also the episode where you have the sequence on the way back home for her, where you get to see a little bit of like what happens when Violet's alone with her thoughts at this point in the show. And you have this amazing sequence where you go back and forth between her in the present day and her in episode 1 in that scene where Hodgins is telling her you're on fire and she's going, no, I'm not burning. And it's her saying that in the past. And then the present, it's like, no, you are burning. And she's saying it to herself. It's so brutal. And of course, setting up then where we're going to go in the subsequent story where Violet has to like really dig deep into her own sense of self in her own history to kind of try to do the things that she's been doing to other people. She needs to now learn how to do that for herself.
All right, Sean. So then we have episodes 8 and 9, 9 being the one that feels like a series finale because of the content of the episode, the story of the episode, and then that it ends, it doesn't have your theme song, it doesn't have your ending song. The credits roll over the images at the end of the episode. We have an original insert song for the end of it, and it ends with the title of the show coming up as the title of the episode. It basically does everything to signify this is a series finale. One of the most wonderful things about this show, though, is that it is not, and we get to push on past what we kind of think of as the natural, because it feels in the moment like the natural endpoint of the show is these 2 episodes. We do the flashback. We finally see the moment where the Major says the words, "I love you," and we see that flashback in full. We have Violet address this trauma. We have her address the idea of being on fire. She sees the effect of everyone she's had with her letters, and she kind of gets to come to terms with why the letter writing is so important and how this will be her future, and how that can make up for her past. And it feels like this is the culmination of the story. And of course, what is wonderful, I think, is the set of episodes that come after this, showing that there is even more to her and even more to her story, because maybe the idea of an endpoint is even wrong in thinking about these things. But in the moment, man, these are great episodes, particularly episode 9, which is another massive loss. This is the last one we're talking about, directed by Takamoto Yasuhiro. Well, we're going to talk about his show, Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. But in terms of an individual episode of TV, this is the last chronologically. And it's, stunning. Everything I would have said about the Kigami Yoshiji one, but adjusted for the particulars of Takamoto Yasuhiro. And I think this is another moment like, things we've seen in like Love, Chinibyo and Other Delusions, where they are very aware of the impact of this episode, and they have called in the big guns, and he is doing his Takamoto Yasuhiro thing. But I also don't want to sell episode 8 short either, because that one is incredible.
Yeah, and I think one thing that they do a very good job of, and it's true of the other kind of effective 2-parter as well, is that like there is there's a direct like we're going into the next episode, but episode 8 is a very distinct episode at the same time. Yes. Because episode 8 is where most of the flashback stuff is. It just ends on a big, like, I guess what is technically a cliffhanger, even if we already know what the resolution of the cliffhanger is, but it ends with the Major getting fucking shot in the eye, which is wild. It's very fucking like Saving Private Ryan, this whole thing. And then episode 9 finishes up that flashback, but then it's mostly about what's happening in the present day. But yeah, so we have episode 8, the flashback one, where it's directed by Sawa Shinpei and storyboarded by him. And this one's just like, you get like all the fucking crazy war shit in this one. This is the most violent of all of them. Like, there's a lot of Violet slitting dudes' throats, a lot of like gunfire. This is where you just get the sense of violence in this show is very intense. You have all these bolt action rifles, and so it has that sense of like, these older kinds of firearms, that there's like all this impact to it, but it doesn't have the like automatic fire and that rhythm to it. So it's like these single shots that seem to like just come out of nowhere, and the blood bursting out of people. It's, it's not sort of excessive or glorifying the violence or anything, but it's so impactful the way that this series depicts the violence. And you get a lot of it in episode 8.
Absolutely. This is where I think you can really feel that this is Ishidate Taichi's show on an overall level, because you can feel that kineticism that we've been recognizing since the earliest days of this season in his work, and I think is brought to bear here again it is not a glorification of violence. It is that Saving Private Ryan thing of it is like brutal, and it is intense, and it is also kind of staccato and fast. And it is, tremendously well directed there. But one other thing about the overall macro structure of the show is I love that when we do come to the big flashback here, every major movement of the flashback, not necessarily every scene in line, but every major movement we have seen before. We have seen the basics of her buying the brooch, right? And we have seen that, and that is the big kind of one of the big closing scenes in this episode. We have seen the battle in the town at the end of, it's the Battle of Intense, which is a very,
yes.
Yeah, which is a funny name for a battle. I would say most battles are intense, but this is the Battle of Intense. We have seen that happened. We've seen some of the aftermath of it. We have seen the moment where she is like first adopted by Gilbert. We have seen some of her in the battlefield as a child soldier, but we've always seen them a little bit out of context, a little bit hazy. There have been pieces missing. They've been feeling throughout this show so far like memories that are being suppressed, because confronting them is going to be so massively difficult for her, because it is the fire. It is the thing that will burn her up if she feels, and this is where we finally get it. And even then, this episode also introduces some moments that will then not be fully articulated until episodes 12 and 13, like the final night in the tent together before the Battle of Intense, where we have the full conversation about him not wanting her to just take orders. So I like how this show, doles out its flashbacks to us in this way that really does feel like memory. And by the time we see them, part of their power comes from the ways we have seen them suppressed up to now, and the impact they have on Violet because of that. None of these scenes are ones where I had no idea Violet Evergarden did this. That's never an idea in these flashbacks.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of connects to a little bit of what you're talking about with episode 1 of, if you're comparing it to music, episode 1 being this overture that gives you a taste of the major musical ideas that the whole piece is going to do. And this kind of feels like you had this little leitmotif that appeared here and there, so what the musical sort of basis is, and now we're going to do the full version of it and give you the full, fill in all the context. And that's what this is like, only narratively with the flashbacks and the memories. Because yes, all of these are extensions of moments we've seen before, because you also get a flashback to her getting her name and all that kind of stuff. So you just get this kind of full understanding of what her past was. And it's also interesting because if you're thinking through we have our different POV characters that, this usually the show does not have a solid, this is just this person's POV. In a couple of episodes, it's more like that. But usually at least have a secondary character's POV beyond Violet. And here it's really Gilbert, right? We get a lot more of the audience gets to see who this guy was, because we've only kind of seen him in these little tiny moments, in these little fragmented memories. And here you just get this much better sense of this guy who knows exactly how fucked up what his relationship with Violet is. He knows that it's wrong. He knows that, using this child soldier is awful, but he cannot find a way out of it. He can't figure out anything else to do, and it rips him to pieces to be around her because he knows how awful it is. And you just get that, I think, so clearly here. And that's just how sad he looks all the time. And the way he looks at her with his emerald green eyes. And it's just so, it's so moving to see this dude who's trying to be a good person in a world that just will not let him be a good person. And he's just trying to be the best he can for Violet. Because you see him educating her, and he's reading that book for her and all that stuff. And then teaching her how to read and trying to get her to move beyond these orders and all that kind of stuff. And it's just not going through, right? It's kind of going in one ear and out the other with Violet. She is getting educated, she's learning and improving bit by bit, but she's not becoming a fully independent person the way that he's wanting her to. And you see how that kind of is ripping this person apart.
I think the way the show overall structures its view on Gilbert is so fascinating, and I think is so well done, because you could run the risk of overly absolving this person for their role in this, I think. And instead, I think the show really threads the needle where you understand what he is and isn't guilty for, and what he does and does not give Violet, right? He didn't make her this way. That is a thing we see here. He takes her in, and he certainly is probably giving her a better life than she would have had otherwise. But he also, in part because of the systems and structures he is inundated with, he has not chosen there for there to be a war and for all these things, right? He cannot find a way out of that. And in that struggle and in that overwhelming sense of guilt he has, where he knows it is wrong every step of the way, what he is ultimately able to give her, and this is where we come back in episodes 12 and 13, and I think what makes them so lovely, is what it suggests is he gives her this sort of emotional intelligence that eventually unlocks in her, or this kind of empathy, this loving, that eventually allows her to become the human that he really wanted her to be before he died. And I think that is a story that is told from here to the end of the show, and is done really beautifully, because it is a really fraught kind of relationship they're dealing with. And I think they toe the line exactly right wherever you have to find that. And it's tricky. I think there's very fewer, trickier relationship ideas you could try to establish in a piece of fiction than this. But I think it is done really beautifully in that there's a kinship and that these are two people thrust into a terrible situation. But there is also this trauma for him that is ultimately passed on to her in trying to figure out what to do with her and how to help her be human. And ultimately, that is something she's going to have to figure out on her own. and it's something she would have to figure out on her own whether or not he died, because that's how this kind of stuff comes down. But this episode, certainly 8, is all about being stranded in that emotion.
Yeah, you just have to shout out Namikawa Daisuke, the voice actor for Gilbert, because I think it's a really complicated performance to do, because it is this, like, he has to be two different things at the same time. He has to be this person that Violet is looking up to, but he also has to be the person that Gilbert actually is, and the audience needs to be able to sort of see, what does Violet see in this man? You also see who is this guy really, because he's a lot more complicated than that. He's not this like angel who's just taking care of her. It is this really complicated relationship. In Namikawa Daisuke, this is a great example of this very different casting approach. He's not been in any KyoAni production before this point. And if he's, of course, a great actor, been in a billion things, partially because he's a child actor, going all the way back to playing Al, the kid in War in the Pocket, Mobile Suit Gundam 080, War in the Pocket. It's been a billion, trillion things. Like, he was actually in a KyoAni show because he plays Leonard Testarossa, who's one of the villains in Full Metal Panic: The Second Raid. We just haven't covered that because that's all the Full Metal Panic stuff. He's, of course, Yu Narukami in Persona 4. He's Waver Velvet in Fate Zero, which we covered. He's Hagenezaka, the swordsmith in Kimetsu no Yaiba. He's the modern Lupin the Third version for Goemon. Just in a million things. And I put this in the notes for you too, Jonathan. He's Eustace Kid in One Piece. I don't know who the fuck that is, but he's that guy. He's
very important character. He's one of the people who takes down Big Mom.
I didn't know if that was like an important character, or if he was like in one episode in 1999. I had no idea, but I saw it and I was like, well, I'll put a One Piece one on there because Jonathan makes fun of me when I don't put the One Piece characters on.
Eustace Kid is one of the more significant characters from the second half of One Piece. So yeah, absolutely. Very, very big character.
Yeah, and Namikawa Daisuke, just such a great actor. And it's interesting to me that Violet Evergarden goes out of its way to cast some of these bigger names in a way that they typically don't. Not to say that they never do. Obviously, you've got like Sakurai as Taki Sensei and Sound Euphonium and stuff like that. But so often they go for lesser known people, or for people they've like worked with before that then became big name people, like a Nakamura Yuichi. And here it's like, no, you've got Namikawa Daisuke, and then you also have Koyasu Takahito, who 8 and 9 is a big one for him, as Claudia Hodgins. Because you see him in the past here, right? He talks about like how he wants to quit the military in episode 8, and there's that little like seed planted of Violet's eventually going to get sent to him. And Koyasu, obviously one of the most prolific voice actors in all of Japan and all of anime. We've seen him in so much stuff, going back to Zex and Gundam Wing, Game Gingenham, the villain in Turn A Gundam. He's in fucking Overman King Gainer. He's Mutla Flaga in Gundam Seed. He's Scar's older brother, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. He's Dio in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. He's in a million billion things. Just an amazing voice actor, and so good here as Hodgins. And I think it's cool to have these kinds of two really big name voice actors here playing these two characters, and it just gives a very different quality to the voice acting of Violet Evergarden here. Not to say that it's like the going for big names is automatically better than going for people who are unknown and up and coming, because obviously like both can be incredible, but it just gives it a different kind of valence to me when you have these roles played by people that are voices if you've seen anime, you will have heard in 1,000 other things before.
Yeah, even if you can't immediately place it. And in some cases, these actors have been in so many things that is the difficulty in placing it, is you're trying to trace it to one thing, right? I definitely had that problem with Koyasu as Hodgins here. But no, I do think there's an immediate benefit from having that. And, in other KyoAni things, I think the logic is partially because they're just dealing with smaller people in the grand scheme of things or whatever, right? And these characters are in some ways, if only to Violet herself, larger than life, right?
Yeah.
You kind of, because it's her subjectivity, you have to give them voices that are this big, particularly the Major. But I also think Hodgins, I think you also there's a level of experience to deal with emotions that are this fraught. One thing, and I think this is why you, Sean, and I probably too have the criticism of the final episodes of this show, that the villain is weirdly cartoonish. This show doesn't really seem to believe in good or bad people all that much, or at least not in bad people. I think it believes that people that we see are basically good or can be redeemed, that bad things, can be not erased, but they can be, rectified in some way. And I think you have characters like this where, they have messy pasts, but they also work towards better futures. It is a show that I think is aware of like systems of nation states and war and the impossible positions that puts individuals in. And a lot of this is happening in the background to Violet's immediate story, but that is where I think having, actors of this caliber helps, particularly in, some of the big scenes in episode 9, where you have the Major's effective death. I know we don't see him literally die because he is technically missing in action, but we have that. We have the flip side of that scene where Violet is, in the present day going through the rubble, and you have Hodgins come up and they have their conversation there. The flip side of that being the end of the episode, where we bring back full circle the whole idea of being on fire, but also that there is possibly life on the other side of that. It's an incredible set of performances.
Yeah, incredible set of performances. And then, just going through some other really notable stuff in episode 9, you, of course, have this pretty wild scene. It's so different than anything else in Violet Evergarden, where Violet has a nightmare of being in that on the staircase and then seeing Gilbert there, but he's like fine without his eye shot out and all that stuff. And then blood starts dripping in everywhere. This very like powerful moment of where the blood pools under her and then it starts staining her white skirt. And she kind of freaks out and stands up, looks at her hands, which are covered in blood. And then she wakes up in her room alone. She sees her stuffed dog she got from Hodgson's episode 1 on the desk, and she goes and knocks everything off the desk, grabs the dog like she's going to like throw it or destroy it, and then sets it down. And then she starts to strangle herself and attempts suicide, right? And while she's kind of crying, and then ultimately kind of stops and just breaks down into tears on the floor. And it's this really intense moment. Again, just like everything about it is very different than I think anything we've seen up till now, especially with that nightmare sequence, which is moving to this different kind of space that Violet Evergarden has not done, because everything in the show is so physicalized and feels so real and tangible that going into such an intense moment of subjectivity as this true dream sequence, it feels very appropriate to then set up this moment of near self-destruction that she takes, right? Like trying to choke herself out. And it's brutal and it's so intense. And like what Ishikawa Yui is doing with her voice there and the sound effects and the animation as her mechanical hands tying around her neck. This is probably like the most potent, the mechanical like prosthetics feel they have as this sort of like metaphorical and visual element here as she's trying to choke herself. It's a very, very distressing scene to watch, but it feels so earned in the scope of the show that this feels so real that this person would be brought to this point. And it is brutal to watch Violet, a character that at this point I think you just love so much as a person, be brought to this point where she can't conceive of life without the Major. And so she's attempting to choose to not live, but something is pulling her back from that choice. And then of course we have the man we need in the moment, Roland, shows up to pull us out of the darkness. But yes.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that in a second. I just want to stay on this scene for a moment because it is absolutely remarkable. And it is all done without dialogue, right? Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of ways to read it. And, I'll tell you my read on it is one that it is not just imagining life without the Major, but it's that the feelings are finally up and they're out. Uh-huh. Like they have been bottled up to some extent. We have seen individual moments where she's felt things and maybe she's had a tear or something, but she has at no point in the life of the show so far been kind of overwhelmed by emotion, the kind of emotion that makes you unsure of what to do with yourself, and now it has come free. And part of why she hadn't come to that point yet is because, Hodgins had been, for reasons I think we can all understand and forgive him for, but he had been lying to her and not telling her about the Major, and so this was an issue she was pushing off into the future. The check has come due. She's having to grapple with the fact that he is gone, and everything floods in. And I don't think it's just about him. I think it is also that, oh my God, I killed a lot of fucking people.
Yes.
And it's all these things. And so her reaction to that is to try to do violence. First to try to destroy this stuffed animal, and she can't bring herself to do it. It feels wrong. She trashes her room a little bit, but stops pretty quickly. And then she directs it on herself and eventually stops. And there are different ways to read it. But I think, especially knowing where the show goes in the next couple episodes, I just think she physically cannot do violence. I think it is like something that it feels so wrong for her. It is so disgusting. Even if she wants to die in that moment, I think her putting these new hands to that use, the hands that she has been writing the letters with, to the same kind of use her old hands were used for, which is to kill people, even if it is killing herself. It is like this thing that I don't know if she could name it in that moment, but that is what it feels like. And of course, by the time you get to 12 and 13, she can put a name to it. She is avowed at that point that she is not going to be doing this kind of violence to people. The most she will do is knock some soldiers out if they're trying to kill another soldier, as we see in episode 11. But like, that is this big, big, big transition point for this character of having the overwhelming emotion, her instinct that was taught to her as a child soldier being violence, whether on the room, whether on the dog, whether on herself. And in each encounter, she just can't go over that hump, and she has to find a new way to live because that cannot be her anymore. That's what's setting her on fire.
Yeah, I like that reading. And I think there's something there, she tries to destroy the dog, which, it both represents her, right? Because she picked it because it reminded her of what people called her. But also it represents the kindness of this man, Hodgins, who's taken her in, right? And there's the way that it's edited is like while she is trying to strangle herself, there are these close-ups on the dog's sort of like little plastic toy eye that's almost like it's looking accusingly at her, right? At this moment of like, she can't destroy the dog because the dog is this gift like given to her by this man who's so deeply kind, right? And I think you just get the sense that she does truly respect Hodgins in such a real way because of what he's done for her. And Hodgins
has inherited the Major's kindness. The Major was someone, we see that Hodgins wasn't that great a soldier. The Major was like a really talented soldier. Hodgins was this rich kid who kind of rose through the ranks, but was very self-aware. He's a good dude, but like he wasn't a hero in any real sense. He wasn't a major figure in the war, but he looked up to the Major, and he has taken that kind of life debt very seriously.
Yeah.
And I think Violet knows it at this point, that like, this is, the Major does survive in some way through that kindness. And as much as it would be a betrayal to Hodgins, it would also be a betrayal to the memory of that person.
Yeah, and I think that like her trying to then transfer that onto herself, it's like, well, it's not any different. Like you yourself are a living memory of the kindness of all the people that helped you get to where you are, and to kill yourself is to throw all of that away. And it's like, she can't bring herself to do it. And so I think there's just a lot packed into that moment. It's like all the stuff you're saying about the violence and also her connections to other people, that even if she hasn't fully grasped it yet, like she will at the end of the episode, she still knows deep in her heart that those things are there. And that's when that's when the Tom Bombadil of the postal office, Roland, rolls up. He's got a lot of letters to deliver. This is also where you get, in a moment of deep despair, you also get a great gag here where he has to deliver all these letters because they were like misplaced by a new postal office worker or whatever. And so they have to redeliver all these letters. And then you see that Benedict is out of action because he sprained his ankle because we haven't commented on this yet, but he wears the most twink-ass boots I've ever seen in my entire life, with these these big black leather boots with a massive fucking heel. And it's like, this dude is sending a fucking message to the world about what he wants and what he's into, and I'm totally here for it. But it's such a funny, really weird piece of character design that I love, and there's a lot of attention to put to it. There's like lots of close-ups on the boots in some of the first episodes where he's a bigger character, but you see that he's Cattleya is kind of treating his little sprained ankle, and because he's fucking twisted his ankle with his giant fucking boots, and it's hilarious. But it's a little moment of levity, and then you get Violet going to deliver letters. She delivers a letter to a house and overhears the kid in the house being like, Mom, we got a letter. And being super excited for it. And it's the slow action of delivering these letters for all these people, helping her kind of start to process what this is. Roland tells her, as every great, cool old dude at a workplace has, he's got his little catchphrase, which is, there's no letter that doesn't need to be delivered. That doesn't exist. And then that's when she goes home, and she has been given a letter by Iris and Erica that she has not yet read. And now she reads the first letter written to her, and that helps her kind of process that connection. And that's also where she learns that Spencer from episode 3 is wanting her to write a letter to his sister. And so it's just this really beautiful little moment of you in such deep darkness of that moment of self-harm, and then slowly being pulled out of it with like the humor of these other people that we get as the audience. We get a little bit of levity, but also the warm presence of Roland. Like, is this such a reassuring thing that there is this world out here, right? That's like in this, it helps show that like a contrast of the suicidal ideation that Violet has in this attempted suicide when she's alone in this dark room in this very claustrophobic scene, and that there's a whole world out here with all these other people and that she's not alone. And I love the way that it just like slowly kind of pulls out into that moment, and as she slowly reads the letter and reflects on these things, and that's what pulls her out of the darkness. And I like that it's not like, it's not one single big thing. That's just the slow way in which the sequence unpacks all these little feelings. I think it just lets you sort of decompress from that moment of intensity from the suicide attempt into this bigger world of the whole show and the world that she's made for herself.
And this is something Takamoto Yasuhiro was so uniquely good at.
Yes.
I think there's a lot of similarities here with episode, I think it's 10 of Love, Chunibyo and Other Delusions, which I think is structured very similarly to this in terms of having a dark kind of emotional low that then has a long payoff in terms of what Yuta and Rika are kind of going through in the second half of that episode. When I think about him and I think about everything we've seen from him, including either the episodes he directed or the shows he directed, like Hyoka, I think he was the most emotionally intelligent of KyoAni's directors, and articulate, I guess is what I would say, because I think he could bring those giant emotions to bear in a way that is both, it has the power of a sledgehammer in some moments, and it is a scalpel in other moments. There's so much articulation to that. There are the big moments like the suicidal ideation, but then a long sequence that is an accumulation of little daily things, little daily beauties that bring Violet back to a recognition of how rich the life she is building up is, that she has been rehabilitating herself really beautifully. And again, I had the same reaction to episode 6, whereas as phenomenal as this episode is, it is also hard to stop thinking about the man at the heart of it we lost, because this episode also, and this is the crazy irony of Violet Evergarden, it is about dealing with those kind of losses. It is about dealing with these things that are uncategorizable. You think about the Kyoto Animation arson attack, and it's a level of violence that the human mind cannot contextualize, right? But I think Kyoto Animation made all these works that are about doing our goddamn best as humans to contextualize it, And I think Takamoto Yasuhiro, if I were to say what is his legacy as a visual storyteller, that's it. It's episodes like this. I wouldn't begin to know how to rank all the things he did at KyoAni, but this is definitely as representative of anything he did as any of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Because then you have the incredible montage at the end of this episode that has that song Believe In starts playing partway through, where you get her seeing the little signs throughout the world of the things that she has done. So she sees the princess and the prince on a newspaper. She sees the playwright on a poster for the play that I love, where you see this character that kind of looks like her daughter or his daughter with the umbrella and all that stuff. There's also the moment where you see his picture and I'm like, if he grew his hair out just a little bit more and shaved, he'd look exactly like Taki Sensei from Sound Euphonium. And it's he's like Taki Sensei's a great-great-great-grandfather or something.
It looks, you have a screenshot of this here, it looks so much like Taki Sensei that I feel like Sound Euphonium 3 is going to reveal, the finale will have a very mysterious moment where they've won the gold at Nationals, everyone's happy coming off stage looking for Taki Sensei. Where is he? He fell through the wormhole and he wound up in the world of Violet Evergarden and renamed himself Oscar Webster on the spot because he couldn't think of anything better, and he lives this life now as a famous playwright, and that will be the thing that connects the Kyoto Animation multiverse.
Yes, I'm sure that we'll get there eventually. So then she encounters, obviously we've got some violets here, and she kneels down to see the violets, and then you have this great match cut to the scene where Gilbert kneels down to meet Violet for the first time he meets her, and the flowers are in the place where Violet is in the flashback, and she is in Gilbert's place, which is so good because it's it makes you, as the audience, it's right, because she's trying to sort of, become this sort of adult, emotionally complete person, and you're like, oh, but that doesn't exist. I'm an adult. Am I an emotionally complete person? There's no such thing, right? This person she idolizes, Gilbert, he didn't have it fucking together either. He was trying to, though, right? He's trying to move forward in life and help people. And it's like she is in the same place emotionally in so many ways that he was when he was probably like the same age that she is now. And I like seeing that, like, that connection there in the way that that's edited. And then, of course, she goes back to the post office. We see Benny is on crutches because he still has a sprained ankle. But I love that he's still insisting on wearing the one boot on the other leg because it's like that dude's not giving up. And then you have your little last scene between Violet and Hodgins, and you get a little montage of all the characters we've met along the way. The Killia getting the letter from her brother, the prince and the princess looking at their letters that are all stacked together. You see the Oscar Webster looking at his play. This is where I mentioned this when we did talk about episode 6, but you then get the shot of Leon, who's on top of a mountain with the night sky behind him. And it's like, that is the shot that hits me the hardest. And they save it for the last of the montage. And then that's where Hodgins tells Violet that you can't erase the things that you've done. Like you can't erase your own past, but you also can't erase all the things you've done as an auto memory doll, Violet Evergarden. And then that's when it puts the title on the screen, and you're like, oh, well, the episode's, that's the end of the show. That's clear, Violet Evergarden, it's over.
Oh, I mean, it so feels like the end of the show that, like, I needed we delayed our planned recording of this. Doesn't matter to you guys listening to it, but we had a little bit of behind the scenes back and forth on when we would record this episode, and I wanted to do it a little sooner, and Sean was like, you probably shouldn't binge this, and I didn't really know the wisdom of it. And then when I got to this episode, you were going to watch
7 episodes in a day and a morning, and I'm like, you don't want to fucking do that with Violet Evergarden. God damn.
No. Well, yeah, and I did watch 7, 8, 9 in one sitting, and I was ready to watch more. I didn't know what was coming, and I get to the end of 9, and it's like, let's go take a walk. And then it's not because it's a sad ending. I mean, there's sad things that happen here, but I find it beautifully humanistic. It is about exactly what you were saying with what she remembers of the Major, and I think it's so true to human experience. And my experience is sometimes the best things a person in our life gave us, we don't know until they're gone. And until we look back on it with eyes that are more similar to what they had. And what Gilbert was trying to give her and ultimately did was sort of the tools to work through things, to try to be better like he was being. He was not perfect. He was trying. Violet's not perfect. She's trying. And that's what this is about. And I think, episodes 12 and 13 will reaffirm this. But it feels like the show has fully articulated itself. And I definitely, the next day, I didn't watch any Violet Evergarden, and I came back and watched the rest of them last night. And I'm so glad I did that. I think you need a little break after episode 9, because part of the joy of this last stretch, and I do think 9, 10, and 11 are like the peak for me in a lot of ways, is that we don't start over. But episode 10, if a week has passed, a year could have passed. Who knows? Like, we are in a different phase for these final episodes. And I think 10 and 11 are particularly potent versions of the basic Violet Evergarden story, because Violet is just fundamentally different when we get to 10 than she was in 1 through 8. There has been a gauntlet that we have gone through. And I think it's really cool and interesting to see the show within one season basically end, climax, resolve, and then say, now that we've done that, what kind of story happens next? And we get that. And I do think episode 10, the one that follows immediately, A Loved One Will Always Watch Over You, to me is my favorite. Directed by Ogawa Taichi. This is the one where Violet visits this sort of manor where there's a mother who is clearly to us dying, but we are seeing it through the lens of Anne, the daughter, who doesn't really understand what this is. And the mother, and I think you pick up on this before you learn what the mother has planned, but the mother is employing Violet, I should say, it's not manipulative, to write letters to the daughter that the daughter will have for the rest of her life. But we see it all, and again, part of why I think this episode is so masterful is it is really strict. Anne is our POV character, and we don't break that even a little bit until everything is over at the end, and then we have Violet back in the office. It's not a post-credits scene, but it feels like it could have been a post-credits scene. And we not just really tell Anne's story, we go 20 years in the future with Anne's story. Like, it's really good at that POV. And I think having that kind of lens on Violet for our first episode after we have seen her go through this emotional gauntlet is doubly powerful, because I think it makes for a really unique standalone episode of Violet Evergarden, and one that makes the work that she's done through episodes 1 through 9 feels so palpable, because the Violet Evergarden of even 2 episodes ago couldn't have done for Anne what she does here. Which is, like, the letter writing is almost incidental. Violet's very good at that at this point. It is the emotional intelligence she puts into dealing with Anne in this episode, and what Anne comes away seeing from this doll who was really human. Oh my god, it's great.
Yeah, episode 10 is like, it's the episode of Violet Evergarden. Like, I think you ask anyone who watched the show, like, this is the one that stands out the most in your memory. Because it is, like, the fundamental story is just so good and it's so well told. And it's a lot of what you're saying, of where, because you're seeing it all through the eyes of a child, you look at Violet very differently, because she, one, you have just her misunderstanding of thinking that Violet is literally a doll, which leads to another great
understandable. I thought she was a robot, so
exactly.
And I'm 31.
Yeah, you might as well be an 8-year-old girl. It's just like, you see the world the same way. It leads to a great little joke of her asking, it's like, well, what happens to the tea you drink? She's like, oh, well, my body processes it and then expels it. It goes back to the earth. And so she asks it at the end of the episode and realizes, oh, you're talking about peeing. That shit. And you have those little things, but it's like the way in which Violet is, for a week, a sort of surrogate mom or like aunt for this little girl, and is playing with her. And for me, this episode is so about the little cumulative buildup of these moments that then leads to the big reveal at the end. Obviously, the big reveal is like what the letters are for, and that there's 50 of them, right? It's for 50 years worth of birthday letters, which is so moving. But it's the little reveal at the end of when the girl realizes that Violet's not a doll. She squeezes her cheek and she's like, wait, so that means that and she doesn't finish that sentence. And Violet just gives her this little look, this little knowing nod and smile that is so human. It's so different than how Violet has ever expressed herself before. And it's that emotional intelligence you're talking about, that here she's like, it's not just that she is connected to her emotions and everything. It feels like she is more so than most people. And she kind of always has been. It's just she couldn't do that for herself. But there's a confidence with who she is that she feels complete now, right? When she shows up at the manor with all of her gloves and her outfit and her ribbons and her fucking little umbrella she got from episode 7, and she does the little, like, will go anywhere you ask for. I'm an auto memory doll, and she does her little bow. She feels so complete and in control and like the hero that she like needs to be, like that kind of character. And she is that now, and she's able to help this little girl who's in this impossible situation, and give her this little peace of mind for this 1 week she can be with her, and then the work she has done will help stay with this girl for the rest of her life, and obviously, and then very directly for the next 50 years, which could very well be the rest of her life. That's a very long time.
Yes, absolutely. And I think the way that this is, unveiled to us at the end of the episode, like, if we're talking about time lapses being powerful, this episode pays the fuck off on that, because we go way into the future and we have this recurring image of we get back. What's the director who had the crazy death cloud in all of the early KyoAni stuff?
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
Nintendo lady. I can't remember her name.
Yeah.
It's the one that went to go lurk for Nintendo.
Yes. There's so many directors we can't remember, but you know exactly what I'm talking about, because there's no way that they didn't have that in mind with this episode. Yeah. Because there is the big cloud that becomes the centerpiece of the final set of images, where we have this truly kaleidoscopic, like, subsection of Anne's life, where we're cutting between her as a little kid, her as an adult woman, her as a younger woman looking up at that cloud changing over the years and over time. You have the letters that are talking about different points in her life. We see her falling in love. We see her having a baby of her own and still having these letters. And as someone who has lost a parent, this episode hit me fucking hard. KyoAni, you bastards, you make us cry. But it's good crying. It's good stuff. But man, and then of course the cloud also paying off, where the final image of Anne is her husband, and the baby, and they're looking at the cloud, but it's not this big like death cloud anymore. It's big and it's full. It's like the cloud has a family now almost. Mm-hmm. The landscape is fuller. Oh my God. Like, this is definitely the best episode Ogawa Taichi has done so far, and they've done some great stuff, but like this feels like a breakthrough for that particular director, who is on the younger side of the KyoAni cadre of directors here.
Yeah, I think you can see why he is now at the point where he becomes the Yamada Naoko for Sound Euphonium 3, right?
Yes.
He becomes a series Enshitsu for that season. And I think, like, you watch this episode, and particularly, it's that huge montage at the end, because it's so elaborate. It's a big montage that goes through multiple phases, because it, like, goes through a montage of the seasons that pass, and then you have her in the yellow dress looking at the big, voluminous, towering death cloud, but it's flashing back in that to her with the red dress that she's in for most of this episode with the mom in all these different locations you've seen, and as they fade away, you have, like, there's this really great recurring image throughout the episode of the table outside that's, like, kind of in disuse, and it's filled with, like, little like teacups full of, like, twigs and paper as they're, like, playing house, but nobody's playing house with it throughout the episode. But you see it in the flashback of they're at the table and now they're there and the table looks nice and they're playing house. But of course that fades away because the mom has passed on. It's them in the bed reading the story. That story, by the way, the storyboard book is the same storybook that she reads, that Violet reads to the girl in this, is the one that she used to learn how to read that Gil gave her, which was a thing I did not know until I went to do the screenshots, but I noticed that. That's crazy. Then you get a montage that's her at the funeral and all the different characters who were there, like other family members who fade away. So you have that phase. Then you're back to yellow dress version of her, but then there's another little flashback of her reading the letter and crying on a bench that clearly has taken place before her standing in front of the cloud, and then it's her standing in front of the cloud and transforming into her next year version, and then you get the rest of the montage as she goes through the different years. Like, it's such a crazy, multi-layered montage that's like 4 or 5 different kinds of montage all in one big sequence. It's so elaborate and so powerful. And then culminating that moment of the kiss on the baby that then match cuts to the kiss that the mom gives to her as a little girl, and then them standing in front of the cloud, and then you get Violet back at the postal office. You learn that it was 50 letters, which is such a mic drop moment that it's 50 fucking letters. And then Violet breaks down into tears, and it's such a moment of evolution for her as a character, where you learn that she was fighting to have the level of composure she had back at the manor throughout the whole episode. It's not the, oh, she is just like this all the time kind of thing you got in the first few episodes. She was almost playing Violet Evergarden to a certain extent in order to be the person she needed to be for that little girl. It's just, what a beautiful story that only this show could tell, right? It's using the device of this show and its narrative structure and the focus on letters and everything. Like, no other show could do an episode quite like this, and it's just masterful.
100%. No other show could do an episode like this, and no other studio would tell it like this. You know, we've talked before about how I think there's a reason why KyoAni tends to work from novels or earlier in their career, visual novels, and very rarely manga. And if they do manga, it'll be like 4-panel manga, because they don't want to be tied down by like whatever the kind of visual layout of, I think, a manga or something like that would be. Mm-hmm. I think they like taking the story and then finding what is a really creative way to visually represent this. Because obviously I haven't read the book. I can tell you the book could not be represented this way, right? Because that's not how writing works. But obviously it's a great story. I'm fully confident that it's beautiful and probably tear-jerking on the page. But they have found such a powerful way into it visually here. And that is the KyoAni magic, of course. They are so good at finding those lenses on stories, even when they could be plainer stories. I don't think this is a very plain story. I think this is a masterful one, which makes it a masterpiece episode of television.
Yeah.
All right. We're
really quickly, guest stars for the episode, because they're 2 important names. We have Kawasumi Ayako plays Clara the mom. She's, of course, Saber from the Fate series. We also had her. She was Kaori in Kanon, in Izumi and Beyond the Boundaries, so this is the 3rd KyoAni thing she was in. And then Motohoshi Sumire was on the little girl. She's been in a bunch of stuff, like Emma in Promised Neverland's probably the thing that people would best know her from nowadays. But also, she is another sad little girl because she was Nina Tucker in Brotherhood, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. So, she's very good at playing very, very sad little girls.
Sadly, that's the version of Full Metal Alchemist where you don't get much Nina, though, because that's the one that does it all really quickly. But she is fucking phenomenal here. It is such a good little girl performance. Just utterly heart-wrenching. Like, I sat down to watch this one and I went for a minute like, oh, I don't know if I have this in me. And it's so good it kind of like pulled me along. But like, you can tell at the beginning, this is going to be a big one. This is not going to be an easy episode. But then we've got the last 3, which are sort of a 3-parter. Episode 11 is more obviously stand alone, although it clearly leads into 12 and 13, which deal with the final end of the war, because there's the peace conference, but also that there's this splinter unit. I think 12 and 13 are very good. I do think like 11 is I do think 11 is the peak. I think 12 and 13 have a couple things that hold them back from being quite as powerful. But 11, which is Kitanohara Noriyuki, I ride or die for this guy, as we said before, but this one is so great. And I love this one has a pretty high concept, which is Violet hears about this job that Hodgins has got in, and Hodgins is like, I would love to do this letter job for this guy on the front, but it's too dangerous. And Violet hears that, and you can tell in her head, she's like, fuck that. This is our job. This is letters. There's no such thing as too dangerous.
It's their catchphrase is, we will go anywhere you desire, right? Like, that's in their fucking brand, man. She's got to live up to the promise of the brand.
Violet has come a long way, but she is still a pretty literal person. I think she always will be. And so she takes it very literally and fucking airdrops into that battlefield. And it is such a great idea for an episode where we meet this guy, Aiden Field, who has called for this, and he wants to write to his parents and his love interest back home. And we see them getting ambushed by soldiers from this like splinter rebel Civil War unit, and they all get killed. He gets shot in the gut. Violet drops in, kicks everyone's ass. I love that moment where as soon as the captain of like that unit recognizes that this is that kid who is a terror on the battlefield, he's like, back off. We're not messing with her.
Fuck this shit. I'm going home.
Yeah, we don't need to kill this one guy. And then the rest of it is Violet with Aiden in the cabin, basically helping him to pass on from this world by letting him leave behind his final ideas in the letter, and then taking that letter to the parents and to the childhood friend Maria, where like I think Violet gets this extra powerful version of what it means to do this job. And obviously she has gone way above and beyond the call of duty, and to be thanked by the people who you've just told their son is dead, you know, it overwhelms Violet. It feels so right, I think, to the viewer, but it is an emotionally overwhelming episode. I think this one is another, 11 out of 10.
Yeah, it's great. It's partially great because it's a very simple episode. The intro into it is a little bit nuts, but the way that I think works for it. But the core of the episode is just this one night in this cabin of her writing the letter, and I like the details. Like she's sort of air writing the letter because she doesn't have her equipment with her, so she's just memorizing it and sort of pantomiming typing it to help her memorize. Just to write this letter for this one boy who's just this soldier who, like any other soldier, right? He is like all the people that she has killed, right? And I think that's part of the sort of the subtext of this episode. It's part of the last piece of atonement she has to do here is write this letter for the kind of person whose lives she has ended countless times thoughtlessly. And it's just this little, it's this simple sequence in this cabin of this guy just slowly passing on. And it is very powerful in its simplicity. You do have the most fucking badass action movie shit intro to it, though, yes, of her just fucking, like, just the shot of the soldiers hearing the plane. They look up and they see the plane and like, yeah, but we don't have any planes in this area. And then she just sort of rockets into the shot, just like straight down. Like you're looking at, fucking Lloyd in Spy Family or some shit. Like it's so nuts. And she opens up the parachute, comes down, beats the shit out of like 5 dudes, and then makes them back off. You're like, oh, you kind of forget that, right? Violet is like a super soldier practically. She is like this insane like death machine if she wanted to be. She so outclasses every single person she encounters. And she just gets this crazy action movie intro. So you get like all your action up front, and then the rest of the episode is just very simple and straightforward, but in a way that just cuts right to the heart of the death of this one young man. It just leaves that as such like a frank and brutal fact that this kid basically is going to die and leave behind this life that he could have had if this hadn't happened to him with this girl and his parents back at the farm back home.
But also, what a beautiful thing Violet does for him. Like it is also furthering that theme of the power of the letters. Like, if it had to happen, I think the parents and Maria, or what's her name? Is it Marie? Yeah. Are so truly grateful to Violet, because that is knowing that he wasn't alone, knowing that he was able to die having said these things. I mean, it is a real comfort, as much as there can be a comfort in that moment. But going back to what you have called in your notes, the Tom Cruise stars as Violet Evergarden moment, where she is rocketing into the frame, that is the most oh my God, how is this a TV show and not $100 million movie shot in this whole show? Is her rocketing down. It's this side view. It is this unbelievably lush background that is like at this canted angle of the snow-topped mountains, the forest, the like sky with the clouds, but it's dusk, so they're red tinted, and she's rocketing through it. And then there's another shot of that from an even further back angle with the trees coming up into frame. And it's just like, this looks like a massively expensive, like, major motion picture, and this is episode 11 of a TV show. It's insane.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's definitely one of the coolest sequences of this whole series. It's wild.
Yeah. So then we have episodes 12 and 13. 12 directed by Sawa Shinpei and Yamamura Takuya, with storyboards by Kawanami Eisaku, Yamamura Takuya, and Fujita Harika. That's a whole lot of names right there, Sean.
Yeah, I think for me, episode 12 and 13, like, I like 13 quite a bit. I think episode 12 is probably the weakest episode. Like, I do think there's, especially since I've seen the movie and I know, like, where there's more material to wrap up, that when I watched the show, I didn't really feel like, oh, there's more here. But, like, knowing the movie, it's like, I know there's, like, it feels like there's more meat on the bone. And I think they take a couple of shortcuts. It's like the only thing that I think is kind of a weakness in Violet Evergarden really is the simple way in which the plot of, like, the rebels who have, like, set up bombs on this bridge, and you have this guy who's the evil colonel who was the guy at Intense who bombed it when he left, and he just can't, it's like, oh, society has left us behind, so why don't we just destroy society? And he's like a bad Metal Gear Solid villain.
Yes.
It's like that just doesn't work for me, and so much of it's just focused in episode 12, and it just kind of feels like episode 12 has all that because it wants to set up what it needs to set up between Violet and Gilbert's brother and Violet's choice not to kill anybody. And all, like, the really meaningful stuff with that is really dealt with in episode 13. So episode 12 just ends up feeling like it's a little awkward because it's all revolved around stuff where they've just taken a few too many narrative shortcuts that honestly in any other show probably wouldn't bother me really at all. But it's because Violet Evergarden's so good, it just feels very out of place that they've kind of taken those narrative shortcuts. And I think it's exacerbated when the larger kind of climax that the movie ultimately is going to be. When you look back at this episode, I think it feels even more awkward.
Well, I think, and I can't speak to that exactly because I haven't seen the movie yet. But I do, like, just knowing that there is a 2.5-hour movie coming to finish this thing off, because it's a long movie, and it's a big widescreen epic and all this, like, there is a little bit of, I look at this and I like a lot in 12 and 13. I think particularly 13, I think the final 20 minutes, are exactly right, basically, right? Or final 15 minutes. It's a really nice ending. But I think, like, I would have preferred probably a version of this that is basically the last 10 minutes of episode 13 as a final episode that is just the letter drop thing. Because, like, I don't think this show should end on a big cliff, like, or not on a big, like, action climax. I think that's wrong. I think that is the thing that is, like, if you're going to do that kind of big ending, put that in the movie. The movie should be where you're, like, going to do a big thing like that. This show should end on some version of an episode like episode 10 or 11 that is a version of the basic Violet Evergarden plot, structure, I think, because it is episodic and it is anthology based. And so that is probably my feeling as well. And I think 13 in its last 10 minutes, like the part B of 13, gets that pretty right because the letter just winds up being a letter that Violet chooses to write. And I think that's a lovely, perfect ending. Again, I think this is the right final 10 minutes. I do think, like, the 30 minutes of the two-parter leading up to that is a little hit or miss because of the things you talked about. I think the relationship with the brother is interesting. I also wonder if there were ways to get through that didn't need to do a big action climax. I like the idea of Violet having a hand in getting to the ultimate peace treaty. But yeah, I think we're both a little slightly mixed. Yeah. Although mixed meaning these are still great episodes of television because it's part of Violet Evergarden.
Yeah. And to be fair to episode 13, like, all the stuff on the train, that's only like 4.5 minutes. Like, it's a true. Small part of that last episode. Like, it's shockingly short. Like, it feels like they're kind of like, okay, we got to get this shit done with because the episode's actually about the stuff with the letters. Yeah. So it's like the action stuff is just like a little bit much. It's just a bit too cartoonish. You have the whole part where fucking Benedict jumps out of the train and he jumps down and he kicks off the bomb with his twink boots. And it's just like, okay, this is a little much. I do love all the stuff of, like, her refusing to fight the soldiers and then her arms getting destroyed. And you have this sequence of that almost kind of quotes the end of the Ghost in the Shell movie where she's trying to rip off the bomb and she's ripping her own arm to pieces and rips it out. There's like little things like that I think there's a lot of good moments there. But it almost feels like it could have used either one less episode or one more episode to, if you wanted to flesh it out and do more, you could, or just kind of make the like bomb plot very simple and the smaller scale thing, that you could still have some of the like imagery with the arms and all that in her like kind of being ripped down back to basics and losing all the little things she's kind of built up and having to re-find herself. Like, I think all of that is very effective. It's just this little weaselly evil colonel dude, I just can't kind of get behind that as a character. Once you're past that stuff, though, this last episode, which is all storyboarded by Ishitade Taichi, is fucking amazing. This whole sequence of her having to now write her own letter, like, that's the thing that makes this the conclusion, right? This is like why it has to be the last episode and what the story it needs to tell is Violet writing her own letter to the Major, even if she doesn't know if that guy's alive or dead. She doesn't know if it, like, this letter would be able, I mean, certainly she doesn't think it would ever find him, even if he is somehow alive out there, which she expresses a belief that he's still out there. But she writes this letter in order to finally put to words something of what she is feeling. And that's where you get this big flashback of him and Gilbert and her in that tent the night before the intense attack happens. And you get the full version of the flashback of him just being so frustrated that he knows that she's a person. He knows that she has feelings, and he just can't figure out why is she letting him do these things to her? Why does she refuse to kind of claim her own humanity? All these things. He can't understand, who is this girl really? Like, where is she coming from? Like, why can't she move past these things? And in some ways, like, why is she, by being what she is, making me be the person that I am, because he hates being what he is in these moments? And it's this like fundamental lack of understanding between these two people who care about each other and are really so close that she needs to find a way to bridge that gap by writing her own letter. You get the beautiful scene of her visiting the Gilbert's mom and kind of realizing why Dietfried is such a dick to her is because he did love his brother a lot, and that loss is really powerful to him. And so she kind of like comes to terms with that and is able to finally write that letter.
Yeah. And I'm glad you also mentioned that. I like that we see the other side of the brother. Again, I think this show has a fundamentally optimistic view of people, which is why the mustache twirling colonel feels out of place. Yeah. It's because, like, you understand Dietfried is being a dick to Violet and you don't like it, but you also get to the end of this and you don't feel like you want to admonish him for it that much because you understand where he's coming from and why he's hurt. And it's also his own guilt mixed up in it. Yes. Because, all of that. And you ultimately believe that this is a better person than we have seen because we've been seeing him at his lowest, right? And you understand that.
And you have that moment where he tells her, like, these are your last orders, like, live, and then die. It's so, and then she tells him, like, no, I don't take orders anymore. And she gives him this little smile, and the look on his face when he sees that smile is so powerful. And she gives this very deep bow. It's a great little moment of reconciliation between these two people who have both been saved by being able to come to this moment together and bond over their shared love for this person they've both lost.
The last couple minutes of this episode have some of the best storyboarding I've ever seen in my life.
Uh-huh.
It is the interchange of shots where we completely break any sense of diegesis. We have the letter fluttering down to Earth from the airship where it lands in the field of flowers that is from the ending theme song, which is really beautiful. We'll maybe put a pin in that. You have Violet clutching her brooch with her ungloved metal hand, looking up, seeing the Major as though on that night where he bought her the brooch, but he's walking away. She doesn't follow, can't follow. We're interchanging shots of her, not literally in that space, close up on her crying, with him in that, memory space walking away. 2 tears fall down. They go over the just unbelievably opulently drawn version of the brooch. The tears fall, petals falling down on the field, and then intercutting between the post office at night, the tear is falling down in slow motion, the city at night, tear is falling in slow motion, the stars and the cosmos, Tear is flying down in slow motion. Tear falls and lands on a violet and, bursts into more little bubbles of water. And then we go back to the post office at daytime as someone comes to address Violet, and she says, "I'll be right there." That, artistically, is the masterstroke of this show to me. That is, the best 2 minutes of filmmaking in this show.
Yeah, it's incredible. The way in which, because you have this whole letter that Violet reads. So I'm just going to read it because I translated it because I thought, a little bit of the English translation bugged me because it felt like they pulled out some of the poetic language, where she says, "To my beloved Major Gilbert, are you well? Has anything changed? Where are you right now? Is there anything troubling you? Spring, summer, fall, and winter. So many seasons have passed, but the season that brings you with it has yet to come. At first I didn't understand. I didn't understand anything you felt. But I have finally begun, just a little bit, to be able to feel the things in this new life that you gave to me. Through writing letters, through the people I've met, I believe. I believe that you're out there alive somewhere, so I'll also live. I'll live and live. Even if I don't know what comes next, I will simply live. And if we meet again, I'll tell you that now I understand just a little what the words I love you mean." And so she says that, and you have this beautiful theme that plays underneath. This is after Violet Snow, that song, insert song, has come in. And then you get that sequence that you're talking about playing out. And the way of we've talked about time here, and the interplay of time, where you have time moves into this totally alien space where you don't know where you are. It's so dreamlike of is it night or is it day? Because you have a time-lapse shot of the post office at night, but it's a time-lapse that doesn't move into the day. So it's just night as the sky moves in the background. And then the drop of water is falling in slow motion. So it's time is moving incredibly quickly, incredibly slowly at the same time. And then when the drop of water hits the violet is when it breaks into dawn finally. And it's this way in which, we talked about that idea of the continuity of the stars and that time lapse creating a line. And it's the way in which this sort of the movement of the tear that as it drops onto the violet is both infinitely long and infinitely fast and infinitely slow. The time is moving in this way that is kind of impossible. It's so incredible because it is you have just kind of moved into some sort of other space where it feels like you are seeing visually represented on screen the root and the heart of what it is Violet is writing in that letter, of this idea of time is passing, the time that brings you with it is yet to come, but I believe maybe someday it will, and regardless I will live, and I will live, and I will live, and I will live, because I now understand a little bit of what love means. And it's such a incredible way to visually express everything that letter she writes communicates. And then you do have this little sting. Well, you have the title of the episode comes out, which is a nice little cheeky thing where it's the title of the first episode in reverse, where this time it says Auto Memory Dolls and I love you, but now it's in quotes, so it's saying I love you. And then you have this little moment of her coming to some unknown place, some shack in the middle of nowhere, seemingly. She knocks on the door, it opens, and she does her bow. She does a little speech that she gives about we'll go anywhere for you. She looks up. There's a moment of shock or surprise on her face as she looks directly into camera, and then she breaks into a smile, and that's the end. And it's such a great little otherworldly moment of Violet going back, and the next person she finds is you, right? It's you on the other side of the screen. In some ways it feels like this character has finally wandered to us. And it's such a fascinating way to end the show that has been so grounded and so physical and real feeling, to have this very dreamlike, strange ending, but it is so perfect for this TV show. And again, there is we have a whole movie, and there is other stuff that will happen there, and I love the movie to death, but also this sequence is such a great way to end this story.
Yes. The Sakagaboru version of the teardrop gif attributes it to Kigami Yoshiji. I don't know if that's true. I would believe it because who else?
I mean,
right?
he made his name early on doing really elaborate water animation in the 80s, so
yes.
It would be very believable.
And it's one of the best pieces of animation I've ever seen. And all kudos to Taichi Ishidate for coming up with that idea in the storyboards. When I talk about good storyboarding, this is such a great idea of that. And just a pure visual idea. I really like your translation of the letter, Sean, because I think what you get that I think the Funimation subtitles miss is that it sounds a little childlike. It sounds a little bit like... Because that is Violet Evergarden. She writes poetically, but I don't think on purpose necessarily. It's because she is a little unencumbered by... I think some of the things that maybe bring down, an adult's language, and so she is very direct and she is very simple. Like you've translated the sentences a little more staccato, for instance, and I think that is kind of how she comes out in the verbiage, and it's in the performance by Ishikawa. But yeah, it's we both have a little bit of an issue with 12-13 as an overall two-parter. That's whatever the ending for Violet Evergarden should be. That's it. That's those last 2 minutes. That's perfect. And whatever the ending for this podcast should be, it probably needs to come now because we've been recording for too long.
We have recording for just enough. When I thought years ago, man, we need to do a Violet Evergarden podcast, is because it's going to be a long fucker, and that's the way I want it.
Indeed.
Yes.
This show, Sean, it's wonderful. We love it. We will have more time to reflect on it, so I don't think we need to do any major reflections here. I will just say for my part, I'm so excited for both of these movies. I want to see, I know the movie will give us a new big kind of climax to the show, but I'm just as excited to see Gaiden because I want to see another just standalone Violet story, and I want to see it at 90 minutes, and I want to see it directed by Fujita Haruka. I'm excited for all of this. This is going to be a blast. I mean, it's probably going to be emotionally wrenching a little bit, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, especially when you get to the Violet Evergarden, the movie, like that one is, man, it's got some gut punches in there. But yeah, they're both phenomenal. I'm very excited to rewatch them because I've only seen them once. I've seen the show twice because I rewatched the show when the movie came out, and then I watched the Gaiden movie ahead of the movie. So these two movies are very hard to talk about. Next time we'll be talking about the first Violet Evergarden movie, Violet Evergarden Gaiden, Eternity and the Auto Memory Doll. You can see it obviously on Netflix if you want, or you can get it on Blu-ray and watch it, and it's very good, and I'm very excited, and we will see you there next time on Japanimation Station's Kyoto Vacation.
愛しているだが君が一番大切だから夫婦として